big welcome to Killarney International Raceway for another exciting round of Extreme Festival, proudly presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa. It is fantastic to be bound in the mother city once again. As you can see, the tablecloth is on Table Mountain. There's a little bit of a breeze coming in from the sort of northwestern side of the circuit, so we are in for a really awesome day. It's the penultimate round of this championship. A couple of championships that are pretty much up for grabs today, could be wrapped up and finalized today, but there's a couple that are going to have to go all the way through to the final round at SupaCups. This is the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop, and of course the previous round took place at SupaCups. So let's go have a look and see what happened with that round. It was pretty much a one-way affair in terms of how the front end of the field went, as we kick things off here with a little review of our Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. SupaCups International World of Motoring is where we were the last time with this class, as they joined the National Championship side of the Extreme Festival. And Jonathan Dutoy set the pace out front in his Lamborghini. He was closely followed by his two teammates, Charles Arangis and Gianni Giannacaro. Budnick, of course, is the only car that can really challenge for the one plate with Jonathan Dutoy. He was there in the Viper and sitting down in about 4th or 5th place, fighting for honours there. But it was Jonathan Dutoy at his home circuit that literally set the pace and came through for one of 3 victories on the day. Second place went to Charles Arangis in that new Porsche of his, and Gigi moved up slightly in race 2 to put a bit of pressure, extra pressure onto Jonathan Dutoy, slowly but surely getting to grips with his Godzilla. Charles had a bit of a problem, unfortunately, with that second heat and had to park the car on the sideline, but they were working frantically to try and get it ready for race 3. And Budnick in the bucketless components machine was doing such a good job in the Viper. But of course, with Jonathan Dutoy taking honours again, it's going to be a tough ask there for Chris Budnick, considering the fact that he's not here this weekend as well in Cape Town. Going to make it even more difficult. The rest of the pack coming through there saw Ricky Giannacaro, of course, in his Mercedes-Benz AMG GT3. He's now changed up that vehicle, and you'll see him not in a pink Mercedes-Benz, but now in a pink Lamborghini, joining his stablemate from G&H Transport Racing and Blunden. As the lights came on into the very late afternoon at SupaCups, as you can see, a couple of other cars involved in there were the likes of that machine there, the Lamborghini Gallardo Trofeo, having a super run, and getting opportunities there to be at the front end of the Class A, B and C battles, because there are 3 different classes, of course, in this category. The GT3 class, of course, is the National Championship one. That's one that everybody wants, and the overall title. And that's what Jonathan Doyle will be hunting down today, seeing whether or not he can get closer to putting that one hand on the trophy by the time we finish up today's racing here at Killarney. At the end of the day, Hammond coming through there in that Lamborghini Trofeo, eventually finished up by just crawling across the line. But now we stand by for race action here from the Killarney International Raceway and this penultimate round. Lining up on the grid, of course, they'll be looking forward to a fantastic battle at the front end, as we've seen all season long. One man to watch out for, of course, here this weekend will be that naturally aspirated Porsche that Charles Visser has decided to climb in and make his steed of choice this weekend. Not worrying too much about the Touring Car Championship, the GDC SupaCup class. He's decided he wants to put his main focus into his GT3 career, which of course he's looking to go and improve on next year. He's got an opportunity to drive in the Porsche Cup next year, and will join the likes of Keegan Masters in that category. And then he's also looking at opportunity possibly for another Porsche drive in a GT4 class in Europe as well. So a busy day and busy year coming for this young Cape Townian, who of course was our former Polo Cup champion. And the Polo Cup looks like it's going to be the official pace car today as well from Astron Energy's Polo Cup. That will roll down towards turn 1. It will then bring the rest of the pack along, and it's Jonathan Dutoy who's on pole position alongside Charles Arangis. Arangis, of course, also swapping from Porsche to Mercedes-Benz. So they'll roll down towards turn 1 and into Hole's Hook. You can see Visser is on that second row. He's alongside a very fast Ferrari as well, and that Ferrari will be piloted by a seasoned campaigner when it comes to the format of GT cars here in Cape Town. Looking forward to seeing if there's going to be any changes, of course, in the front end by the time they go down there in anger. This is just the warm-up lap to try and get as many and as much heat into those incredible Dunlop tyres that they run on these cars now. Dunlop basically supplying every single one of the tyres out on track today, besides the ones, of course, that are on the two-wheeled machines that come from Bridgestone. And it is good to have the ZX10R Masters Cup with us here today as well. So it's the Toy and Ranjis. Marcel Angel will line up alongside Charles Visser, and Angel will be looking, as I said, in that Ferrari to try and push through to at least give the two GT3 boys a run for their money. Behind that, Paul Hill and Ricky Jonacaro will be lining up next to each other. Gigi just behind his brother, didn't quite have the qualifying he wanted, so he's going to have to come from 7th place to try and get back into the hunt for GT3. Behind him will be Marius Jackson. And then we go to Mike Verrier and Ant Blunden on the 5th row. Blunden, as I said, also in a new Lamborghini. You see it's an all-white car with sort of mint livery on the side with G&H Transport sponsorship. He will be just ahead of Yanni Hatzi, Waylon Folchek. Those are our two top Class C competitors from qualifying this morning. Then Wayne Hoffman will be, of course, the leader in car 27. Another Porsche leading out Class D ahead of Jimbo Jonacaro. As we come to the line now, it's lights out, and when they go, we go racing. Good start there by Jonathan du Toit by the looks of it, but pressure almost instantaneously coming there from Angel as they go into turn 1. Around the outside goes Charles Visser. Visser trying to squeeze out Angel as they come out of turn number 1, heading towards turn 2, and up towards Castrol they go, and it's going to be hard braking, and there we go, the Porsche's through. Angel trying to come back at Visser. Looks like a lead change as well there from the pole to 2nd place goes du Toit, and from 2nd to pole, or to the front end of the field to the 1st place, goes Charles Ranjis. So Ranjis will set the pace for now, and they'll try and hang on to that front end for as long as possible. That's the plan he has in mind, is to try and stay out front and hopefully give his stablemate a run for his money. 33 Porsche. Remember, that's a naturally aspirated Porsche there in 3rd place, under the control of a very talented young driver. He's just come back from winning the South African Karting Championships at SupaCup only a couple of weekends ago. So certainly looking like he's concentrating his efforts now on what he wants to do to further his career in motorsport. And Fister certainly has got a huge amount of talent. As they come across the line and complete the first lap, he's pretty much plain sailing there for Ranjis and for his teammate Jonathan du Toit. The Primogen Audi staying just ahead of Gianni Jonacaro. Jonacaro has got through though on Mike Verrier. Ricky Jonacaro now putting the pressure onto that BMW Z4, trying to find a way through if he can. Ravenol on the side of that G&H Transport car, of course, are also a little additional sponsor that they've picked up there from Ravenol, supplying all the lubricants for the G&H Transport team. Marius Jackson putting the pressure onto Ricky as well as they down the short straight into Sorrel Sweep. Straight line speed, I think, of that Z4 might be a little bit more difficult for that Lamborghini to catch. And as I say that, Ricky Jonacaro, still running that new engine in, might just be feeling that the engine is now good to go, and is putting a little bit more pressure onto the back end of Verrier. Great start from the top two. Ranji's controlling things at this point, trying to keep out Jonathan du Toit. Du Toit will need to get to the front end as soon as possible. He does not want to lose too many points to his teammate. He wants to try and ensure he scores maximum points here for today, because as of this weekend, we've got only one more round of championship for these guys. That'll be at SupaCup at the final round of the National Extreme Festival. But there are 3 races today, so pretty important to get as many of the highest points available in your bag before you leave the mother city and head towards SupaCup. Late braking from Dutoy closes in on the back end of that Mercedes-Benz AMG GT3. But it's Arunjis who controls from the front for now. Further back in the pack, nice to see, of course, of some of the sports and GT class cars from Cape Town joining the party. Richard de Roos coming down now onto the brakes into Astron corner. Also watching the 27 car there, Wayne Hoffman, as those two Porsches start to have a bit of fun and games in Class D. Class D honours up for games there between Hoffman, de Roos, Simeon Penev, and of course Jan Cruyff. They will be looking to fly the flag high there for the Western Province Motor Club. That's what Marcel Angel is doing at this point, but can't quite catch the back end there of Charles Visser. So Autohaus Angel pushing hard, but it's Visser that hangs on for now. Visser has certainly got to grips with this Porsche with relative ease, actually, if you think about it. But you do need to have this kind of a car available to you to practice in if you're going to go and do some international duties. And it's one of the reasons why they've decided to put all their efforts and concentrate their endeavours to ensure that Charles is ready for his international duties next year. GG closing that gap down now onto the back end of Paul Hill. Hasn't quite got through there on the back end of Hill just yet. So that BISC machine, the Nissan GTR, took quite onto the back end of that Audi just yet. It's kind of like the two Audis and the two Giannicaros that are in the mix here. Because Ricky Giannicaro is just squeezed through and kept out Marius Jackson for now. Car parked on the inside there, looks like of damps as well. Might have been some kind of an issue there for one of the cars. I'm not quite sure which one it was, but Giannicaro runs wide, all on his own sim. Rick's running ever so slightly wide, coming out of Dam Stip and onto the short straight up towards Sorrel Sweep. He seemed to have a little bit of an issue. Fortunately, he stayed on track, got back on track, I should say. I think it may have been Veria who had a problem. The 44 Porsche is also out there, unfortunately, for Richard de Roos. He's up at Castrol corner, that's turn 2. He had a problem yesterday as well, so big flame out of the car as he gets it fired up again. Literally, no pun intended there. But he looks like he's going to get going again. Giannicaro closed that gap down, GG on the back end of Paul Hill. And Ricky, after that mistake, has also opened up the margin slightly again onto the back end, or off the back end, I should say, of the hard-charging Marius Jackson. Coming into back markers now. That was Jan Cruyff that just went past. So we're just over the halfway stage and into back markers. Back markers now may become a big factor for some of these battles. Jonathan de Toyle was certainly looking to try and use them to his advantage if he can. Heading down the main straight away. Still Arunjis keeping them at bay for now. Quite good at the moment in that AMG. All Fluid Systems AMG out front ahead of the Oyster Catcher and Trans Africa Racing Lamborghini. Both of these two, of course, fighting for GT3 honours. Gianni Giannicaro, the only other GT3 car out there, but down further back than that, as we saw. Currently sitting about 5th or 6th place at the moment, if he's fighting still where he currently was. And now heading into turn 2, there's a big dive from Marius Jackson. Had a big look there on Ricky Giannicaro, putting the pressure onto Giannicaro's new Lamborghini. GG hasn't found a way through yet on Paul Hill. Paul Hill will be looking to try and wrap up Class A if he can. But of course he's got to try and catch Arunjis and Angel. Because Arunjis leading the race is a Class A. I beg your pardon, Charles Visser is a Class A car as opposed to Arunjis. Off again for the 44 Porsche. This time coming out of Damstip. Tough day in the saddle there for Richard Durus. Jackson once again late on the brakes into Astron, using the banking. And squeeze up the inside there of that GNH transport machine of Ricky Jonakaro. So Charlotte Runges is into the second half now, big time. There's about 3 laps to go. Runges, there it is, that car that I was chatting about earlier on, 77 there. Simeon Penev. He's parked on the inside of Damstip, second of the 350Zs. He's just on the left-hand side here of the shot as they come down towards Dams. Might just see the car there, yeah, just in the background of the shot. Paul Hill continuing on his way. He's doing a super job there, Paul Hill. Really running well for a top 3 in Class A. Thinking himself, if those 2 Cape Townians hadn't come to play today, I could have possibly wrapped up and overall. It's not going to really affect the championship with Charles Visser and Marcel Angel taking that first and second place. What Paul Hill's going to try and do is keep Ricky Jonakara out, because they're kind of fighting for Class A honours. Two more laps to go for these Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. Ricky Jonakara now is close right onto the tailpiece of his brother. So I wonder if Gigi's having some problems out there. Gianni seems to be slowing up slightly and allowing Ricky Jonakara to bring the very fast Ravenel GNH Transport Bull onto the tailpiece of that Godzilla GTR that Gianni's got. Maybe we see a change up here. Will the Class A Lamborghini get through on that GT3 class GTR? Johnny realizes he's got... Oh, he runs wide as well. He's got problems. Big problems there for Gianni as he runs wide on the short Jabez straight up towards Sorrel Sweep. And that's allowed not only Ricky through, but also Marius Jackson. So Gianni Jonakara making an uncharacteristic mistake, coming out of Damps and up onto the Jabez straight, went onto the grass, actually launched over the crossroads section there, and now back on track with a lap and 2 corners to go. He's going to just try and nurse it home, I'm sure. But the monster GTR certainly not having it his own way. These 2 still at it. Back markers to come and play with as well. Looks like they might be coming up on Hoffman, or maybe on Fulshank, one of the 2. But I don't think Charlotte Runges is going to give this up. He's not going to back out and possibly give the win here to his stablemate. GT3 still very much up for grabs, and Charlotte Runges still thinks he's got a chance. So if they come to the line, it's going to be a Runges for the Val Fluid Systems AMG. And Stradale Motorsport winning out over the Oyster Catcher Ravenel and Trans-Africa Racing Lamborghini of Jonathan DeToy. A couple of cars being lapped there, a couple of cars with a bit of damage on as well by the looks of it there. It looks like Jan Kruif had a bit of problem with his, and Waylon Volshank also with a bit of damage to the front end of his car. It's Visser who stays ahead of Marcel Angel and Paul Hill for the top 3 in Class A. Hill, of course, still coming to the line. But Charles Visser, what a run there. 3rd overall in that naturally aspirated Porsche. Beating out Marcel Angel, beating out Paul Hill, and taking the honours for Class A. 3rd place in GT3 will go to Gianni Jonakara as he crosses the line. And then in 4th place for Class A will be Ricky Jonakara, then Marius Jackson. Mark Verrier took Class B ahead of Ant Blunden. Yanni Hatzi will come through in 11th place overall to wrap up Class C, and good effort there from him. He will actually finish up ahead of Waylon Volshank, and then it looks like it's going to be Wayne Hoffman for the win in Class Ds. So Hoffman takes the win in Class Ds, and that wraps up our first heat of 3 of the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. We go from one set of 3 races to the second set of 3 races. Astron Energy Polo Cup 8-lapper coming your way as race number 1 of 3 will be on track shortly. Then we go into Volkswagen Rookie Cup. They've got 2 today. We've got the South African Touring Cars and SATC Supercup class. They've got 2 races as well. And then the Extreme Supercars will be out for their second heat before we get into any two-wheeled action from the SunBet ZXNR Masters Cup or any single-seater action which comes from the Investchem MSA4s and Formula Ford Kents. Toyota Gazoo Racing, of course, are the only other class that are here, the GR Cup driven by Netstar. They will be out at about 1:30 for their first heat. Then we've got the big fan walk. That'll be happening on the Porsche Straight as well as here on the main straightaway. The Porsche Straight is the main straightaway, but the Tigerberg Straight, which is the one just between 3 and 4. And then we go into race 2 and 3 of all the races that we've had in the day, heading into finally wrapping things up at about 5 o'clock this afternoon with the second heat of the Toyota Gazoo Racing GR Cup driven by Netstar. That's how things are going to run in terms of the program. Up next, we're heading into Astron Energy Polo Cup Race 1. Previous round of Astron and Energy Polo Cup, of course, took place at the East London Grand Prix circuit, and on the day, unfortunately, after an overnight storm, we had some bit of chaos that had to be sorted out by the Border Motorsport Club. They got it all sorted out, but once we got into the race action proper, this is what we saw as they went through the puddle of water that was left by that overnight storm, and Smallberger putting the pressure on right from the word go, trying to find a way through to get to the front end and fight hard with the usual contenders. A race one incident saw the two brothers coming together there, the Berthold boys coming together, which eventually saw the Masters go flying past them. At this point in time, it was John Kruger who was setting the pace. At the front end, Brad Liebenberg, who made a welcome return to Polo Cup, led the pace for the Cup class and fighting hard with the two championship contenders. Hannes Skip was just behind them with his teammate Shin Rajpal just up ahead from the front end of the field. But the front end, of course, was being fought frantically amongst the top two, Mo Karodia. We go back on board here with Charles Smallberg as you see a big moment for Tyler Robinson sitting in about 4th or 5th place, and then it just got all out of shape here. Coming out of the sweep, a couple of cars in the background you'll see had some big issues. This one particularly, Shin Rajpal saying, yeah, come on, let's go. And as he sees that, Tyler comes back on track. He tries to avoid Rory Atkinson, who also went off track and then just went sliding into the tyre barrier, and that was the end of the day there for Rajpal. So the KwaZulu-Natal man unfortunately had to finish up on the sidelines, and that was the end of the racing for him. On the restart, down towards turn 1, the most famous corner in South African motorsport, Potter's Pass, it was Brad Liebenberg who set the pace. As we go back on board with Smallberg, you can see just how hard he was pushing to try and get to the front end. But Liebenberg led the pace in terms of the Cup class. Kruger led the pace in terms of the Masters, but Wayne Masters was coming rapidly to try and close that gap down and still remain at the front end of the championship for the Masters. He was followed very closely by Derek Smallberger. No one was going to catch Brad Liebenberg, although Mo Karodia did try, and Karodia would come across the line and finish up in 2nd place. Not too concerned about Brad Liebenberg because he's not really in the hunt for the championship. And then right in the closing stages, Dr. Hannes Skippers having a big dive up on the inside. He came up the inside looking for a way through and then just got a little tap from behind from Smallberger. So Smallberger and Skippers coming together, and they crossed the line in that exact order, but with a bit of damage to both cars and a bit of work to do for the two teams. Race 2 started, and we went on board with Judd Berthold for the start. It was a little bit of a issue there for Mo Karodia. It looked like his brakes locked up slightly, or he had some kind of gear issue. What happened there was it unfortunately made Judd Berthold go from 2nd to 5th, and with that gear change, he dropped him right to the back of the pack of the Cup class, and he was the last car into Potters, having started from the 2nd row of the grid. It wasn't quite according to plan, because in the background we also saw a car sliding off onto the initial part of Potter's Pass, and on the exit there the car went sliding off into the tyre barrier. It was Rory Atkinson who parked it on the tyre barrier and then climbed out of the car, and then with about half a lap later some more action, which we got courtesy of the onboard here from Smallberger, pushing so hard to try and find a way through on Ethan Gutsia and his teammate right in their tail. The red flag came out, and the reason for that was Tyler Robinson had a massive moment. Have a look at this. This is from Judd Berthold's point of view. She comes around the outside of Judd. Judd just helps her, gives her a little tap, but I think there may have been an extra tap that came from somebody else that sent Tyler sideways. That was what happened with, of course, Rory Atkinson in turn 1. So with two cars on either side of the track, unfortunately, that brought the race to a close, and they only took the first race in anger for some point scoring, which means we've got 3 races to do today, and it's one of the reasons we've gone for a 3-race format here at the Killarney International Raceway, to give these guys and girls a chance to score some more valuable points. Coming into this round, the championship basically looks like this. We've got Mo Karodia, who is down in 6th place on the grid, leading the championship by 10 points as of yesterday. But after pole position was taken by Rory Atkinson, it's now down to 9. So Rory Atkinson has pulled 1 point back of the potential 64 points that can be scored here today on Mo Karodia. So this championship, as you can see from that point deficit and from the differential between the top 2 in this class, is not going to be sorted out here at the Killarney International Raceway. We're going to have to wait until we go to SupaCups to wrap up a championship for this category. So it's the Astron Energy Polo Cup GTI that will lead these cars around for a final warm-up once we've got clearance there on the grid. See a couple of guys running down there, and some of our crew as well, putting on some onboard cameras. All this action, of course, brought to you a little bit later on in about 2 weeks' time on Ignition for a standalone show to give you some more of the race action that happens today in the 3 races. And, of course, if you are watching here from all around the world, a big welcome to everybody. It's a massive welcome to the Killarney International Raceway for the Extreme Festival Motorsport. It's the penultimate round, and we are going into race 1 of Astron Energy Polo Cup. I'll be making their way down there with Atkinson and Skippers. Skippers actually took the pole position yesterday, so he would have taken that important extra point from Rory Atkinson, which is going to help him out ever so slightly as well, to close the gap down on Judd Berthold. And interesting to see how that's going to wrap up here as we get into this first heat. Atkinson on pole, Skippers on the second position. Didn't quite get a good lap in, or a good enough lap in the Super Pole that they did yesterday afternoon to maintain that pole position he took in qualifying. Tyler Robinson was looking to try and get onto the front row, just missed out on it, and had to settle for third place alongside Srin Rajbal, who will be looking to turn his luck around after you just saw that massive crash at the East London Grand Prix circuit. Judd Berthold will also look to change his luck around and hopefully make the gear changes correct so he doesn't fall back as rapidly as you saw there in that second start. And Mo Karodia has got to just do everything right, stay on track, stay out of trouble, and try and score as many points as possible to ensure he stays at the front end of the championship when they leave here later on this afternoon. Atkinson, Skippers side to side, trying to get a little bit extra heat into that Dunlop rubber. Remember, these guys also and girls run on Dunlop rubber. In the Masters side of things, also just to run further back down the pack. Derek Smallberger was actually quickest yesterday. Incredible lap time coming in from him to outgun John Kruger, Mike Barbaglia, and then Wayne Masters. So Wayne Masters, the man who's literally been the dominant factor in the Masters class, didn't quite get it all together yesterday afternoon in the qualifying and Super Pole. So we've got some new livery there on Hannes Skippers. That might have changed his luck slightly. Maybe with the new colours, that's what's giving him the extra boost to be at the front end. Karodia will start from 6, but just behind him will be Divyan Naidu, who just missed out on the top 6 overall there by a couple of thousandths of a second. And then Ethan Kutsia, his teammate from Lee Thompson Racing, will be alongside Divyan Naidu there for row 4. Row 5 is Roshan Naidu and Nirav Singh in the Killarney Exhaust Polo. Bevan Masters for CPS Warehouse will line up alongside Milan Emsley in the Triton and Team Red Racing car, and that's the end of the Cup class. As we get onto the 6th row, we go then into the Masters, which, as I said, is Smallberger and Kruger, Barbaglia and Masters. That's how they'll be lining up for this first heat of Polo Cup. 3 races today. 64 points up for grabs, because remember, fastest laps also count for an additional bonus point. So if you can't get the win, at least try and get a bonus point from the fastest lap that you can achieve during the races. We're into that fastest 5 minutes of your life. The 5-second board goes up. And as those lights go out, it's dropped the hammer time. And it looks like it's a good start there from Atkinson. He leads down towards turn 1, just side by side, and tucking in behind him goes Hannes Skippers. Coming through for 3rd might be Tyler Yacht. The AF Fans and Team Red car just gets up ahead of Judd Berthold. From behind, watch out for the Dubcore car of Srin Rajbal. Divyan Naidu already on the inside of Mo Karodia. Somebody putting wheels on the dirt as they came out of turn 1, Holzhoek. Looks like it might have been the Triton car there of Milan Emsley, who just got a little bit sideways. And as they come down towards Castrol, it is Srin Rajbal side by side with Berthold. He loses out coming out of Castrol corner, and Berthold has to tuck in behind Srin. So the man from KwaZulu-Natal moves up into 4th place, dropping the Volkswagen official entry team man down into 5th, right into the clutches of your championship leader, Mo Karodia. Divyan Naidu, Ethan Kutsia behind that. Then you've got Roshan Goodman as they come up towards the Tigerberg straight for the first time. Milan Emsley, tail of the field at the moment, just tucked in right behind Nirav Singh and the CPS Warehouse car there, Bevan Masters. So as they run down towards the bottom end of the track to Astron for the first time, we watch for the Masters coming through. It is Smallberger from Kruger. Kruger looks like a good start there as well from him. Just trying to hang on ahead of Mike Barbaglia, who seems to have kept the lead over Wayne Masters. But Rory Atkinson now controls things from the front. Can he keep it all together for the next 8 laps, or 7 of these? 7 to go now as they cross the line. Atkinson, great start and controls. Here comes a little bit of push to pass, a little bit of slipstream coming from that Gullwing and DDS machine. The Works Motorsport boys have been working hard on both Dr. Hannes Skippers and on Srin Rajpal's cars to get them a little bit quicker in terms of their pace, but Andre Haupt has got some serious manoeuvring when it comes to setting Polos up. There's Masters up ahead of Barbaglia, so the paybar car moves down to the back end of the field in the Masters Challenge. That Masters Cup class is turning into a really, really good battle. And you can see Derek Smallberger just staying ahead there of Kruger as they come through Castral Corner. Masters, though, has now moved up, so he's turned the wick up and is looking to go hunting. Top 3 about to get up close and personal because Tyler has closed the gap down now onto Dr. Hannes Skippers. Divian's lost a little bit of ground there to Mo Karodia. Karodia trying to get onto the back end of Judd Berthold. He wants Berthold and Srin Rajpal to try and help pull him to the front end and at least get him into a chance of picking up a podium here. Remember, podiums go all the way down to 6th place for Polo Cup, but he'd like to be a little bit higher up on that podium than what he is right now, down in 6th. The Works and Dubcore machine sneaks up the inside and gets through. Looks like he's going to keep Berthold on the outside. Berthold will try and hang on to that line because he knows that line will be the inside line for turn 1, Holzhoek. So even if he stays wing mirror to wing mirror, it's not a bad place to be. And if he goes, which I think he did, for a little push to pass there, that's going to help him out a little bit as well. Just to get the advantage with that little bit of extra power that comes from that push to pass mechanism. Kutsia at this point in time, fastest on track, down in 8th place. And you can see he's closed the gap down now onto Divian Naidu, looking for a chance to possibly get ahead there of Naidu in the Production X car. Here we go, change up possibly for the lead. Yes, we've got Hunter Skippers at the front. Skippers hits the front ahead of the 2 white cars. Trying to pick up on which one is which there because there's normally a bit more Team Red livery on that AF Fans machine of Tyler Robinson. But now with the all-white bonnet, it's Rory Atkinson in 2nd. AF Fans and Team Red on that car. In 3rd is Tyler Robinson. Remember, she's taken a victory here and also took a pole position earlier in the season, so certainly knows what to do around the Cape Town Killarney circuit. Inside line, a little bit of a wide line from Atkinson that's going to allow maybe a bit of slipstream there for Tyler. She's got right into the slipstream there of Rory Atkinson as they head towards turn 5, Astron corner. On the brakes, watch out for Judd Berthold closing in as well. With that, I've got to say also watch out for Rajpal and Karodia. Karodia has found a way through and now onto the back end of Srin Rajpal, and trying to use Srin as a little bit of a pull there to bring him up into that top 6 challenge. He's in the top 6, but he wants to be slightly higher up, as I said. And he also has to worry about the fact that Kutsia is still putting massive pressure onto Divian Naidu behind him. Inside line from Tyler Robinson, looking for Rory Atkinson for 2nd. Can she find a way through? She's put a bit of pressure, but didn't quite get up the inside, and Rory hung on. So Rory Atkinson just managing to keep the young lady out, but that AF Fans and Team Red Racing Polo is putting huge pressure onto the Industrial Petroleum's car of Rory Atkinson. Pressure coming from Roshan Goodman now, also onto his former teammate Ethan Kutsia. Now with Lee Thompson Racing, Ethan Kutsia looking to try and get a little higher up. Remember, he's also still in the hunt, sitting currently in 5th place in the championship, so it's not done yet. He gets a couple of good outings here in these 3 races in Cape Town and heads to his home track. Might just be back in the hunt for the front end and for the championship overall. Goodman followed there by that man, the CPS warehouse car of Bevan Masters. He's got Milan Emsley behind him. Nirav Singh has dropped to the back of the pack. So the Kyle Army exhaust car, he's got a new chassis on that car, so it might just be taking a little while to get used to the new feeling and new setup on that Kyle Army exhaust machine. Nice move on the inside there from Berthold. He cuts back, trying to get on the inside of the AF Fans car of Tyler Robinson, but she shut the door, saw him coming. But what's happening out front? It is Hunter Skippers now who's opening up about 4 car lengths over Rory Atkinson. Atkinson having to go defensive on Tyler Robinson has slowed him up slightly. So what that's done, it's given an opportunity here for Atkinson to lose position and for Dr. Hunter Skippers to gain. And he's gained big time. looking for a chance now to see if they can stay at the front end here. It's been a pretty epic battle so far. Atkinson would love to take the victory, but he's got to find some pace, because we're getting 24 9s out of Hannes Skippers, we're getting 25 2s out of Rory, 25 4s, and Rajpal with a personal best of a 25 1. But no one else in the 24s at the moment other than our leader. And with that clear air, Hannes Skippers is looking for his first victory in Polo Cup. Oh, here comes Kurodia. Kurodia diving on the inside. He's lost position to Divyan Naidu, that's why. He's trying to come back at Divyan. Divyan has found a way through there in the Production X car and has squeezed the championship leader down into 7th place. That is not where Mo Kurodia wants to be. He's now right into the clutches of his teammate. And Ethan Garcia might put a bit of pressure on him. He finds an inside line there, does Kurodia. Fast 5 Motorsport and Lee Thompson Racing squeezing through. And with that, Garcia goes with him. Ethan Garcia goes with him. Somebody putting a wheel on the dirt. That might have been Berthold just ahead of them. But Divyan losing out there to possibly both the Lee Thompson Racing cars. He has. Roshan Goodman trying to capitalise as well, trying to come on the inside of Divyan as they go towards turn 1. Naidu goes defensive. With that, will probably allow Ethan Garcia around the outside. They are literally wing mirror to wing mirror as they come out of turn 1. Little touch. But Ethan backs out of it. Keeps it buried though, around the outside, and now moves himself up into contention for a podium. Looking for a way through, but here comes Roshan Goodman applying pressure as well now for the Mzansi Motorsport and Team Red Racing Machines. So there is just action everywhere on track at the moment, and this is only the first heat of 3 today in Astron Energy Polo Cup. Celebrating 29 years, remember, of this championship this year. Has been one of the best seasons we've seen in Polo Cup for a long time. There's been some absolutely epic battles throughout the championship this year. Looking forward to more of the same here as they get into the closing stages and into the second half of this first heat of 3 today. Down on the brakes into Fostron. Lock up there from Divyan. It's not what he wants to be doing. Not with Ethan Garcia on your tail. He'll make you pay. Divyan in the Production X car has to try and get a little bit smoother onto the brakes. Make sure that he doesn't make those kind of mistakes. And at the front end of the Masters, well, there's no change. Smallberger, Kruger, and Wayne Masters. Barbaglia has dropped back slightly, so the paybar car not able to run with the top 3. Unfortunately there for Mikey. But needless to say, still a good run here from Mike Barbaglia. More consistency coming from him in that Paybar sponsored car of his. And of course now Paybar becoming one of the associate sponsors for Polo Cup as well. So not only does he drive the car at the back of the pack, but he does some work to ensure that these guys can have more fun and games on track when they get onto the circuits that we travel to with the Extreme Festival of Motorsport, proudly presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa. So is Tyler Robinson going to have a last-ditch effort here to get through on Atkinson? And the Dub Core and Works Motorsport car, Alshin Rajpal, might have a look to see if he can squeeze and maybe get up ahead 1 position into 3rd overall. Tyler feeling the pressure from behind. She's not only got pressure from Rajpal, but she's got a bit of issues coming as well from Judd Berthold, who's now joined the party. So Berthold onto the back end of Rajpal. 2 cars on the back end there of Tyler Robinson. Make that 3 cars on the back end of Rory Atkinson, and he soaks it up admirably down into Fostron corner. Late braking, a little twitch on the braking there from Tyler that might have cost her a little bit of time. She gets on the loud pedal though. I wonder how many push-to-passes she's still got left. Just remember, Atkinson, Judd Berthold and Kurodia would have a couple less push-to-pass mechanisms available to them. Being the top 3 in the championship, that's how it works. Skippers is doing the job to perfection here. He is not going to let anybody near him. Tyler having a look on the inside. Applying a bit more pressure here into the closing stages. Can she find a way through here with a lap to go? Little dive on the inside into Castrol. Switches the position. Shuts the door there on Shin Rajpal. Rajpal does the same thing and keeps out the attack. Tyler Robinson had the problem there, and look at this. Oh no! Skippers are slowing. Skippers is slowing down out of Castrol corner. There's a problem for Hannes Skippers. It's gone from absolute hero to 0 there from him. He has dropped right out of that front end, and some kind of issue there on the dental services car of Dr. Hannes Skippers is an absolute nightmare finish here for him. Atkinson is now leading this race. Tyler Robinson realizes she's now fighting for the lead. Can she find a way through? What has gone wrong here? That is not what Hannes Skippers wanted. The Dane Fern Dental Services car is on the sideline and out of contention completely. Here we go. Atkinson down into the final corner. I think he's going to hang on to this one. I don't think Tyler Robinson's going to have an answer here. Rory Atkinson is going to close the gap here on Mokarodia big time. He comes to the line for the win. Rory Atkinson takes the win. Tyler Robinson second and Rushball takes third. What a finish. Drama unfolding on that last lap there for Dr. Hunter Skippers. He's going to be absolutely livid. And I think he's actually dropped right to the back of the pack completely. Here come the Masters across the line. It is Smallberger from Kruger and Masters. Barbaglia in the background in the paybar car will get fourth. But what has gone wrong there with Dr. Hunter Skippers? There it is. Just crawling through Sorrel Sweep. That is not what Hunter Skippers wanted. There are your unofficial results, of course. Rory Atkinson, Tyler Robinson, Shren Rajbal, Judd Berthold, Mo Karodia, and Divya Naidu. Karodia getting back up into the top 5. That's going to just give him a little bit extra points there. But Rory Atkinson has certainly closed that gap down now. So with the 1 point lost to Hunter Skippers for pole position yesterday by Mo Karodia, his lead went down from 177 to a bit closer for Hunter Skippers' point of view in 4th place. And we looked like we were on for a win here easily for Hunter Skippers. And it all just turned absolutely horrible with the final lap there for Dr. Hunter Skippers. So I know the works team are going to be getting onto that car to try and get it sorted out now for race 2 and 3. Hopefully he can come back and do some damage to the front end like we saw there, but not the damage we just seen. Damage to the championship, not to the car. We go from one Volkswagen class to another. It's the Rookie Cup that'll be lining up in a few moments' time. And of course they are pitting on the other side of the pit lane in the new pit building as we watch our Astron Energy Polo Cup competitors make their way back into their Parc Fermé area after race 1 of 3. Previous round of the Volkswagen Rookie Cup, of course, took place the last time we saw them on the National Extreme Festival was at SupaCup. So let's have a look and see what happened there. I remember that they did go to PE in between these two heats as well, the two heats of racing here at SupaCup that we saw action aplenty. And in amongst those, of course, was a fight for the lead between Josh Moore and Christopher Tate. They'd be looking to sort of see if they could outgun each other. They're kind of the main contenders in this championship. We had a massive improvement coming out of Mauro Deleuze as well. He started to show a little bit of prowess there and came through nicely to just get up to at least the front end in the first race. And Deleuze was looking for a chance to be at the front end. But you can see the fight at this stage was between, of course, Josh Moore looking for the first win. And he had some pressure coming from the back, but unfortunately looks like it wasn't going to be much of an answer there from Christopher Tate. Moore was going to hang on and keep it all together for this first race. So here we go as they come down towards the checkered flag. Josh Moore for the win, taking it there for Fleet Dynamics and Puma, his associate sponsors. And there for second place coming through was Christopher Tate. And that's how the first heat wrapped up at SupaCup. Second heat, looking for more of the same. And this time out, Tate wanted to try and reverse the roles. You can see a couple of guys off the line didn't quite get the start they wanted. Giovanni Fiorotto was one of them. He took a little bit of strain as they headed down towards turn number 1 and 2. Down into turn 2 at SupaCup, also known as Castrol. Incredibly, both turn 2s at SupaCup and here at Killarney International Raceway, sponsored by Castrol. Great to have them back in motorsport. But this time out, Tate put his head down and tried to get the job done early on. Josh Moore took a little bit of strain trying to get through, eventually finding a way past and sneaking ahead there of Mauro Deleuze. But by the time the checkered flag came out, this man had opened up that kind of a margin. So the Sport Tech machine of Chris Tate looking for an opportunity to just reverse the roles there from race 1 and share the honours with Josh Moore. So it basically means that the two of them are fighting at the front end. And of course the same thing happened between the two of them when they went to PE. Each of them sharing a victory. And of course we also saw Mauro Deleuze take a victory in PE, the round that we weren't at with the National Extreme Festival. So Zia Khan also was looking to get some improvements in the round in PE. He finished up just off the podium in the Port Elizabeth round when they ran with the regional championships down at the Aldo Scribante circuit. But today and yesterday he found some pace. So Zia Khan is up, of course, on that front row with Josh Moore. But Josh Moore doing it all right and setting a blistering pace yesterday afternoon in qualifying. So that's how we do it. Looking for an opportunity here. Now this championship can't really be wrapped up until the final round. It's too close. Coming into Killarney, we've got Josh Moore on 80 points. We have got Christopher Tate on 77 and then 64 plays 61. So that's kind of how it is. 19 points between the top 4 cars and it's basically 24 points available. So you've still got a chance there for even down in 4th place, Uzziah Khan, if he stays at the front end where he is right now on that front row and steals a couple of victories today. He'll bring himself back into contention by the time we get to SupaCup and the next round. And the final round, of course, of this year's 2025 Extreme Festival presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa. So these are the GT Polos, of course, the 1 litre machines. And they're all exactly the same car, all exactly the same tyres, brakes, setup, etc., etc. The only difference there would be the minor little tweaks that the drivers themselves ask for. And what happens with the Rookie Cup is we've got 3 incredible coaches that help these young drivers get that setup right on their cars. Matt Merton leads it out, of course, but you've got Jonathan Mahotsi and Brad Liebenberg, who of course have spent a number of years behind the wheels of certain race cars with a Volkswagen and Polo badge on them, having taken a couple of championships in their day as well. So not a bad effort there. One of SA's finest single-seater drivers, and of course one of the Academy and Volkswagen Driving Academy instructors, Matty Merton, leading off the team. Also getting assistance from Big G, Graham Nathan. He helps out with some of the preparation in these cars with his team from Nathan's Motorsport to get all 8 of these cars ready to go. And of course Josh Moore has had a spectacular season so far and leads by literally 3 points over Christopher Tate. Tate down in 3rd place is not going to make it easy for him. So expect a big battle between Ozia Khan, Josh Moore, Chris Tate. Maro will be in there as well. I'm not quite sure if Berlin's going to be able to get up there. Our young lady, she had a pretty animated explanation of how things went in qualifying with me yesterday afternoon while we were watching the Polo Cups down at the bottom of the pit row, close to the drag start, and explained how she eventually found an opportunity to squeeze through and actually get up into where she ended up with 5th place ahead of both the Lukes, Luke Hill and Luke Corbett, at the back of the pack, starting from 6th and 7th on the grid. Missing from action this weekend is Giovanni Fiorotto. So Fiorotto is the only car that hasn't made it out here for this round, but the 5-second board means we're now under starters orders. Lights off very quickly there, so down towards turn 1 they go, and it is Josh Moore with the blue livery on the front end that gets the drop. Zia Khan tucks in behind him. Watch out for the black lipstick there of Christopher Tate, trying to sneak on the inside of Khan and gets through. So Zia Khan drops down 1 place into turn number 1, Holes Hook. The 33 car Mara Deleuze is right behind them as they came out. And then of course support vehicles in the background just coming through here for this first lap in anger. So we've got a change up for 2nd. We've got a possible change up for 3rd once again, as there was a big dive there from Deleuze, trying to find a way through and maybe sneak ahead of Zia Khan, who's dropped back slightly. But Josh Moore leads out Tate in 2nd. Khan is 3rd. Deleuze is 4 as they come through Damps for the first time. They'll make their way up now through that Tigerberg straight onto Sorrel Sweep. And let's see if there's going to be any attempt here, maybe even on the first lap, to try and get some kind of slipstream. Tate is close enough to engage that slipstream, but because these cars are so evenly matched, it's a very difficult slipstream maneuver to make, because there's not the additional power. You've got to try and use the suction power that slipstream causes to slingshot your way through. Oh, the 2 championship leaders have come together. Josh Moore getting tagged there by Christopher Tate as they went on the brakes. Moore's gone right on the outside of the kitty litter, trying to drive around the outside to stay out of that very, very thick kitty litter. And he's dropped right to the back. So your championship leader is now at the back of the field. Christopher Tate and Josh Moore coming together. Ozia Khan leads out. Mara Deleuze is now 2nd. Berlin Robinson is in 3rd, under attack now from Tate as they go down into Holes Hook. Chris Tate coming together there with Josh Moore as they head onto brakes for the first time. I was about to say that suction of the slipstream just caused that effect. Have a look and see as we head down here. There you go. Joshy going defensive. Tate turns in, gets slammed into. Josh goes straight across the kitty litter. Fortunately, Tate was able to still stay literally on the outskirts of the track and didn't end up going through the kitty litter. So Josh Moore has dropped right out of contention now. There is going to be some little chat between those two, I'm sure, at the end of this race. So what a way to start things out here. Rookie Cup action. And it's thick and fast between the 2 championship contenders. Berlin Robinson now fending off the attack coming from Tate. And right behind her is the 57 of Luke Hill. So Luke Hill and Tate now trying to use that slipstream as they go down the back straight away. Berlin Robinson goes defensive, goes on the inside line. Ozia's getting away. Mara Deleuze in 2nd. Berlin late on the brakes. Tate trying to come on the inside, find a way past. No, can't find a way through this time. He tucks in behind and just stays behind the AFN sponsored car there. We just saw her sister in action earlier on getting a podium. She'd love to get back-to-back podiums here for the two lady drivers. And both out of the same family, both out of the same stable as well. Tate's got a problem. Tate is slowing. Tate slows down that main straightaway, and Hill and Corbett now looking to get through. Round the outside comes Luke Hill and Luke Corbett. Led out by Luke Hill first, and then Corbett round the outside. Yeah, there's definitely a problem there. Some kind of an issue for Christopher Tate. It looks like it might be maybe a front right puncture. Looks like a front right puncture on that car, or something on the right hand side of that car is definitely broken. But that is going to drop Christopher Tate right out of it as well. So your two championship leaders are now trailing at the back of the pack. Watch out for the background. If Josh Moore didn't come into pit lane and he stayed out on circuit, he'll be looking up the road and he'll see the Sportex car machine slowing. It's definitely a puncture. You could see that front right on that last shot. Front right puncture must have happened when he tagged that car heading down into Astron corner. Are we going to turn this championship on its head? I think we are. Man alive, who was expecting this? Josh Moore and Chris Tate have not put a wheel wrong almost all season long. They've literally been at the front end of the field, literally from the word go, other than Fiorotto. Is that Tate or Moore? I think that's Josh Moore. He's got damage to the front left of the car. So yeah, left and right is where they tagged. Would be quite easily explained if that is Josh Moore's car trailing down the back straightaway. Remember, they score points all the way to 8th place, so trying to stay out on track will still ensure that you score those points. It is Josh. Josh circulating with a broken car. Tate circulating with a broken car. They were 3 points ahead in the championship, and with this change around, are we going to see Mauro Deleuze? Mauro Deleuze sitting in 64 points back. He'll bring himself back into contention and possibly up into second place in the championship behind Josh Moore. That's if Moore finishes the race, of course. So Moore still circulating, Tate's still circulating, but look at how the times have dropped there. They are now just trailing around here, looking for survival, looking to try and get to the end of the race and at least get the last points on the scoreboard that are available. They score 12, 9, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2 and 1. That's how the championship would be scored. So this is giving an opportunity of no chat to Azir Khan. Azir Khan down in 4th. He gets 12 points. He'll bring himself back up into 3rd overall in the championship, if I do my maths correctly. So we'll have Josh Moore leading. We'll have Mauro Deleuze in 2nd and Azir Khan in 3rd, and Tate will drop down to 4th. That's if, of course, if the calculations are right. Got to get that right, of course, and we'll do that after this one, once we wrap up how this one eventually ends up. 23 machine, that is Luke Corbett. Century Racing man, getting a little sideways and a little drift there out of the bank corner there from Corbett. But Luke Corbett is now in 5th place. That'll be his highest finish. Luke Hill also in the highest finish ever there for 4th. So this is where we're going to be seeing things. No, in fact, Luke Hill did finish up in 3rd place in PE, so it'll be his 2nd best finish ever. Hosea Khan, though, doing a superb job, stayed out of trouble, and now with about a 3-second lead over Mauro Deleuze. Berlin Robinson still fighting hard there with Luke Hill. She does not want to give this podium away. Podiums don't come easy in Rookie Cup, and certainly have not come anywhere close to that young lady just yet. Her best finish has been a 5th place, so this is definitely going to be her finest hour so far in the Volkswagen Rookie Cup, if she can stay there in 3rd place and keep Luke Hill out. Christopher Tate has come in and he's had a tyre change, so it looks like Tate has decided to risk the option of taking a pit lane stop and getting whatever damage was done to the car sorted out. The same thing happened with Josh Moore. Josh Moore's come in for an adjustment as well. So Tate exited 1st, Luke Hill exited 2nd, and it's Tate and Moore down in 6th and 7th place. Both of them a lap or 2 laps down. So Moore came in. They fixed whatever the issue is on the front left of his car. It was probably just an adjustment to the wheels or just a tightening up of whatever they can. Certainly would have been a tyre change, I think, for Christopher Tate's point of view, because he had a puncture on his front left. So with that little touch down into Astron corner, it's cost both cars pretty dramatically. And remember, as I said, they are the top two in the championship coming into this first race of the day. Khan, 3.6 seconds up the road now from Deleuze. Berlin Robinson still in third, keeping and fending off the intentions coming from Luke Hill. He's got the lime green livery on the front end of that car. The lipstick that comes on the front end of the car is Hill. That is Azir Khan, the TSS man, doing a super job. And now coming around the outside of Josh Moore. So Moore will lose another lap here. Pole position man, Josh Moore, has just been lapped by not only one, but possibly by the entire field again. That is certainly not what Josh Moore wanted for the start of this first heat of two. There's going to be some frantic work being done down in the Rookie Cup pits on both of those cars to get them ready for race 2 later on this afternoon. Khan, though, with 2 to go. Azir Khan, he is on 61 points. He'll be scoring 12. Moving up to 73. And as I said, we'll move him possibly into third in the championship, depending on whether Tate and Moore are going to be classified, because they are a couple of laps down. I'm not quite sure what the percentage is that you have to finish in Rookie Cup to still be classified. I would say if they do finish, they'd probably still get the points available, having come in to do the changes that they needed to after some issues there on their cars. After the tag down into Astron corner on lap 1 of this race, incredibly, the top 2 in the championship came together. One worse for wears than the other, but they both have stayed out. They've both made a pit stop. They've both corrected whatever issues were on their cars and are now just circulating to survive to get those last available championship points here with the 7 cars on track. This is tightening up a little bit here between Berlin Robinson and Luke Hill. He's got a little bit closer to the back end there of Berlin. But as we watch them heading across the line now to start the final lap, this is where Luke Hill's got to have a go. And is he close enough? Berlin's trying to close the gap down slightly there on Morrow as well. Morrow's not too far away from her clutches. If we look at those last lap times, we're getting 33s out of all 4 cars on the front end. So 33.2 is Azir. He's just maintaining the 4.4 second gap he's got over Morrow. Morrow going down to a 33.6, 33.6 out of Berlin, 33.9 out of Luke Hill. So Luke Hill with a 33.9, that's not quick enough to close it. But as I say that, he's closed them pretty rapidly coming out of Cashel Corner turn 2 on the back end of Berlin. He now realizes with this last lap he could possibly end up on the podium. Berlin is going to make that polo as wide as an Amarok, I'm sure, because she's not going to want to lose the chance of her first podium in Rookie Cup. Big move here from Luke Hill, though, looking for a way past. Can he ever go down this back straightaway? There's going to be some slipstream coming into play here from Luke Hill's point of view on Berlin Robinson. Is he going to let her through? Is she going to let him through? What's going to happen here into this final turn? I can tell you what's going to happen with Azir Khan. He's going to take a massive jump up the championship with the win. And as he comes out of Astron heading to the flag, it's going to be Azir Khan for the win. He moves up now into 73 points scored. Takes the checkered flag for the win. Second place goes to Mara Deleuze. Deleuze is going to get that second place, take the 9 points that gives him. And then it's Berlin Robinson who hangs on and gets her first podium. So what a nice effort there from her. Berlin Robinson getting her first podium for Rookie Cup. And she'll be ecstatic about that. Luke Hill will come through for 4th place. But it's going to be Tate down in 6th. And incredibly, Josh Moore down in 7th. I'm not sure if Josh is going to be classified with 4 laps though. I think Chris Tate with 6 laps might be enough, but we'll wait and see. And of course I'm going to just work out the points on what we've got available to us there, but certainly that has brought this championship and blown it wide open. So interesting there to see Azir Khan, Deleuze and Berlin Robinson, your top 3. Hill and Corbett 4 and 5. Tate beats out Moore, but there's going to be a little chat, I think, between the two of them after that first lap incident. So we move from Rookie Cup into the South African Touring Cars and SATC Super Cup. They'll be out on track in a few moments' time. South African Touring Cars and the SupaCup class made its way down to East London Grand Prix circuit for the previous round of the 2025 Championship, as the Extreme Festival of Motorsport made its way to the Border Motorsport Club. And as we saw earlier on in the Polo Cup coverage, there was a little bit of overnight rain which caused a massive puddle of water across the circuit, which the organisers worked frantically to get it sorted out. And you can see absolutely amazing stuff. After a burst water pipe just sent water flying down onto the circuit, and great effort from the organisers and everybody behind the scenes to get the track back into race action. And this is the action that was provided. A big fight between the two GTIs of Jagger Robertson and Julian van der Walt, fighting hard there with championship leader Michael van Rooyen. Keegan Campos was in the mix as well, as he put his little BMW, squeezing it in there. First time he'd ever been to East London Grand Prix circuit in the BMW, so Campos was certainly looking for a chance to show his intentions on this championship in the Campos Transport BMW. The Toyota Gazoo Racing team were flying high just behind that, led out by Michael van Rooyen. Further back in the pack, the SupaCup class, we had a couple of cars coming together there. Hill coming together with Nicky Vastanis as they came out of Beacon Corner. And then at the front end, it was a huge fight on. Davy van der Merwe with a massive improvement in the Starlet, the only Toyota in the field of SuperCup GTI Polos. And he was fighting with Vastanis. Van der Walt, though, was on his way and looked pretty much like he had controlled the front end with Jagger Robertson in tow. Campos, having problems right in the closing stages, had to pull to the sideline. And as they came across the line, it was GTIs 1 and 2. And then the SuperCup class made their way to the line with Jonathan Machotsi leading out over Tate Bishop. Bishop with the championship lead, and of course maintains that championship lead. But have a look on the right hand side. That's Keegan Campos out of the Campos Transport car, pushing it across the line to try and secure those valuable championship points. Unfortunately, he didn't make it across the line, but he made it into the pit lane, and they tried to get that car fixed in time for race 2. Heading down towards turn 1, Michael van Rooyen using the inverted grid to his great advantage and sneaking through for a Toyota Gazoo 1-2-3. As you can see, Campos' car was not able to be sorted out, and only his teammate in the Sapphire car there, Andrew Schofield, was able to get back on track for the team BMWs. Vastanis sneaking off the inside and almost into pit lane to try and get an overtake started as the lights went out for SupaCup, and he tucked in behind Davy van der Merwe. Behind them, a big fight was on there between Hill and the Gerald Wright Motorsport machine of Dean Fenter. Van Rooyen opening up a little bit of a margin now, and his two stablemates were playing the tail gunner role. Nati Msimanga keeping out Saad Variawa, and Saad Variawa having a fantastic run as he got back into the car. Nice run here from Jason Newsmore as well in the second heat of the SuperCup class. Also doing a similar job in terms of a tail gunner for his arch rival. And of course keeping them out at the moment. You can see just a dive on the inside was Vastanis keeping out Hill. Hill coming together and nearly touching Davy van der Merwe. Then the charge was on from Van der Walt to try and close the gap down. And then unfortunately this happened. Check this out. Big touch between Nati Msimanga and Jagger Robertson. And Nati Msimanga fortunately survived. Jagger Robertson was stuck on the sideline for a while. Msimanga dropping right to the back of the pack, allowing his teammate to go through. And with Michael van Rooyen taking the victory, he also takes the lead of the championship and maintains it coming to Cape Town this weekend. And is looking to try and come through from 4th place on the grid, possibly to do some damage at the front end of the SA Touring Car Championship. Machotsi took 2 out of 2. He had a decent margin over the rest of the pack after that incident, and it was 2nd place for Tate Bishop. Bishop with 2nd place is enough to maintain the lead of the championship, and there's a good possibility today that if Tate Bishop just finishes both races, let me finish that thought. If Tate Bishop finishes both races today, he will wrap up the SuperCup class championship. So he's definitely looking to do this at his home circuit, as opposed to having to wait until we get to Swartkops and give Angry Racing and Lee Thompson Racing their first national championship for 2025. There's a lot of work still to be done, though, for the touring cars. Coming into this round, Michael van Rooyen's on 118. Julian van der Walt is on 95. 93 for Jagger Robertson. So the two Golf GTIs very much in a big fight for second place. And Campos has joined them. He's down on 87 points, only 5 points back on the two GTI Polos, looking for the chance to wrap up at least second place in this championship. If they can try and find a way of catching Van Rooyen, or if the luck doesn't go away that Mark is hoping it does this weekend, then we're in for an epic finish at the SupaCup's International World of Motoring and the final round of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport. So we're going to get the safety car to roll out first. Remember, there will be a small gap between the touring cars and the front end of the SupaCup class, which is headed up by the man who would be king, Tate Bishop, Jason Nussmore, Jonathan Mahotsi, Davide Franco. They're in fourth place for Team Red Racing and Graphics Supply World. Touring cars lead out and instantaneously go left and right, trying to get as much heat into the rubber as they can there that Dunlop provide them with. Possibly trying to get a bit of heat into the brakes as well, so that they know when they climb on the anchors down into turn one for the first time, they are going to work, and they're going to work effectively. So we got Jagger Robertson, Keegan Campos, that's your front row. Jagger stealing that pole position away. That's an important aspect there for Jagger. Takes 1 point away, so literally brings himself 1 point between himself and his teammate. So 94 plays 95 in terms of Robinson's 94 and Julian van der Walt's 95 championship points that they've already scored for 2025. So that's brought that championship in second place down to 1 point. It's also brought Jagger 1 point closer to Michael van Rooyen, who starts from fourth. But remember, van Rooyen still, 25 points up the road from him. So Jagger Robertson has to try and get 2 victories here this weekend and maybe change his luck. As you saw, the little touch there between himself and Natyam Samanga coming into the complex at the East London Grand Prix circuit about a month ago. Tate Bishop, very big margin, 198 playing 139, and as I said, with 2 finishes today, possibly 2 wins today, that will definitely cement the deal, and he will be crowned your 2025 champion here in Cape Town if it all goes according to plan there for the Lee Thompson Racing and Angry Racing team. Tavi van der Merwe did find pace once again. Nice to see that too. Van der Merwe there, starting from 5th place in the Toyota Gazoo Racing Starlet, just ahead of Dylan Praji from Bulawayo, out of Fast Developments. He gets all the assistance there from that setup. Of course, Freddie's teams based at SupaCups, but have been to Killarney on numerous occasions. And as we come under starters orders now, let's see what Jagger Robertson can do. Robertson in the 76 Legacy and WCT Golf GTI 8. They're holding him, holding, waiting for those lights to go out. Listen for the revs to pick up in the background. There you go, the revs pick up, and there goes Jagger Robertson, looking to try and hang on and keep Campos out towards turn 1. He's got the inside line. Campos is going to be around the outside, and look at the dive from the inside coming out of him, Samanga. Natyam Samanga's got Variawa right on his tail as they come through for the first time. And it's Campos now under threat. Look at Jagger Robertson pulling away. Just a little bit of late braking there and some hard braking from the BMW. Just slowed that entire pack down. Oh, here comes Loosemore. Already getting up close and personal and touching into turn 1. Oh, Davy van der Merwe runs wide. Van der Merwe runs wide in the Starlet. Drops to the back of the pack right behind the 2 masters of this class. Of course, Roberto Franco and Andre Besaidno. Didn't really mention much of them. And remember, there are 2 masters in the Supercup class as well. This time out, though, it was the Team Perfect Circle car that had to take evasive action there of Andre Besaidno to try and stay out of harm's way as Van der Merwe ran wide coming out of Holzhoek. This is the front end of Supercup, and it's Tate Bishop from the 2 Volkswagen Motorsport entries there of Loosemore and Mahotsi. Behind that, I think that might be Dean Fenter, who's up into the 4th place by this stage. Yes, it is the Platinum Mile and GW Racing Machine, Gerald Wright Motorsport, doing such a good job on that car. Behind them Looks like that might be some new colours for Davide Franco. It is. The Graphic Supply World machine up into the top 5. Kazoo Racing. Now, is it a change-up? No, Nati still hangs on for that 3 spot ahead of Michael van Rooyen. Van Rooyen keeping out Van der Vat. That's what he has to do. Julian Van der Vat cannot finish ahead of Michael van Rooyen. So right now, Michael van Rooyen is just fending off the attack from Julian Van der Vat. He knows he's got a little bit of a margin over Jagger Robertson and a bit of a margin over Keegan Campos, but that might change up. There might be a change up for the lead at the front end of SupaCup as well, as Tate Bishop has to go very defensive into turn 1 to keep Jason Loosemore out. Loosemore is down in 7th place in the championship, so he's got nothing to lose here. He's going for the win. He's not worried about the championship, but by going for the win, it might help and assist his teammate, Jonathan Machotsi, I beg your pardon, to still have a chance of catching Tate Bishop. Bishop, though, is going to make it so difficult for these guys. This home track advantage cannot be expressed enough when it comes to the likes of Tate Bishop, particularly here at the Killarney International Raceway. A seasoned veteran when it comes to it, even though he's such a youngster and still a lot of motorsport ahead in his career. He's been on international duties on numerous occasions this year in the LMP2 cars, of course, and a couple of other saloon car categories he gets involved in. Van der Vat putting the pressure onto Michael van Rooyen as they went down into turn 1 there for the touring car side of it. Jagger Robertson, fastest lap, 1:15.106 from Jagger Robertson as he pulls away now from Keegan Campos. Dive on the inside from Van der Vat. Is he through? Yes, he is. Julian Van der Vat has found a way past. He's got ahead now of Michael van Rooyen. So that is not what Michael van Rooyen needs. Michael van Rooyen has to come back at Julian Van der Vat, or he's going to be losing some valuable championship points there. Not too much to worry about, though. But Michael van Rooyen will be certainly looking to try and do something about what's happening at the front end of the championship to stay ahead, particularly if they've got to still take it to the home track of Toyota Gazoo Racing. So Jagger Robertson leads down into Astron corner. Tate Bishop still hanging on ahead of Loosemore. Loosemore, it's on a Besaid note. Besaid note with a bit of a problem down into turn 1. So Team Perfect Circle and the Berta Wines car unfortunately pulling to the side there. So I'm not quite sure what happened there, but one of the masters of the two ended up in the kitty litter down into turn 1. Here we go. Van der Vat looking for a way through on Natium Samanga. Samanga keeping it clean. Well, trying to. Look how dirty the circuit is after that off-track excursion with Andre van der Merwe, Andre Besaidnout, and I think somebody else might have been involved in that as well. Here's Van der Vat on the inside. Oh, what a move. Julian Van der Vat diving through. We got GTRs 1 and 2, and Michael van Rooyen goes with him. And he has to. Michael van Rooyen cannot afford to let Julian Van der Vat to get away from him. So Van Rooyen hangs on, only just to keep out his two stablemates. Around the outside is Nati, inside is Saud. And Saad Variawa trying to find a way through. Saad, wow, what a move there from Saad Variawa. He's just snuck through ahead now of Natium Samanga. So good move there from Saad to stay ahead now of Natium Samanga. And right on their tail comes that Fly Safik. Oh, who's slowing? That's Van der Vat. Julian Van der Vat is slowing. And is it Michael van Rooyen as well? Yes, it is. Michael van Rooyen's bonnet has come up. It's right in front of his windscreen. So there must have been a touch there, possibly between Van Rooyen and Van der Vat. And the two championship leaders in this class have now dropped to the back of that South African Touring Car Championship as well. Oh, how are things turning around here in Cape Town? It's nightmare stuff if you're from Toyota Gazoo Racing and Michael van Rooyen's stable, because his bonnet flapped right open. Is it Van Rooyen though? No, it's not. It's not Van Rooyen. Van Rooyen leads out. Van Rooyen now leads out the battle for second. It must have been Nati, because Saad's behind him. It's Nati. Beg your pardon. It's Saad Variawa that had the problem. So Saad Variawa's bonnet flapping open. And no, it's not. We're going to try and pick up on who they are. Saad Variawa there in third. It was Nati. Natium Samanga having some problems down that back straight away. So Michael van Rooyen moves up to second place now. Julian Van der Vat had some kind of an issue. He's dropped out of it and possibly gone into pit lane. I think he has. Julian Van der Vat in pit lane. Here comes Loosemore on the inside of Tate Bishop as they came out of turn 1. Oh, Bishop on the dirt. That's going to open up the door. Both of the Volkswagen Motorsport machines have got through. Is he going to allow Machotsi past? No, he's not. He's fighting back at Jonathan Machotsi as they come out of turn 2, Castrol corner. This is so close between these two. Jason Loosemore hits the front, and Tate Bishop is going to come back for second. keeping Machotzi out. Machotzi runs high and wide. Right on their tail comes David Franco. And Davide Franco is right there as well, looking for a way through. Looking to capitalize here. Maybe with the top two in the championship fighting so hard, Franco could steal a podium. He could get up to second place. Jason Loosemore's not worried about anything other than the victory. Jason Loosemore absolutely hauling away from these two, fighting for second and fighting for the championship. There's Besaidnote back on track again for the Team Perfect Circle and Battle Wines Playboy car. He's, of course, sitting at this point in time down in about 14th place. He's behind Roberto Franco, so he's second in the Masters. Van Rooyen is second in the touring cars. Saad Variawa on his tail. Hopefully going to play the team game here now. They need to. If Toyota Gazoo wants to take this championship, Michael Van Rooyen is their best hope at this stage. And he's starting to close the gap down onto the back end of Jagger Robertson. Jagger's got 5.5 seconds or so to play with. Second place, Machotzi. Third place in that battle is Franco. But the leader of the battle in total is Jason Loosemore, looking for his first win in the SATC SupaCup class. Oh man. Dean Fenter looking for a chance as well. He's got a little sniff there. Goes to a push to pass along the Tigerberg straight. Maybe in with a chance here of spoiling the day and getting onto the podium himself. So it's Loosemore with 4 to go. Can he hang on? Is there a possibility that Jason Loosemore is going to just throw a stone amongst the works here completely? This is not part of the plan. Tate Bishop, as I said, just needs to finish. If Bishop does finish, he will, of course, finish both heats. And if he does finish both heats, wrap up the championship. So I think Tate Bishop will be starting to think about that as well. Does he necessarily have to fight so hard with Machotzi for second? I mean, he would love to finish it up with a win. It's not going to be a win here. It certainly looks like it might be a win for Jagger Robertson, though. That 76 Legacy machine and the WCT Golf GTI 8 absolutely hauling from pole position and has not been bettered. Loosemore. Machotzi putting the pressure onto his arch rival in this championship, Tate Bishop, trying to shake him down a bit. The GSW and Team Red Racing machine of Davide Franco now putting pressure onto Machotzi. Can he spoil Machotzi's day some more? Imagine if Franco dived on the inside and found a way past the Machotzi. That would something Jonathan Machotzi would not be expecting. But Davide Franco is up for the challenge. And he's going to have a look and see if he can have a go here. Might be a little push to pass available to him as he gets onto the back straight away. Will he use it to try and get into that slipstream and slingshot himself past? We got yellow flags down into turn 5, so I wonder if there's a car off there. Somebody may have run wide out of turn 5 with that yellow flag waving. Going to have to just be watching out for that as we go back to the front end, or second place of the front end in touring cars. Van Rooyen still ahead of Saad. I think Saad Variawa is going to play the team role here. He's going to just sit behind his team leader and make sure that no one else comes close to them. Martin Samanga is back on track. He's down in 4th place. Jason Loosemore. I think the car that had the problem with the bonnet was Keegan. It was Keegan Campos, I beg your pardon, that had the problem with the bonnet. So apologies on that one to Toyota Gazoo Racing. I've been trying to work it out. But of course, with all the action that's happened in the front end of SupaCup and the action that's happened in this race, it's difficult to sort of spot and work out who's who. But it's Campos that had the problem with the bonnet. So his bonnet flung open and headed down the back straightaway with no vision whatsoever other than what you could just see out of the bottom of the windscreen, which is not an easy thing to spot. So Loosemore is hanging on, only just. How far back is it now? It's less than half a second between him and Tate Bishop. Bishop is not done yet. Tate Bishop still thinks he can win this. And he's still got a lap and 1 corner to go to do it in. Make that 2 laps. 2 laps still to go there for the SupaCup class. Touring cars are onto their penultimate lap. An inside line there on Roberto Franco from Jagger Robertson squeezes out the master. So that means both masters have been lapped now by Jagger Robertson. Roberto Franco and Andre Besaidnote. Down into turn 1. This is the battle for the lead of SupaCup. And Loosemore's hanging on for now. And Loosemore's gaps come down there between Loosemore and Tate Bishop to 0.6, so he's got just over half a second. That might be enough for him to hang on, especially if Machotsi keeps applying pressure onto the back end of Tate Bishop. Second place, though, will be enough here. He has to get a finish in the second heat, though. It's not quite done and dusted yet, but it's kind of one hand on the trophy there for Tate Bishop. Loosemore's definitely going to get the victory. Jagger Robertson's going to get the win here, I think, for touring cars. But I don't want to say that too quickly because so much has happened on the first couple of races, last lap, so I don't want to give him the guru or the commentator's curse. But Jagger Robertson certainly looks like he's high flying in that 76 Legacy and WCT Golf GTI 8. Looking for the win, and he's going to find it. Remember, with this class, the first race is double points, the second race, half points. So it's vital to get the first race in the bag, and Jagger Robertson is going to do that. Robertson going for the win. Loosemore going for the win. Can he keep it all together now for this last half of a lap as they head towards turn 2? Tate Bishop's on his tail. Jagger Robertson comes to the line for the flag, gets it. So Robertson gets the win. Michael van Rooyen will get second place. That'll be vital for Van Rooyen's championship. And Saad Variawa there in third. Here they come onto that back straight for the last time. Is Tate Bishop close enough? Has he got maybe one more push to pass to use? If he does, he might be able to close up on the back end as they go flying past the Toyota Gazoo racing car. I think that might be of Natium Samanga just circulating. But here they come onto the brakes. Loosemore late on the brakes into the final turn at Fostron. Tate Bishop going to try and get the drive. He goes push to pass. You can see the hazard lights coming on. Has he got a drag to the line here? Is Bishop going to throw a spanner in the works right in the closing stages? Bishop going for the win. He's going to use the slipstream to the line, but he can't get Loosemore. Loosemore comes through for the win. Takes his first victory in the South African Touring Car Super Cup and wins out over Tate Bishop. One hand on the trophy for him, and an awesome effort there as well from Jonathan Machotsi to finish up in third. So that's how things wrap up, and you can see a little bit of battle scars there out there on Dylan Praji's car as well, so he must have had it coming together with somebody out on track. There are your unofficial results. Jagger Robertson, Michael van Rooyen and Saad Variawa. Jason Loosemore eventually in fourth place overall, incredibly. How's that? As the Super Cup class finish up with him in the front, Tate Bishop in second and Jonathan Machotsi in third, wrapping up the first heat of our South African Touring Cars and Super Cup class. From Super Cup we go to Supercars, and Supercars Race 2 will be out next. There is a stricken Fly Sapphire BMW, so both of the BMWs having some problems out there. In the closing stages, it was Andrew Schofield who looks like he's ended up at Fostron in the kiddie litter. And as we saw, problems right in the word go there for Keegan Campos with the bonnet flapping open down the main straightaway towards Fostron corner. What is going to happen? Is that inverted grid going to play a little spanner in the works a bit more? We'll have to wait and see a bit later on today as Touring Cars wraps up its first heat.
Road Cross 2017, Light Key Racing, the first time that came, Light Stadium Cross, the first time that was here with the stadium trucks. I do believe this one being the first one ever over.
So as no worries, let's try that again. As we get our supercars back onto circuit, driven by Dunlop, the Extreme Supercar field makes its way back out onto the circuit for the second time today of 3, and in for another epic battle, I think, between Jonathan du Toit and Charles Arangis at the front end. Hopefully, we're going to see Gianni Giannacora a little higher up, and maybe in contention with those GT3 cars that he's supposed to be fighting with at the front end. Didn't quite go according to plan in the first heat. However, we do have a lot of action through the field to watch out for as well. We saw a big fight there between Ricky Giannacaro, eventually with his brother and Marius Jackson. Marcel Angel and Charles Visser were absolutely at each other's throats, and they'll be looking to sort of rechange things up here in the second race of the day. Both of the Cape Townian-based cars and a couple of other Cape Townian-based cars that have joined us as part of the Extreme Supercars here in Cape Town. One of them being class winner in Class B of Race 1, Mike Verrier, in the NDT Racing and Monster Energy BMW Z4. We've got Ant Blunden out there for the first time, and for the second time now, in his new G&H Transport Lamborghini. Yanni Hatzi will be looking for Class C Honours, trying to fight it out with Waylon Folshank. Look out for a return of Wayne Hoffman, hopefully with another chance of a victory to beat out Richard de Roos in Class D. Simeon Penev and Jan Krief hopefully will have got their cars sorted out, because they had some problems in the closing stages of race number 1, as they make their way out now for the second heat of racing here at the Killarney International Raceway. Don't forget as well to check out who you think your driver or rider of the day is, and you can vote for his or her name. What you need to do is just send a WhatsApp to 060 352 2890, and we're going to do of course driver and rider of the day later on today. So just to get onto the WhatsApp lines, if you're watching and you like the action you see, 060 352 2890. That's who we'd like you to send your vote for the driver or rider of the day. Standing by now as the pace car will roll off. It's a rolling start for these cars. We saw some great pace from Charles Arangis initially to get to the front end of the field, and he'll be looking to do more of the same here. But you can see a little bit of a change up on the grid for race number 2. One car significantly missing. Looks like it might be Marcel Angel in the Autohaus Angel Ferrari. I don't see that car on track. I saw Charles Visser, and alongside Charles Visser would have been Ricky Giannacaro in the Ravenel and G&H Transport Lamborghini, ahead of Marius Jackson, Paul Hill, Gianni Giannacaro. And then, of course, as they go down towards Fostron, they'll start to get the weave on to get some heat into the rubber. We'll watch out for that progress of Mike Verrier as well, maybe a little bit closer this time to Gianni Giannacaro. He might be able to give him a run. There is another car that's joined the pack as well, which we didn't see in the first one, of Yanni Hatzi. Didn't see a lot of him, but he's in the mix there. And then we'll watch out for Ant Blunden coming through the field as well in that new Lamborghini of his. As I said, a couple of cars out there from the local Sports and GT class that have joined us for the weekend. Great to have them here. One of them there is that 52 car of Wayland Volschink. Wayne Hoffman in the 27 Porsche behind that. Then you've got Richard de Roos in the number 44. Then you've got the two Nissans behind that of Simeon Penev and Jan Greef. And they'll look to maybe have slightly better race results than what they had in the first one. Jimbo Giannacara, of course, out there as well. Giacomo, if you've got the live streaming on there. Jimbo in the Audi. So that R8 Audi of his will be in the mix there with Penev and with Richard de Roos. Nice to see a big partisan crowd out here. And of course with that, in a few moments time, we've got a couple more races to sort out first before we get into the fan walk and a chance to get up close and personal with some of our favorite cars. We're going to have the touring cars and SupaCup on the main straightaway, and Extreme Supercars will be joining them. But stand by now as the Extreme Supercars make their way down the main straightaway here, the Porsche straight. Is there going to be a Porsche to take the whole shot? Fischer seems to think so. He's trying to go around the outside of the AMG Mercedes-Benz of Charles Oranges. He tucks in behind him as they head towards turn one. This time out though, it is Jonathan Dutoy who gets the whole shot. So into turn one, Dutoy leads out, but only just for a couple of seconds, because as they come side by side down the short straight towards turn two Castrol, it is a maneuver coming from Charles Oranges to try and find a way through. Ricky Giannacara has got Paul Hill on his tail. 28 car sneaking through there. Nice start, as we said earlier on. Watch out for that car coming into play as it makes its way to the front end of Yanni Hatzi. It's also in a Nissan GTR, but of course I think that's an R32 that he's in, or R34. Excuse me there, a little sneeze came out of nowhere. But he's pushing hard to try and stay at the front end behind Mark Verrier. Verrier's got his sights set on Jackson. Jackson's got his sights set on Gianni Giannacara. And Gianni looking to try and catch his brother and Paul Hill just up the road from them. As they go down towards Fostron corner, the whole pack have now made their way down that back straightaway. Long back straight here. And with Supercars, the top end cars, these GT3 machines, getting way over the 280 km/h mark. Down on the brakes into turn number one, you can see just how hard these guys are trying. Ricky Giannacara seems to have got that engine sorted out now. Two Audis sneaking through there on Gianni though. The monster Godzilla style car there that he races, that GTR Nissan of his, getting outgunned by the two maybe more nimble Audis going into turn one. We did see a little bit of a problem there on the Bisque machine in race one for Gianni in the closing stages, so he wants to try and remedy that and hopefully come back with a chance of at least still getting higher up in the field. And he should be fighting with those first two, because he is classified as a GT3 car. But he's got, what is that, 1, 2, 3, 4 Class A cars between himself and his closest rival, Charles Oranges, there in second overall on the road. Yeah, there we go. Another shot there of Yanni Hatzi under a bit of pressure. Hatzi is feeling it from the second of the G&H Transport Lamborghinis, and that is Ant Blunden. Blunden's still getting to grips with that new car. Blunden's had a couple of changes with Ricky Giannacara throughout the season. They've played around with a couple of options. They started in the McLarens. Then we saw a change up from the McLarens to AMG Mercedes-Benzes, and now into the Raging Bulls, or the Ravenol Bulls, because both those cars, of course, are assisted by Ravenol. That's why Ricky's got Ravenol on the side of the car, although his main sponsor, of course, is his G&H Transport Racing stable. He'll also be running, of course, not only Ravenol colours, but also in Itre Cugini colours as well. That's the subsidiary, of course, of G&H Transport. Volvo Fluid Systems AMG Mercedes-Benz on the tailpiece now of his stablemate. Formation flying there from Stradale Motorsport. One from Stradale straight up. And the Volvo Fluid Systems AMG. And, of course, the lead car is also out of Trans-Africa Racing with Jonathan Dutoy, your championship leader. Looking to try and maintain the lead of this championship now with not allowing his teammate through this time out. Let's see what happens as they head down that straightaway again. There's a change up, and Blunden looks like he's got through. He's found a way past on Hatzi. Wayland Volschink just behind them. Dutoy now getting down into the 110s. 110.5s from both of the leading cars. Charles Fischer, 112.1. That's an incredible effort there from that Silver Dream racer of his. Completely normally aspirated flat 6 there, fighting with two very, very competitive GT3 V8s out front. But Visser, of course, knows this track like the back of his hand. He is absolutely amazing to watch. And as they head now down to the Tigerberg Straight, he runs a little wide coming out of that one. Onto the rumble strips goes Ricky Jonakara as well, in his attempt to try and close things down there on Charles Visser, the leader of Class A. Visser won't be scoring in the overall championship points there, but Ricky Jonakara in second is definitely going to be happy about that, because he's a long way up the road now from Paul Hill. So there's a change up there between Jonakara and Hill in terms of the standings for Class A here in race 2. Jimbo Jonakara at the back there, 511 Audi R8. That's the GT4 spec, of course, car of that type of machinery. Certainly one of Jimbo's favourite cars to drive. He's also got a big Z4, like Mike Verrier's got, but they really battled in every attempt to try and find a way to get the power down that gets delivered out of that G&H Transport Z4 version. It's a monster of a car. And even Jimbo, with all of his skill, can't get the power down on that machine. So he decided rather, let's have some fun in the Audi. 1 and 2, no changes here. Stradale Motorsport in formation flying. And I think what we're seeing here is Charles Arungi's just circulating, realizing that he doesn't have the pace that Dutoy's got. And with that, he's happy to settle for second place. Looking for a 1-2 in the overall championship for that team as well, of those two drivers. As we watch the 4-4 car coming through there of Richard de Roos. Nice to see that grass banking, of course, on the left-hand side. Gave it the nickname the Magoo's grass banking at the World Rallycross, because we had a massive crowd up on the sideline there. But this time out, of course, they did a big camping initiative to allow people to come and camp at the circuit over the weekend so they could enjoy the race proceedings here on Saturday. Jackson starting to close the gap down there slightly. If I'm not mistaken, I stand to be corrected here, it's a battle between two Audis almost out of the same stable. But MJR, of course, the man who's looking to try and get ahead now of that Promogen machine of Paul Hill. And if I also stand to be corrected, those are both GT3 spec cars on those Audis, as opposed to the GT4 one that Jimbo runs. Oh, so here we go. The Lamborghini has closed on the Porsche. Ricky Jonakara is looking to try and get that third place overall and get the lead of Class A if he can find a way past. The two Porsches behind them are having an epic battle. Wayne Falschenk under a bit of pressure there. And the pressure's coming from that 27 car of Hoffman. Hoffman, first time ever driving in a race car. And what does he buy? A Porsche. Not a bad way to start your racing career, hey? Climb into a Porsche as your first ever race car. You can think of worse things to do there, Wayne Hoffman. But yeah, good number in that car, by the way. Now, as they head down towards Damps, this is just Dutoy controlling things from the front. Staying in the 10.5s all the time. In fact, he's set the fastest lap now of a 10.5.22. Gianni Jonakara is up the wick slightly. Oh, there's a big dive from Gigi. Squeezing out MJR. And Marius Jackson unfortunately loses out there as they went into turn 2 Cashel corner. So whatever the issue is seems to have sorted itself out now. And Gianni Jonakara has decided, right, let's see how far up I can get in these last couple of laps. He moves up one place into 6, now looking to get into the top 5 if he can find a way through there on Paul Hill. And he might have the straight line speed over the Audi now. That GTR should have a little bit extra top end on it. But it's depending on where you enter that final corner, and is there going to be a chance for him to maybe dive through and find a way past. Jimbo at the back having an absolute blast there, looking for at least a podium in the Class C's. Hoffman on Falschenk. Still no change here between these two. Come on onto Sorrel Sweep and then onto that back straightaway. A little bit of slipstream now for Hoffman to possibly use. Does he know how to use it? That's what we have to ask ourselves. Remember, as I said, it's his first season in racing, so he might not have all the skills just yet to get through there on Waylon Volkswagen, who's been around for quite a long time in the sports and GT class down here in Cape Town. There's quite a few really seasoned sports and GT drivers down here in the Western Province. And, we see them on numerous occasions in different championships, but it's always great to have them as part of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport. 5.5 car, Martini Racing colours there of Jan Cruyff. There is Ant Blunden. Haven't seen much of him, but that's a good shot to see him for the first time. Now ahead of Jani Hatzi. Pulling away slightly now from that second Nissan GTR. So head down that back straight away. We go back to the lead car coming up. Oh no, it's not the lead car. Sorry, I beg your pardon. This is the pink car. Just in the sun there, it looked like the lead car, but it was actually the pink machine. Car spun at Castrol there as well. There's a car spun out at Castrol. It might be one of the back markers. But Ricky Jonakara now looking for a chance to squeeze through and maybe take third overall ahead of Charles Visser. It's the 27 car of Hoffman. Hoffman spinning out at Castrol corner, maybe having a dive to get through there on his rival. And everybody now going to have to try and avoid the Porsche that's stuck in the middle of the race line. The yellow flags will be waving frantically to slow the cars down. And I think what he's worried about is that splitter, or he's just battling to get it into reverse. Here comes the leader though, starting his final lap, and Jonathan du Toit is heading right where that trouble is. There's a Porsche stuck right in the race line coming into Castrol corner. He's found half a race. There we go. And there's now two cars that Jonathan du Toit is going to have to negotiate. He's there into Castrol. He's seen them both. Fortunately, they both got going in time for him to negotiate around Jan Cruyff in the Nissan. And now we'll look to try and squeeze out the 27 Porsche as they go along the Tygerberg Straight. So there you have it. Du Toit now putting a big margin between himself, almost 20 seconds by the looks of, and is that, just want to pick up on Aranji's. Yeah, Aranji's 6.5 seconds. And then it's about 18 seconds to Visser. Visser and Jonakara are still going at it. Visser, I think, might have got the luck through the traffic there. Ricky Jonakara is going to maybe have to settle for second place there. Gianni's still going to get third in the GT3 class, but he's going to finish top 5 ahead of Marius Jackson. Paul Hill's dropped back slightly as well. He's got some kind of issue. He's actually gone missing from the top 10 there completely. Flags out for Jonathan du Toit and for Aranji's. And using the Aranji's AMG, we see Wayne Volkswagen come through to take up Class C's win. And Visser hangs on only just to keep out the hard charge coming from that raging Ravenel bull of Ricky Jonakara. Nice finish up to race 2 there for Jonathan du Toit. He'll be happy with that. Probably a lot happier than the first race, where he didn't seem to have an answer to the pace coming from his stablemate, Charles Aranji's. So we got Charles Aranji's finishing in second place this time. There you go. There's some local support for the Supercar drivers. They love their Supercars down here in Cape Town. Great to have you guys here. Thank you so much for joining us. And yeah, if you're watching this later on, there you go. Little live action shot for you on the live stream. Du Toit takes GD3s ahead of Charles Aranji's and Gianni Jonakara, who finishes in 5th place overall. Class A goes to Charles Visser. Ricky Jonakara takes 2nd, and Marius Jackson will take 3rd. Mike Verrier in the big Z4 BMW will win out Class B ahead of Ant Blunden, and Class C honours goes to Jani Hatzi. Class D to Richard de Roos for 2nd heat of the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. Right, so we've got our second race of Supercars done. It's now time to bring out the first race of Superbikes. It's SunBet ZX&R Masters Cup. They will be out on track shortly. And then we'll be going into, of course, the Investchem MSA4s for the first heat of single-seaters here today We've still got Kazoo Racing to come your way, and the second heat of Astron Energy Polo Cup before we get into the lunch break and the grid walk. So the last race action we had from ZX10R Masters Cup on the Extreme Festival of Motorsport was at SupaCup, and that was a couple of months ago, where the King Price Kawasaki of Kinsella was going to be the man to beat. He has basically set the pace almost all season long and has not been bettered in every single outing that he has participated in. We've seen massive improvements with his introduction to the class, of course, from riders of the likes of Jason Lamb, Graham Van Breda, Hein McMahon. Of course, you also got the likes of Dave Enticott, and today we're going to see the return of Trevor Westman, but they weren't at this round. And what we saw at this round was Brian Bontekoning and Adrian van Dalen from VAG Centre Centurion doing a superb job to stay with Graham Van Breda and Jason Lamb, usual contenders in terms of the front of the field before the return of the King Price Kawasaki of Kinsella. But Sella, of course, is just showing the way around and really doesn't have much competition. There is competition in the background, though, and there was a bit of off-track excursions, kind of doing a bit of a Davo Johnson there on a Kawasaki, using his ZX10 to ride a bit of off-track and dirt tracking as well. And, of course, we saw some improvements in the mid-pack as well, coming from the likes of Tyron Piper, Reggie Seal, and cut for Sifiso Temba, Nsalo, Lubabaso Nsano, of course. Luba's always a man to watch out for. And joining the pack as well, Nkululeko Majola is there. Tyron Piper, unfortunately, had a bit of an issue down into turn 2, losing the front end into Castro Corner in the closing stages. But King Price Kawasaki went on for the win, and that was one of the two on the day at SupaCup. As he, of course, went to celebrate. Behind him, the fight for Class B, led out by the attack coming from the likes of Graham Van Breda. Jason Lamb, of course, was taking honours in Class C on that day. And into race number 2, sort of into the late afternoon. Aerial material here as they went into turn 2. And you can see the usual contenders back into it again. This time, though, Van Breda was able to squeeze through and get ahead of Damien Purificati on the Amalgam machine. And just found a way past to try and steal the day there slightly from the man who's had sort of second place in his hands almost all racing season long. Van Breda kept him out for a while. Hein McMahon started to move up through the pack. We saw Dieter Hazeman putting a bit of pressure onto the back end of the oldest man on the motorcycles out there, JLR, Johan Leroux, on the Avidan Kawasaki. He's had a fantastic season yet again and is still in the hunt for Class C honours with both Brian Bontekoning and Jason Lamb. Jason Lamb, of course, didn't make it to the round at Killarney for the 2 rounds they had there at the Festival of Motoring. But, needless to say, it's been an absolutely epic battle. And look at how well Jason Lamb was riding at a circuit that he doesn't spend a lot of time at. Heading into the back of the pack and into the back markers was Sella. Sella just literally cleaning up and going 2 for 2 at SupaCup. With that, here in the background, they start their warm-up lap, but an amazing effort there from Sella. 2 out of 2 for him, 2 out of 2 for Van Breda, and 2 out of 2 for Jason Lamb at SupaCup. Most notably, as they make their way around the circuit now on their warm-up lap, is the lack and no-show of Kinsella. He's decided to give this round a miss, knowing that he's got about a 143-point lead now after the 2 rounds at the Festival of Motoring at Killarney. So he doesn't necessarily have to do the long trip down to Cape Town. And the King Price Kawasaki looks like it's in for a back-to-back championship with these guys. And of course, as they make their way around, I'm also going to be joined in studio here. The man from EBC Brakes, Jordan Agliotti, of course, the man who's also raced in the ZX10R Masters Cup. He's going to jump in with a bit of commentary and a bit of assistance. It's great to have you, Jordy. Thank you so much, boy, for popping in. But I was just saying now, with the lack of the reigning class leader in Kinsella not having to come to this round, 143-point advantage over everybody else. He doesn't have to make this trip. it's going to give an opportunity to Trevor Westman, who makes a welcome return after a big crash down at Dam Stip. You were at that race meeting, so you'll know all about it. And giving a chance for these guys to maybe have somebody different at the front end.
Yeah, Greg, and I think a lot of the guys saw some excitement in that. They saw podium opportunities, some top fives. We're also missing Damien Primificati, who I knew wanted to come down for the win, but just being a bit tight to Killarney, it made it a little bit tricky for a few of the guys, but it definitely left the guys that we do have on the grid very hungry for the podium or top five finishes,
Jason Lamb certainly will be looking for an overall if he can get it. He's got to try and find a way through there on the Killer. Killer at Killarney is a difficult man to beat. We're about to get that 5-second board, and of course as soon as that lollipop moves off the circuit, we go to lights on. It's a slightly diminished field as it extends, but needless to say there's still quality in the field, because if you look at the amount of Cape Townians that are involved in this field, it just shows you that they are still hungry to go racing. Is it going to be Lamb for the whole shot? It is. Yep. Jason Lamb with the whole shot, and then it's Cape Town 2 and 3 with Entercott squeezing out Van Breda into turn 1.
Oh, Keith got a great start there. I think he got up to 5th. Just beyond, no, it looks like he's still in 7th, but yeah, all the guys got off the nicely there, no crazy wheelies or anything, so it looks like they're straight to the gloves off, eh?
Now we saw a big wheelie, of course, from Purificati at Killarney. He got his 4th start completely messed up, but him not being here now, perfect starts for Jason Lamb, perfect start for the Killer Westman, and then it's Entercott followed by Van Breda. Van Breda's got Hein McMahon on his tail as they come through there for the top 5. I think Keith might have just squeezed through there for 6th place. Yeah, Agliotti. We're going to say Agliotti a few times here because it is Jordan, his brother, alongside me. So there may be a little bit of bias there for the Ridgeway race bar machine, but let's have a look and see how he goes down that back straightaway. He's going to be fighting hard there with Reggie Seal and possibly with Johan LaRue. I think JLR has actually gone with him, so that's going to be moving JLR up into 2nd place in Class C. And another notable absenteeism, of course, is Brian Bontekoning, who had 2 big crashes at Killarney at the Festival of Motoring, so he probably didn't have enough budget to get down here, had to get the bike sorted out by the time we get to Swartkops.
Yeah, we saw him in the pits, had a quick catch up. He says he's also going for some back surgery, that he just wants to obviously keep play it safe until he knows what the outcome of that is, but wish him a speedy recovery from that to be back on the grid again with the guys.
Yeah, if you do want to check out, of course, any action that's happening out there, as we see Vota Roos jumping in the house. What's up, Voti? Nice to have these guys here. And my partner in crime is in the house too. Hello, Mel.
Hello.
There we go. Mel's in the house. That's awesome to see. We'll catch up with you guys a little bit later on. But let's look at this race action unfolding out front here. This is what we have all come to enjoy in ZX10R Masters Cup. It doesn't matter if it's the front of the pack, the middle of the pack, or the back of the pack. There are just little groups of riders that get together, Geordie. You'll know all about it.
There's a good fight.
And there's just a fight.
Yeah, midfield, at the back of the field, in the front of the field, it's just always good. Keith looks like he's going to go for the drive up the back straight, maybe, and line Lubis up.
Lubis at Killarney is going to be a tough man to beat, buddy.
He's lucky he's got the headwind there. Maybe he can tuck into the slip, but he's going to be a hard man to pass here at this racetrack.
Yeah, look at that. Reggie Seal not too far behind them as well as they go down towards it. I've got aerial material here from our drone shot too. You can see the Cape Town mountain in the background. We've got the tablecloth on us for today. Hey, thanks for that. Eh?
Yeah, anytime. We like to provide when you guys come around. You can see there by the flags how the wind actually is pumping. One of the few views you can really get an idea of how hard it is going.
I've ridden this track, and so have you. You come down to Holes Hook with that tailwind behind you.
Yep.
You've got to get on the brakes so early. It's literally as you cross the line, you've got to be sitting up and trying to climb on the EBC brakes to get the bikes to stop and turn and make the left-hand turn in Holes Hook.
Yeah, and you come out of turn 1, and as you start picking the bike up, the wind just picks up the fairing, runs the bike wide, so these guys are fighting constantly just to keep those bikes on the race line.
I know, you on a similar sort of stature to a former champion there. I always like to mention, the likes of the Mac Attack, Stuart McLeod. When he was on these motorcycles, because of how lightweight he was, he literally had to stand on the pegs and force the weight over the front end to keep the bike down.
100%. These guys from turn 4 right the way down the back straight, they're on the foot pegs the whole way with the bumps and everything that they got to deal with in the headwinds. They literally, it looks like they're sitting on the seat, but there's no time to rest or recover here around this track. It's wild, it's a rodeo, but they always come off with smiles, so it can't be that bad.
Listen, they always come off with the smiles wherever we go with ZX10R Masters Cup. The camaraderie in the background and in the pit lane is just unmatched, I think, in any of the categories of Racing Extreme Fest.
110%. It looks like these guys are fighting and taking the gloves off on the racetrack, but you go into the pits and you see there's more handshakes and hugs than anything else going on yet, that's for sure.
Now, as always, big fights happening at the front end. This mid-pack fight starting to heat up a little bit as well. as we keep an eye out on Agliotti's progress there. He's just trying to stay ahead of Lubabalo. Lubabalo running some Stellenbosch colours on the side of his bike there by the looks of things as well. I'm not quite sure who from Stellenbosch is helping him out. Maybe he's just the Stellenbosch stalker there, that's coming into here. But this man had some issues with overheating at Killarney. The conditions today with the wind probably will assist that, and you're not going to find the bikes getting up to full maximum temperatures as they run through with that cool breeze in the background.
And that just is with Killarney. I mean, it's all horsepower track. The bikes are working so hard there. Definitely, it's probably a little bit flatter here, so the wind really at least get into the bikes, cooling them down and whatnot, where we don't see as much of that at Killarney. So the bikes work very, very hard at high temperatures, that's for sure.
We're now getting into a situation where those Bridgestones are now into full effect. So you've got maximum grip available. You're going to try and use that maximum grip to make your way to the front end of whatever battle you're involved in. Watching in the back as well, Golgocci and Byron Rothwell having a bit of a fight as well. They're looking for just the final part of the top 10 there. And it's kind of what we saw with him at Killarney and at Swartkops as well. And Golgocci running, of course, in the MTech Racing colours. But Byron Rothwell, normally in purple and silver, change up completely in that Magic bike, and the livery he's running for that bike now.
I love it. It looks like the inside of a comic book. It is absolutely brilliant.
It is exactly that.
Byron was battling a little bit, but I think that's just opened Steve's eyes a bit, because Steve seemed to have found a little bit of a rhythm. He was quite
Lubas just got outgunned. Agliotti's through.
On the brakes. There, those EBCs working again.
There we go. Nicely done on the brakes. And a change up for now the top 5 or 6th place, I should say. It's Van Bredar who's currently sitting in 5th place. So this is the 6th place fight now that we're watching here between Lubabalo and Sana and Keith Agliotti, who's just swapped that position with what you can see down the left-hand side of your screen there. It's the 31 ahead of 53 now, so they've changed things up. And with that, Reggie Seal maybe looking there going, hang on, if I can just bridge that gap slightly, I can get him.
Well, we'll see with Lubas with the Gen 5 if he's got a little bit of that extra horsepower down the back straight, and see if he gets Keith into turn 5.
I think he might have.
It looked like he might have lined it up.
You spotted that one. Well, that's why I asked you to jump in, bro. 14.5 out of Westman. Your killer's on it, eh? That is a good lap there from Westman. Yeah. I think that might have actually given Clint a bit of a run for his money if he'd been here. I think Clint was into the 14.2s, if I'm not mistaken, so it would have been a little bit closer than what it would have been in the past. But we have seen Sella under attack only twice. Once from the killer Westman, and the other one came from AJ.
100%. So, Damien's tried to throw a wheel up there a couple of times before, but those are impressive lap times from Westman, especially considering the fact that we're not in our ideal conditions today. And the little bit of drizzle we had on Thursday afternoon, all of these things influence the grip of the track, And
also looking at throwing a wheel up, that was Enticott into second. So we got Cape Town 1 and 2. You'll hear in the background the soothing sounds of the Western Province commentators losing their minds.
Absolutely,
because it's now WBMC riders 1 and 2 on track.
100%. I love the banter between the coastal and the inland. The guys always have to. They put a show on. They really do for us.
This man is, of course, a stalwart of this series, and the man who brings Bridgestone along to the party. He hasn't quite had the race he wanted. He's had a massive amount of health issues throughout the year, but it is fantastic to have Harwood here. And Ian Harwood, of course, we give a big shout out to him and to Jim Tarantino and the guys from Bridgestone for supplying us the rubber that we play with on the ZX10s. He's just out there having a jolt.
And he actually said to me a second race meeting, I think, this year. So for him just to get out there, I don't think people realize what it is to line up on the grid. And doesn't matter where you are, everyone's trying to work as hard as they can. The levels of stress, anxiety, the adrenaline, it's a big thing. So well done to Ian for being out there.
I'm just picking up on that board as well and checking Johan Leroux. Only 2 laps completed, so he must have gone back in a pit lane with some kind of an issue. He got down into the 19s, so that's not bad from JLR, but it's going to cost him in terms of Class C. Because remember, you've got Jason Lamb and I think Zhao are the only 2 Class C competitors that are here. So with him only completing 2 laps, he won't be classified, won't score points in this particular race. Maybe he can get it sorted for race 2.
Yeah, he's not going to carry anything from. We're looking at the qualifying, and the top 5, you've got A, B, and C riders in there. So it just shows you how well capable all of the guys on this grid are.
Geordie, I want to ask you a question. It's something I've always wanted to ask when I got like AJ and asked him the same question. When you get a rider with the likes of the skill of Trevor Westman or Clint Seller joining a championship like this, the bar gets set high. How quickly does it take the riders to sort of start to match or to get those improvements on their bikes as they get into the championship with a rider of this kind of talent being out front?
I think the riders that have that carrot dangled in front of them. They always want to better themselves, and they love it where we have the statues of sellers and all of them come to the grid, because it shows how competitive the series are and the quality of those riders to want to go racing here. And then, everybody just wants to work. They can see what the bikes are capable of. It just pushes that benchmark up, the confidence to all the riders, knowing what the bikes and the tires can do. Then they know we can push it to this limit, and then you see everybody on the grid actually improving, going faster, because
that's exactly the point I'm making. Yeah. Everybody on the grid has improved at least 2 or 3 seconds compared to what they were doing in the past, 100%. And that's due to the introduction of the likes of Seller and AJV and Westman. They just find that extra little bit of pace, and all of a sudden they get passed by them. Yeah. But when they get passed, they actually you should actually use it as a learning curve to say, listen, okay, what is Clint doing into that corner? Okay, let me try that on the next one. Yeah. Oh, all of a sudden there's half a second.
100%. And you know what we do see as well with the likes of Trevor, with the likes of Seller, Prevkati, if you chat to the guys, they're happy to give advice and show you where they might pick up that you could improve. And it's not like they're trying to keep it from the guys. They are so happy to help as well.
I saw there was a little bit of a vaping issue that Steve Galgocci had yesterday with that pipe he had in his hand, But it seems to be working for him, because he's now putting massive pressure onto Rothwell, and just behind them is Zhao. The other big fact I wanted to speak to you about, I don't know if you watched from the pit wall yesterday or from just back of the pit wall yesterday.
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt you. We just got Endicott into the 14th.
There we go. Endicott into the 14th. Well picked up on that one. But I was about to say, with that pace, Endicott and Westman, they use this Porsche straight pit wall as a berm, bud. They are not even straight when they come down that straightaway. They are leaned over 100%. The entire straightaway.
It's like they lean the bike over right into turn one. The body positioning, everything's ready to turn into turn one. I mean, it's a long straightaway. It's not extremely short, but they got the bike peeled over right under the bridge up to the brake marker.
Well, here comes Galgocci looking for a way through on Rothwell. Rothwell keeping him out for now.
I think this is going to open Rothwell's eyes a little bit. He's going to say, okay, cool, we got a fight on our hands now. We got to get on with it.
Now fighting out there for Mag Magic and the Roof Warehouse. It's M-Tech Racing and 2M Trailers, and about to join them comes Jacques Cruz.
Oh, yeah, we got a fight on our hands, that's for sure.
I like it. If Jacques can just get up there, he'll be in the mix. He'll want to mix it up with these two, that's for sure.
I wonder if Graham had a little bit of an issue on the last lap there. I see he got to the 17s, maybe ran wide, or hopefully it was just the case.
I think he's just eased up. He's got Class B sorted.
Yeah.
Remember, if he's going to get maximum points in Class B, it keeps him in the hunt. That's the thing that you've got to take into account. And Graham Van Breda down to 5th now. He's, of course, moving up. We've got Agliotti ahead of Lubabalo once again. Lubabalo is going to be 2nd in Class Bs. Reggie will be 3rd in Class Bs. So Graham's got a massive advantage over Lubs and Reggie. So he doesn't have to worry. He can just ease off and get it to the line.
And if he does get any pressure from Keith, I mean, it's not going to change anything for his points that he's going to be taking. So,
No.
Consistency is key. And Graham's been doing that throughout the year. He lines up, he gets a result, he takes his points. And, that often, we saw it with John Muir. He won a championship with one run in MotoGP.
Exactly.
He can do the same thing in our series.
The most consistent rider will win at the end. You don't necessarily have to win every single race of the championship. That's the most important factor. You've got to be on the podium, and you've got to be at the front end of the field scoring points and taking those maximum ones when they're available. That may be a factor that comes into play going to SupaCups and to the final round, because as the checkered flag was supposed to come out there. Yes, it was supposed to come out. Yeah. Westman knew it was coming out, so he sat up. Endicott gets 2nd, so it's Cape Town 1 and 2. Don't say it. Okay, don't say it. Just because you live here doesn't mean you can say it. You used to live in Gauteng, okay? So just calm down. East London is 3rd, though. There's not a Gauteng rider on the podium.
We'll take that. I mean, Jason's looked strong the whole week, and you see him come out of the last turn as well, but he's on the stopper so early. He's really getting on with it. So
he actually ran a little bit wide.
I think he went down where the camera was. Where the camera was.
He came down to come say, how's it? Yeah, there we go.
Brilliant. Nice. That's awesome race, man. Well done.
So there you have it. Trevor Westman winning out over Dave Endicott. That's Class A. 3rd place goes to Hein McMahon for Class A, who finishes in 4th overall.
Trevor's best lap was on the last lap.
Trevor putting in a hot lap on the last lap as well to just wrap it all up there. Class C goes to Jason Lamb, and 2nd will be Jacques Cruz, because he's the only other Class C rider that finished. Class B will be Graham Van Breda. He'll finish up ahead of Lubabalo, and Reggie Seal will be 3rd place in Class Bs. Geordie, thank you so much, bud, for joining us. I really appreciate it.
Keith in
you go and catch him. We'll catch you later on for race 2. Thank you so much, buddy.
Appreciate your time.
There we go. The big man from EBC Brakes coming to join us there, just to give us a little bit of insight as well. We do appreciate it. Of course, an ex-ZX10 rider himself. His brother has just gone and finished up in 6th place on the track. Love it. And brilliant stuff there from the ZX10R Masters Cup again. It's Cape Town 1 and 2, East London 3. Han McMahon, the top of the Inland Championship riders there, coming through for 4th place, beating Van Bredar to the line. And then Keith Agliotti, Lubawala and Sana, Reggie Seal and Byron Rothcall. Steve Galgocci with a top 10. He'll be happy with that. We'll be back shortly with some single-seaters and MSA4's inaugural and rookie outing at the Cape Town International Raceway. So that's how we line up for the rest of the program. As you see, the ZXNR Masters Cup first heat just completed. We're going into Investchem Formula, the MSA 4 and Formula Ford Kent category for a 10-lapper. We are running almost on time, which is good to see. We got race 2 of the Astron Energy Polo Cup coming up, and then first race of Toyota Gazoo Racing's GR Cup driven by Netstar, before we move into the fan walks on the Porsche Straight and Tigerberg Straight at about 5 to 2 this afternoon. Then we go into race 2 and 3 of the categories and sort everything out for the rest of the day's racing. So the previous round of MSA 4 was down at the East London Grand Prix circuit, and it saw a big fight at the front end between Casey and Smith and Michael Besaidnote as they came round to do their inaugural trip to the East London Grand Prix circuit. These cars have never been down there before, so there was a lot of setup issues and a couple of tweaking that and twerking that had to happen before they went racing. And they had to start single file after a first lap incident, which would give an opportunity and a chance for everybody to have a big fight, as they had to work hard going into the race action. Down towards turn 1, it was going to be a fight of note, and Casey Enso Smith was outgunned initially, but as they went down into turn 1, avoiding the big puddle that came across the circuit, remember, between all the cars involved, and then the Formula Ford Kents at the back end, saw a bit of a change up from the usual standings. Ian Schofield being outgunned ever so slightly there by his good friend Ronald Van Wheelie, who got the whole shot into Potter's Pass. Lock up down into the bottom end of the circuit, saw the 12 car running wide off the track there for Shrin Naidu and the Production X car, and then a couple of the karters decided, well, hold on a second, there's a kart track at East London Grand Prix circuit, let's go across the kart circuit, which is not the ideal thing to do, not in a low slung single seater. And Jordan Woodley was one that would end up falling right to the back of the pack because of that, and a couple of other cars that got involved there as well eventually ended up with some issues. Some of them staying out to survive, some of them having to go in for some quick repairs. Some manoeuvring happening through the field in the mid-pack as well. Saw the likes of Lorenzo Ribeiro, Adrian Nel and Liam Palome having a big fight. But when the checkered flag came out, it was Casey Ensor-Smith who took the victory and, of course, cemented the first race of the day. He didn't quite get the fastest lap, though. That went to Shrin Naidu, who did an incredible job. And then on the line, massive issue on the line there, as Palome, I think, just got stuck on the line and unfortunately getting caught out with that one, were a couple of cars coming from the back end of the field. They had to do a full restart, and on the restart, the 12 car of Shrin Naidu looked to try and get the whole shot down towards turn 1. Same thing in the Kent category behind that. We missed Mr. Schofield joining us again, so Ian didn't make it back on track. It was up to Duncan Foss and Lieutenant Colonel Alan Mayer to go at it for the Formula Ford Kent category. Wings flying down into turn 1 as well. Liam Palome has had a tough day in the saddle, as you can see, at the East London Grand Prix circuit, being involved in a lot of the incidents that took place in the inaugural outing for MSA4 to the East London Grand Prix circuit. But by the time it all settled down, everybody seemed to sort of get into a little bit of a rhythm. Eventually, we saw the magnificent paint and hardware car coming through there of Nick Van Wheelie. And now we are standing by for them to go racing for the first heat of MSA4 and the debut here at Killarney International Raceway for this new single-seater South African Championship. A couple of cars bogging down on the line there. That's going to be costly. But as they head towards turn 1, looks like it is going to be Michael Besaidenote who gets the whole shot. Casey Ensor-Smith follows him through. And then it's Renzo Ribeiro up into third place as they come into Holes Hook for the first time. That's how they will be starting things out here for MSA4's first heat of the day. And exactly what we need to see at the front end. Casey Ensor-Smith going at it with Michael Besaidenote. There is 15 points in it between the two of them. 47 plays 32. Casey Ensor-Smith with the advantage, but now in second place will be losing a little bit of the point advantage. It'll be 2 points he loses there. So it'll come down to about a 30-point gap between them if they stay the same as they are right now as they head up towards the Sorrel Sweep. Behind them, though, they line up in the form of the 15 car of Adrian Nel. Liam Palome is there as well. And they're tucked in just behind the third place car there of Renzo Ribeiro, the metal used spares machine, in third place. And Palome looks like he's got Karabo Malamela starting to just show a wheel here and there, wanting to be part and parcel of that front end battle if he can. Malamela, of course, a seasoned single-seater campaigner and part of the Investchem team, so I'll be looking to try and improve on not such a great outing in terms of qualifying there for him. As they come across the line and complete the first lap in anger, it is Besaidenote who controls things from the front. Palome starting to close the gap down, and there's a dive on the inside from the 15 car. Nice move there from Adrian Nel, just squeezing through, and Shrin Naidu in the Production X car drops down 1 place. Palome and Naidu changing positions. Karabo Malamela now joining them, about to have an attack on the back end of Naidu. Not too far behind that, we pick up on our lady driver there, Anastasia Gerasis, having a fantastic debut in this category. She, of course, is not the only lady out there. We've got Simpiria Motlatlo at the back as well, and slowly but surely getting to grips with cars that she's not used to at this stage. She's had a couple of outings, of course, in some Formula Ford Kents, and did the hill climb earlier on in the year as well. But every time she climbs behind the wheel of her MSA4 car, there is big improvements from both ladies, that is. Michael Besaidenote, though, has had the best improvement so far, and at this point in time, he's looking to just change his luck around from what happened down at East London. He got a second and a third place in the 2 heats that took place at the East London Grand Prix circuit on the 19th of July. And he, of course, now will look to try and make it a 1-1 if he can, to bring himself back into contention there with Casey Ensor-Smith. Interesting to see his teammate Kian Spies not quite up to pace. He's down in 10th place at the moment, so Besaidenote and Spies are the two teammates. Ken Swartz is also part of that team on a few occasions. And an interesting factor with that is, of course, is they are offering an MSA4 test to the Senior Max champion from the South African Karting Championship that took place 2 weekends ago at the Swartkops International World of Motoring Kart Circuit. And that, of course, went to Charles Visser. So Visser may be thinking about it. First and second in Formula Ford Kents at this stage is Alex Voss. He's fighting there with Rick Morris. Great to have Rick Morris back here from the UK. A man, of course, who's synonymous with the Formula Ford category, and of course big friends with the Investchem team, and the boss man of that Investchem team in Schofield. Alan Mayer will be in third place, and I think he's now just dropped back slightly and is possibly all on his own. I see Simpiwe had to go in after one lap, so we've lost the second of our ladies. She's gone back in the pit lane there with maybe a little bit of an issue. But it's kind of what you expect when you come to a new circuit. With a new category, new cars that haven't had a chance to prove themselves. A couple of cars might just have some niggles and some issues. There is a yellow flag though down towards turn 1, so maybe that's where Simpiwe's ended up. I might have said in pit lane, but she might be on the outskirts there of turn 1. We don't see it because our camera angle doesn't allow us to see any cars that might be parked at turn 1. If it was Simpiwe Matlatlo, that's possibly where we've lost her. There's a bit of pressure now from Naidu onto the back end of Adrian Nell. Now soaking that pressure up and trying to keep that Central Cycles and Sign Factory car of his ahead of the Production X car. Palome putting good laps in there and has closed the gap down onto that metal used spares machine of Renzo Ribeiro. So Palome and Ribeiro about to go at it, yeah. Palome running for Red Dot and Vantage. Metal used spares car out ahead of him in third. He's keeping him off the podium for now. But there is a lot of pressure being applied there from the fourth place car. So certainly a possibility of a change there as they come through. Let's see if he uses the slipstream now onto the main straightaway. Couldn't quite get into the slipstream on the back straight, but he's close enough to engage it now and slingshot through into turn 1. Very good chance that he'll have a go. No, he has a look, but Renzo was good enough on the brakes to keep him out. Oh, Adrian now ran very wide out of turn number 1. Let's open up the door easily for Naidu and Karabo Malamela. So Shiren Naidu and Karabo Malamela just diving through there on a mistake from Adrian Nell as he ran a little bit late on the brakes and a bit high and wide out of turn number 1. That might give Karabo Malamela a little sniff. He's going to be looking to try and hunt down Liam Palome and possibly close that gap down. And I think if he can run there with Shiren and him will definitely have a chance of closing that gap down. It's quite a big task. It's about 2.5 seconds up the road there for them. But if they work together, there's a chance they may be able to do something about those two and maybe still get a shot to be on the podium overall. Behind them is Jordan Woodley and Anastasia Jurasis. Anastasia looking for a way through as they head towards 5. Woodley had her covered in that 7.6 Legacy car. Apex and Krista Jurasis Racing is the colours that Anastasia is running in. So we're at about the halfway stage of this one. Michael Besaidnote, of course, already securing that pole position bonus point. So what it would have done with that is, of course, just bring that advantage down from 15 to 14 points between himself and Casey Ensor Smith coming into this first race of the day. We'll keep an eye out on those two, of course, as they get into the fight all day long. Besaidnote's got it all to do to close the gap down, and if Casey just sits behind him, he'll be pretty happy just to sit there and only lose it's a 2-point advantage between first and second place. 10 points for the win, 8 points for second. So he's losing a bit of ground though. That's what I'm concerned about. Michael Besaidnote pulling away here big time for the Corsa del Gianelli racing team. And the Gemelli racing team, of course, are both Michael Besaidnote and Keon Spies. They run out of that stable. Investchem Sparko's Casey Ensor Smith right now sitting in second. Is he comfortable in second? Is he maybe just holding back and not going to push the car to break it, realizing that second place will still keep him in the front of the championship? Slightly less of a margin, of course, with that, but still at the front end. Do we have a change up here? No, we don't. Foss stays ahead there of Rick Morris. Alan Mayer behind them, quite a long way back. having looked to see that gap. It's actually a big gap down to Alan Mayer for third. And he continues to circulate for third place in the Kent class. Could possibly be caught by the leading MSA 4 cars. Watching these two Kent cars come towards turn 2. Cashville corner. Foss hangs on ahead of Rick Morris. Renzo's still maintaining the lead over Liam Palome for the fight for third. So it's still not done yet there. Red Dot Vantage car has not found a way past. They haven't also really closed in on the gap to Casey Ensor Smith. It's remained at about 4.5 seconds. So that's the difference there. And I don't think, with the way they're going to fight, they're probably going to keep each other at bay, and with that they'll continue to slow each other down, which won't allow them to bridge that gap. What they should do is try and work together and try and get up to the back end of Casey and then resume their battle. That might be a more sensible thing to do, but I think what I'm seeing there from Palome's sort of body language on the car, he seems to be settling down slightly and maybe not wanting to push it just yet. Maybe he'll keep it for the second race. MSA 1, 2, 3, 4 of MSA 4 on Michael Mercedes, Casey Ensor Smith, Renzo Ribeiro and Liam Palome. Karabo Malamela in 5. He's got slightly away now from Adrian Nell. Jordan Moodley still in 7th. He keeps Anastasia at bay for now. And back to Formula Ford Kents as Foss hangs on to keep out Rick Morris. Both of these cars, of course, running out of the same racing stable there for Investchem Racing. Saw Alex's dad doing a bit of prep on that car as well, so Duncan would have put a little bit of a special tweak on the car to give Alex maybe a little edge over Steve Morris. Here comes the fight between the 3-7 car of Karabo Malamela and Adrian Nell, who ran wide in turn 1 a couple of laps ago, losing that position not only to Malamela but also to Shrin Naidu's gone missing actually. So looking at Shrin Naidu, who's dropped down to 13th, so he must have made a mistake somewhere on track, run wide maybe, and dropped himself to the back of the pack behind Alan Mayer. We'll just keep an eye on whether he still continues circulating and we get another lap out of Shrin, but yeah, some issue there for Shrin Naidu in the Project X machine, dropping right down into what is now 13th on track. Is Palome going to have a go here? We've got a lap to go, and Liam Palome has to have a go now if he wants to make it through. This is a good run here from Michael Mercedes. Casey Ensor Smith in second. Comfortable with second, though. I think he just eased off there in the closing stages, as I said. So, good chance that that's how things will go. By the time we wrap up this first heat of MSA's 4's debut here at the Killarney International Raceway. It's 10 points for the win. So what that's going to do, it's going to pull Michael Mercedes up to 42 points. And with the 8 points gained from second place there, we're going to see Casey Ensor Smith move to 55. So, yeah, just a couple of points reeled in there. 2 points to be exact between Michael Mercedes and Casey Ensor Smith as they came into this first heat. Still remain 1 and 2, but it's a reverse order that they're coming up. And I think Alan Mayer might just survive here to not have to do an extra lap. Or is he going to just back out? No, I think he backed out. LT, we caught you on that one, eh? Rolling out so you don't have to do the last lap. Second place goes to Casey Ensor Smith. Third place to Renzo Ribeiro, who hung on and kept out Liam Palome. Karabo Malamela under a little bit of pressure at the end there from Adrian Nell. Nell coming through for the 6th place. Jordan Moodley crosses the line ahead of Anastasia Gerasis. And now we wait to see whether Rick Morris is going to have a go here at Alex Voss down into the final corner. There is Srinadu's car. So he must have had a big one coming out of Sorrel Sweep. He's lost the wheel there completely. So that was a big moment there. Oh, Rick Morris. Classic Rick Morris maneuver around the outside of Cape Town corner. Takes the lead of Formula Ford Kent and says, I'll have that every day and Sunday. Tomorrow's Sunday, by the way, Rick. There you go, Alex Voss. Well, welcome to Formula Ford Racing with Rick Morris. He's just shown you the way around, buddy. He led the whole race, waited till the last corner, and used the banking to do the overtake. Alan May has already crossed the line there for third place, but what a nice finish there from Rick Morris. And great to catch that, actually. They make their way down into the Park for May area with Besaidnote getting the victory over Casey and Smith. Renzo Ribeiro comes through for third place, scoring 6 points in that attempt. So that's a good effort there from him. And Palome there in fourth ahead of Karabo Malamela. Single-seaters, we're heading into, of course, the Astron Energy Polo Cup. That'll be the next outing for them and their second race of the day before we get into the Toyota Gazoo Racing. And that'll be the final first heat before we go onto the track and bring you some up-close and personal interviews with some of the guys and girls on track here at the grid walk and track walk, which will be happening during the lunch break. Astron Energy Polo Cup Race 2. And if you've just joined us, you missed an epic battle in race number 1 of the Astron Energy Polo Cup. Celebrating 29 years of Polo Cup action in South Africa, the championship is now down to 4 points. We have seen a big step up from Rory Atkinson as he came through there and wrapped up a really awesome victory. Mo Karodia, though, the championship leader coming into this round, unfortunately only finished up down in 5th place. So with that, only gets the 10 points available. So it's now 191 playing 14 points, a bigger problem. 14 points. 191 for Mo Karodia, plays 187 for Rory Atkinson. Haha, nice. 4 points in it. That's the way we like to go into this final round. Going to be awesome stuff. So we've got, of course, race 2 now, race 3 later, and then the last round of the championship happens at SupaCup. And that, of course, is on the 25th of October. So there's still lots to play for here. Man who's looking to do some huge turnaround here. Led the race until half a lap to go. And that was Dr. Hannes Skeppers. I can see the Works Motorsport team have got that car back on track. I'm not quite sure what the issue was, because there was no flames, no smoke, no nothing to indicate there was a problem in the car. It literally just died. And he tried to nurse it round and sort of survive to at least get into the Park Fermé area, but didn't even make it there. So hopefully Dion and the team have got that car back up into race pace that we saw in the first one. He'll start from 5th place on the grid, but he'll also be thinking about race 3, where I think he also starts on the front row. So Hannah Skeppers will be a man that we'll have to keep a big eye on. In race 2, though, we've got Ethan Kutsia on pole. That's a massive turnaround for him. And Ethan Kutsia from pole position is a difficult man to beat. Judd Bertoldt will be alongside him. He also had some issues in that first heat. And, of course, we also saw in the highlights package earlier on in the show that he had 2 big moments down in East London Grand Prix circuit, which didn't quite work out there for the youngster who came up from Rookie Cup last year. Won the Rookie Cup, and with the winning of the Rookie Cup, of course, got gifted the Volkswagen Motorsport drive here in Polo Cups, and he's done an admirable job of it. As you can see there, putting it onto the front row is not an easy thing to do in a class that's as competitive as Polo Cup is for 2025. Divyan Naidu will be looking to try and fly the flag high there for the Production X team. His brother unfortunately had some issues there just on the last race, as we saw. That was the reason why we've had a little bit of a break to get that car cleared out of Shiren's. And Shiren, of course, ended up on the side of the circuit coming out of Sorrel Sweep. He's got Mo Karodia, the championship leader, alongside him, though. So Karodia and Naidu will start from the second row. That Fast 5-man and Lee Thompson racing car has to get to the front, has to try and get a victory here, and try and get a bit of a margin over Rory Atkinson, who only starts down in 8th place on the 4th row of the grid. So the Industrial Petroleums and Haupt Racing team have got some work to do, and Rory himself a lot of work, because he's got Roshan Goodman and Tyler Robinson ahead of him. The 2 Team Red cars will possibly be looking to work together to try and make their way higher up in the proceedings. Shrin Rajpal will be behind that. Hannes Skeppers, as I said, starts from row number 3 in 5th place for his DDS and Works Motorsport team. And then we've got Milan Emsley, who will bring up the tail end, and Bevan Masters alongside him. Then we go to the Masters category. Masters category saw Derek Smallberger with the victory. He won out over John Kruger and Wayne Masters, with Mike Barbaglia from Paybar coming through for 4th place in race number 1. Let's see what happens with those Masters now in race 2. There's only 4 of them, a slightly smaller field than normal. We usually have about 8 or 9 Masters cars, but not all of them making them their way down to the Mother City for this round. We'll definitely have them all back, I think, and ready to race for the final race on the 25th of October at SupaCup. Trying to get the heat into the Dunlop tyres now. Some heat into those Ferodo brakes as well is probably a good idea. Let's see what the heat situation is, and can Rory turn it up a bit, coming from 8th on the grid, to close down on those first 7 cars ahead of him and still give him a chance of a victory. Mo Karodia has to try and secure at least higher points than Rory Atkinson's, because otherwise he will lose the lead of this championship, and that's not what he came into this round to do. Coming into the round, it was a 10-point advantage that Mocha Rodia had over Rory Atkinson. Atkinson got the super pole but didn't get the pole position for the bonus point. That went to Hannes Schippers, so Schippers was able to then move on to equal points there with Judd Berthold. And as we saw there, leading the race with half a lap to go, ended up on the sideline. So he'll definitely have to change his luck up here as they come to the line now to take up the positions for race 2 start of a 3-race format today at the Killarney International Raceway, an extreme festival of motorsport proudly presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa. So it's Ethan Coetzee for Lee Thompson Racing. Volkswagen Motorsports, Judd Berthold alongside him. Production X, Divian Naidu, Lee Thompson Racing, and Fast 5 Motorsports, Mocha Rodia alongside there for the second row. Hannes Schippers for DDS and Works Motorsport ahead of the AF Fans Team Red Racing Machine of Tyler Robinson. Team Red and Upward Spiral is Roshan Goodman. Rory Atkinson for Industrial Petroleum. He's the man to watch out for coming from 8th. Let's see what happens now as that 5-second board goes to lights on. And when those lights go out, we go racing. Good starts from everybody. Great start coming from the back of the pack as well. Watch out for a couple of drivers coming through this pack rapidly as they try and find their way down towards turn 1. Ethan Coetzee looks like he's got enough to get the whole shot, and he does. Look at Hannes Schippers up into 4th, ahead of Karodia, ahead of Naidu. Schippers got off the line like a rocket ship and moves up into 3rd place. He tucks in just behind Judd Berthold as they head towards Castrol for the first time. It's then Divian Naidu and Mo Karodia. Karodia on the inside of Naidu into Castrol. Inside line coming from Tyler Robinson to get through on her teammate Roshan Goodman, and followed very closely there by Shrin Rajpal, who follows her through and just tries to squeeze just ahead there of Roshan Goodman. I think he might have got there. Tyler Robinson already diving on the inside of Divian Naidu as they go into turn 4, and a nice move there as well to squeeze out. Oh, a little touch there between Shrin Naidu and I think that was Goodman. Goodman being forced to the sideline and now drops into the pack there. That is led out by none other than Roshan Goodman and Rory Atkinson. Atkinson hasn't quite got the start he wanted. Watch out as well for the return of the Killarney exhaust car of Nirav Singh. He's made up 2 or 3 positions. He actually got a great start in the background. Saw the white car peel off to the sideline. Here comes a move for second from the Doctor. Squeezing through in that Dainfern Dental Services and Works Motorsport car to get ahead of the Volkswagen Motorsport machine of Judd Berthold. So he's up to second after 1 lap. Made up 3 positions on that first lap, did Hannes Schippers. Great effort there from him. Berthold down to 3rd. Mo Karodia is 4, trying to close the gap down onto Berthold. He's got Tyler Robinson right behind him and up close and personal. How close is Tyler and Shrin? And how far back is Rory? Rory still stays in 8. He hasn't made up any positions on that first lap. So it was kind of 4, 5 and 6 that were chopping and changing. Mo Karodia forcing a little bit of maneuver there to try and squeeze out and get a mistake out of Judd Berthold. He wasn't having any of it. Berthold hangs on for 3rd for now. Karodia closes in the Fast 5 and Lee Thompson Racing car. It's Tyler Robinson there behind him. She keeps out Divian Naidu, Shrin Rajpal and Rory Atkinson. Roshan Goodman's got back to the front of that second pack that he lost a little bit of ground on, and he now sits just ahead of Nirav Singh for the Killarney exhaust team. He's in 10th. Milan Emsley and then Bevan Masters are your 12 Cup cars that are fighting for the Cup category. Just in the background, picking up Derek Smallberger, I think is leading things out, just waiting. Yeah, the red bonnet shows me it's Smallberger ahead of Masters and then Kruger for the Masters category. Atkinson cannot find a way through here. Battling to try and find a way through on Rajpal in the Dub Core and Works Motorsport car. Production X machine of Naidu is ahead of him. As they cross the line again, Ethan Coetzee remains out front. Schippers, though, is quickest. 1:24.4 out of Hannes Schippers. That does not bode well for Ethan Coetzee doing 1:24.9. He is half a second slower than the man in second place. Masters, a Smallberger from Masters from Kruger. That's how they came through. Bob Aglia behind them for the 4th spot in the paybar car. TVN under big pressure there from Shrin. Shrin trying to find a way through. Shrin Naidu and Divian Naidu, beg your pardon, and Shrin Rajpal fighting for honours here big time and fighting for 6th and 7th on the road. 8th place, Atkinson, biding his time. Cannot wait too long though. These 8 laps will go by rapidly, and if that Industrial Petroleum and Harp Racing car is not in the top 5, he could lose a little bit more ground there to the championship leader Mocha Rodeo, who sits in 4th. Incredible start to this one. We're watching for the action all the way through, and it's been thick and fast as always. But I love the fact that there's no holds barred here, and Hannes Schippers yet again goes quickest. Can he do 3 back-to-back quick laps in a row? That would certainly help him out here big time. Here they come, across the line. Kutsia stays at the front end. Schippers this time not quite as quick. 24.9, but stays in that 24.9 bracket. 24.9s out of the first 4 cars, in fact. That's how evenly spread they were. In fact, yesterday in the qualifying session, when Hannes Schippers put it on pole, before they went into the Super Pole Challenge, the first 6 cars were split by a 10th. That's how tight it is. If you look at it right now, we are looking at 995, 979, 947, 957. So what is that? 400ths between the first 4 cars in terms of their overall lap time so far, and the fastest laps they've been able to provide on that last lap. Tyler keeping the lead of the second group, keeping Divian, Shiren and Rory behind her. Third group is her teammate Roshan Goodman, and he's got Nirav Singh putting pressure onto him from Kylarney Exhaust Team and the Triton and Team Red car of Milan Emsley. CPS warehouse car there of Bevan Masters. I don't think Bevan's been to Cape Town before, so I stand to be corrected, but this might be the first time that Bev's been down here, and that's possibly why he's not quite on the pace that we normally get out of Bevan Masters. His brother's certainly on it. He's up to second and looking to close the gap down on Derek Smallberger for the win in the Masters Cup. Kruger still hangs on to third. Here's a move from Divian, holding off the attempt there from Shun Rajpal to find a way through. Shiren is, he's just fighting hard. Trying hard, even harder is Hannes Schippers now. Much more pressure coming from Hannes Schippers on the back end of Ethan Gutsia. Trying to force a mistake out of that Lee Thompson Racing and Ethan Gutsia Motorsport machine out front. Schippers has got Berthold behind him in close company, but he's not worried about Berthold right now. His intentions and all efforts are being put into trying to get to the lead to redeem what would have been his first victory in Polo Cup. Unbelievable. With half a lap to go, the car just died, and he could do nothing about the chance that was given to him there. Literally from the front row, led down into turn 1, led the entire race, and with half a lap to go, it all ended up in tears. So Gullwing, DDS and Works Motorsport in second at the moment. Trying to close down there on the Lee Thompson Racing man. I wonder if there's going to be a little bit of team support there for Mocha Rodeo from Ethan Gutsia. I wouldn't think so, considering the fact that Ethan is still in the top 5 and the championship's not done yet. He won't have to play the team role just yet there for Mocha Rodeo. It's up to Mo to do his own job and find a way past Judd Berthold. Ethan Gutsia pushing hard, staying ahead here of the arguably most hungry driver on track at the moment, Hannes Schippers. Rory, has he made up a few positions? Yes, no he hasn't. He still stays down in 8th. He's actually falling back into the clutches of Roshan Goodman, and that'll bring Milan and Nirav into the picture as well there for a possible 8th place. 4-way fight for 8th place might be quite interesting in the closing stages. We've got to push to pass left there for Hannes Schippers. Unfortunately, with the Polo Cup cars, they don't have their hazard lights come on like the Super Cup cars go, so you don't know when they've gone for a push to pass or not. What you will see is if they close the gap down. Mocha Rodeo definitely used the push to pass there to close that gap down now on Judd Berthold. And now getting a chance for a bit of slipstream down the main straightaway. 4 Polos onto the Porsche straight. Kurodia has to do it all right here onto the brakes into Holzhoek. 25-1, 25-2, 25-2, 25-1. Those are the last laps we've got out of these first 4 cars. Fastest of the lot, though, was the 25-172 from Mokarodia. So there was a little advantage gained there from the slipstream. Here comes the paybar car at the back end of the Masters category. With that advantage, Mo hasn't really been able to use it, though. He closes up under braking for turn 1, but then I think because of the hard braking he's doing for turn 1 with that little bit extra pull that he gets from the slipstream effect from Judd Berthold's car, it just compromises his drive coming out of turn 1. Tyler hangs on for 5th. Divien behind her. Shireen, I should say, in 7th ahead of Atkinson. This is a great battle. It's not done here. Got a lap and a corner to go. Ethan Kutsia, I did say, is a difficult man to beat from pole position. Oh! Especially if you try like that, Tanner Skippers. That is late braking of note from the DDS car. Unfortunately, it's going to drop him back down into about 9th place, maybe 8th, as he stays ahead there of Rory Atkinson, does he? He goes side by side with Atkinson as they go to the line. Great catch, though, from Hannes. That onboard shot's going to be pretty special. So Ethan Gitsia starts the final lap with a bit of breathing room between himself and Judd Berthold. It's going to give Mo Karodia 3rd place. That's important. Now what you need to take into account is what is going to happen with Rory Atkinson. Have a look at this. There we go. Late braking from Hannes. Judd sees it, fortunately, and just backs out. Allows Hannes to slide right in front of him, up the banking and over the top. Fortunately, not into the kiddie litter, so he was able to get going again. But he was only able to rejoin in 8th place alongside Rory Atkinson. And I think he stayed there, or has he? No, he hasn't. Rory's got through. Or has he? No, he hasn't. Rory Atkinson, I think, got through on the line, but Hannes Skipper's got him back down into turn 1. Here comes Roshan Goodman to put some more pressure onto Rory Atkinson. Well, he tried to. He put the pressure onto himself and ended up going a little dirt tracking down the Tigerberg Straight. He now tucks in behind his teammate, Milan Emsley. So from a Team Red point of view, it's Milan Emsley and Roshan Goodman at the back of the pack as the leaders head down towards the final corner at Fostron. TVN looking for a way through. Oh, a little cutback maneuver there. Tyler didn't see that coming. And Divien slices up the inside and gets through on the lady. The AF Fans car is going to drop down into 6th place. And there's a change up there between Tyler and Divien. Ethan Kutsia gets the win for Lee Thompson Racing and Ethan Kutsia Motorsport. It's Judd Berthold for 2nd, Mo Karodia for 3rd. That will change things up dramatically in the front end of the championship because Rory Atkinson only finishes down in 8th place. He did not improve at all from his 8th place start there for the Industry Petroleum and Haupt Racing team. Masters goes to Smallberger ahead of Wayne Masters and John Kruger. That's how we wrap things up here for Astron Energy Polo Cup. Unbelievable action. So Mo Karodia with 191 will get 15 points to add to that. So that'll take him to 206. And Rory Atkinson down in 8th. Oh, there's a lot of mathematician work that has to be done here now. 12. 10. 9. Rory will get 8 points to that, so he will move to 196. 10-point advantage again to Mo Karodia. Heading into the 3rd and final heat. So it's 10 points between the top 2 in this championship. With one more race to go today. What it will do as well, Ethan Kutsia may move up a little bit as well and possibly get ahead of Hannes Skippers now. So Ethan Kutsia will move to 4th, and I think Judd will stay in 3rd, if I've worked out the points correctly there. So that's how they'll be lining up with the last race coming later on this afternoon. That'll be after, of course, our break for the lunch, track, and grid walk. But before we get into that, we've got one more race to come your way. That will be coming from Toyota Gazoo Racing's GR Cup. So GR Cup made their way down to East London Grand Prix circuit for the previous round, and the GR Cup, of course, was in the hands so far this season of Jason Coetzee. He's literally been the class of the field and the front end for the 86ers. But Nabil Abdul and Mario De Souza, of course, are fighting for honours in the media and in the leadership team categories in the Yaris's and Toyota Corollas. And there's a big field of them out there. We had a big moment, of course, earlier in the day, and another big moment down into the first part of proceedings as Lawrence Mini went a little bit haywire and ended up with the Auto Trader car on the inside of turn number 1, Potter's Pass. Not an easy corner to get right in any motorsport, and you have to have your wits about you there and some big brass ones to make it stick through there to go flat out. The fight continued without him, though, in the mid-pack for the Yaris's and Corollas, and it was great to see Putty making some massive improvements there, fighting with Kyle Koch from Car Magazine. But in the 86 Brigade, it was Jason Coetzee on his way to try and wrap up a victory there for the 86 side. Nabil Abdul had got to the front end of the media and dealer team challenge, and once again the man from Supersport looked like he had it all sorted out now. There you could see one of the issues that we had at the East London Grand Prix circuit was the broken water pipe that caused all that water to drain down onto the circuit, which they worked frantically to get right. We had to start late in the day, which is why Toyota only had one race on the day that weekend. And, of course, that was an all-important 12-lapper that would allow all of these cars a chance to try and score those valuable championship points that are needed coming into the round today here at Killarney International Raceway. Nabil Abdul did it all right, tried to stay ahead of Devon Scott, and Devon Scott, of course, was trying hard to try and keep out the rest of the pack of cars. Led out by our media challenge guys, Putty, and then into the mix we saw Mario De Souza coming to play with Kyle Koch from Car Magazine. Big improvements came out of Charles Bosch. Big improvements out of Vanna Fenter as well. Good to see lots of work being done, and some big improvements coming out of Vatsiawa Makonyanya as well, our lady driver, having a superb outing in her first effort as part and parcel of the GR86 Brigade at the front end of the field. So with 12 laps almost sorted out, everybody had sort of got into a rhythm, realized that they wanted to try and finish up the day with as little damage as possible so that there wasn't too much work to do for the Extreme Racing team and Leroy Poulter's squad before they headed to the Mother City. Jason Coetzee comes to the Mother City with a margin of having to just finish this first heat, and he will wrap up the Gazoo Racing Championship GR Cup driven by Netstar. And that's exactly what he's going to attempt to do from pole position here alongside his Gazoo Racing stablemate in the karting fraternity, Kent Swartz. They are the front row. We'll see them in a few moments' time. But as they came through there, Nabil Abdul took the victory for the media challenge. And it was Devon Scott, of course, who wrapped up things for the dealership and academy team. They roll down towards Holzhoek for the first time. Jason Coetzee is on pole position, exactly where he needs to be, ahead of Kent Swartz. Kanya Ngwenya and Calvin Diaz will be there in third and fourth. Vatsiawa Makonyana makes up the 5 cars in the 86 Brigade. A slightly smaller field. A couple of drivers, of course, on matric duties, so that's why they couldn't make it down to the Killarney International Raceway this weekend as prelims have started. We wish them all the very best. Kyle Koch will start on pole position ahead of Nabil Abdul. Now, the local man here from Cape Town, he's had a bit of a rivalry going here down in Cape Town with Nabil. And you would have seen, if you went onto the social media and onto the Extreme Festival's page, he was the man behind all the antics to try and find who our driver of the day is going to be. So go and check out that little video they did yesterday with him. Carl Cox stealing everybody's phones and pushing his name in and sending a WhatsApp to the WhatsApp number to ensure that he makes driver of the day. Whether or not he gets it, we'll wait and see. But the amount of phones he stole yesterday was ridiculous. So watch out for the Car Magazine man as he tries to take on the man who could potentially wrap up the championship here as well for the media challenge in Nabil Abdul from Supersport. Mario D'Souza has got a good chance of also wrapping up the dealer team challenge, depending on what happens between him and Devon Scott. And then Vanna Fenter and Putty will be fighting hard just behind that as they come down the back straight now and under starters' orders for the first time. 86s will start slightly ahead, as you can see there. The 86 Brigade with about 180 kilowatts of rear-wheel drive to play with. They've got, of course, the paddle shift and the Boxer engine in that car. Then you've got 220 plays 210 kilowatts between the Yaris's and the Corollas in terms of the difference there. But the Corollas, of course, have got that all-wheel drive system as well. And what you'll see as well is when they get hard on the brakes, the hazard lights come on. That's not push to pass. It's just the hazard lights that work with the ABS system that these cars have all got in them. The GR brand is part of Toyota's performance brand. And, of course, everywhere that GR participates in motorsport, they tend to be at the front end of most of the international competitions that they're involved in. Right now, the international competition is not international, it's local, and it's Jason Kutsia looking to wrap up the GR86 championship. Nabil Abdul has to try and get the win if he wants to win the media championship, and we'll see a nice battle between Mario D'Souza and Devon Scott further back in the second pack as they head towards turn one, with Carl Cox getting the drop big time there, catching a whole bunch of cars out under the start there. Mario D'Souza moves up to second. And is that Devon Scott squeezing to third? It looks like it is. Yes, it is. Nabil Abdul getting an absolutely horrendous start in the Supersport car. Drops down to fourth, coming out of turn one. Top two, it's Jason Kutsia and Ken Swartz. Formation flying there for the two Carters. And, of course, the two of them fought hard not only here in Gazoo Racing in the GR Cup driven by Netstar, but they've also fought all season long in the Rotax Championship. And Jason Kutsia wrapping up two titles there, taking the Africa Cup and also taking the National Championship. So with that, of course, his former teammate, Sebastian Boyd, got a chance to step in as the second driver for South Africa. And they'll be representing, of course, SA in the Rotax World Finals in Bahrain at the end of November and the beginning of December of 2025. Right now, they're not worried about that. All they're worried about is what's happening out on track, and that's what we're watching for here, as there's a late dive there from the 35 machine. And is there a chance maybe to squeeze through there? Oh, little look. Didn't quite get there, but definitely some maneuvering happening there. And I tell you something, massive improvements coming out of some of these drivers here this weekend. Every time they've got on track, there's been just a little half a second here, half a second there, amongst this pack of media and dealer team competitors. Nabil, though, is not where we normally see him. He is a lot further back than what we'd like to see, and of course that'll be concerning for him. But, or is it a case of that he can just roll off and finish this race, the same as what Jason can do, and still wrap up the championship? That might be what is on the cards there for the Supersport man. The rest of them come through there. That's the 17 car, Auto Traders. Lawrence Mini at the wheel of that one. He's got Charles Bosch from the Citizen Motoring behind that. Willem van der Putter just behind them as well. And as they go down towards Damps, it's Yaris's and Corollas in full flight. 86s at the front end. Now, to wrap up a championship, of course, you'd love to take the victory. However, when you've got your good friend and arch rival in karting and the Gazoo Racing GR Cup on your tail in Ken Swartz, might not be that easy. However, Jason knows this circuit really well. So does Kent. So the two of them have had equally amount of time, I'm sure, on the circuit in their racing careers. And they've certainly got a huge future ahead of them, have these two. As has Kanya and Calvin Diaz. Gwenya and Diaz for 3 and 4. Vatsiawa just further back from them. She's lost a little bit of ground there. It's about 4 seconds back on Calvin. Falling into the clutches there of Carl Cox. NMI's Vanna squeezing through there and trying to get onto the back of the Motus Corolla of Mario D'Souza. So dealership battles are raging And it's the Toyota Racing Academy driver who's there in third. So Devon Scott, I think, might have just squeezed through. No, he hasn't. He's stuck in behind. He's not going anywhere. Love it. This is the kind of race action that Toyota Gazoo Racing has provided all season long so far. The NMI Corolla going through there as well, just ahead of Putty. So Theo Brits just hanging on to just outside the top 10. Top 10 overall, that is. Of course, not in their exact classes, because you've got Corollas and Yaris's out there. We've got 86s 1 to 5 at the moment. Kyle Koch is the leading Yaris. Mario D'Souza is the leading Corolla, but he's got 2 Corollas on his tail in Vanna Fenter and Devon Scott. Nabil Abdul is second in the Yaris Challenge, and of course the Yaris Challenge is our media contingent. Ken Swartz looking dangerous coming out of turn 1. Jason Kutsia soaking up that pressure though. These two are very much in the pound seats when it comes to racing these 86s that Toyota provides for the GR Cup. All prepped, of course, by the Extreme Racing team of Leroy Poulter. He's taken over that mantle and also does all the logistics of getting the cars, drivers and mechanics to all of the circuits that we race at for Toyota. And as I said, with the GR brand, there are GR branded cars, and they have a slightly higher performance compared to any other Toyotas you might buy off the showroom floor. And that's the reason why the dealer teams are involved here. They get to race their cars on Saturday and then sell the GR brand on Monday in their dealerships. And there are quite an array of GR branded machines, ranging from the Yaris's and of course Corollas that we see here, the 86s sports cars, but there are also some 4x4 versions as well, in the Fortuner, in the Land Cruiser, and also I think available in that Hilux, which is not a Bucky. It's not a Bucky, it's a Hilux. Vanna is side by side here with Nabil. Nabil trying to come back at him. Trying to squeeze that little Yaris up, slightly higher up than what it is right now, and putting the pressure on. Huge fight here between the two of them. There you see the hazard lights coming on under braking. It's the ABS system kicking in the car. Stock standard road cars these, remember, just with a roll cage thrown in and the upgrade on the brakes. Just showing you how well this brand works. And as I said, whichever motorsport they've got involved in the past with the GR branded cars and the performance racing that the GR brand brings along, they've got to the front end and won championships in every aspect of motorsport worldwide, including, of course, the massive input that GR puts into the Dakar, into Le Mans at one point in time, and are also fighting, of course, in the World Rally Championship as well. They've got a GR Cup starlet in the SupaCup category here, and 3 Corollas involved in the Touring Car Championship. So it just shows you that Toyota are doing as admirable a job as what Volkswagen have done for a long time. But it's great to see that there's been a huge improvement in terms of the input that Toyota's put in now that they've got their standalone class. And of course they're also gearing youngsters like these two in Jason Kutsia and Ken Swartz for potential future drives on international pastures and racetracks all around the world. D'Souza in 7th, but the lead Corolla, and actually leads out now. Where has Carl? No, Carl Koch is just up the road from him. I just missed him because, of course, he's got ahead now of Vatsiawa. There's Vatsiawa in the one car. The number 1 Toyota 86 is Vatsiawa Makonyana, and our young lady has now been caught and passed by Carl Koch. That's the reason why I just missed him there. So he continues to lead out the dealer and media challenge overall, but he's the first Yaris, and D'Souza is the first Corolla. Devon Scott and Vanna Fenter will be behind him in terms of that Corolla 1, 2, 3. Koch has got a long way up the road before you see Nabil Abdul down in 2nd and Putty Pignani there in the 3 spot. Jason Kutsia and Ken Swartz have started their penultimate lap. Carl Koch is about to do the same thing as he crosses the line. He'll have 2 to go. So it looks like he's going to be not only hunting for those votes, but he's going to possibly still have the chance of winning driver of the day, because the Car Magazine Yaris is absolutely flying around this track at the moment. And there's no answer coming from D'Souza, Scott, Fenter, Abdul or Mpinyane. He said, welcome to my town. Well, as he put it yesterday, welcome to my house. And that's why he was running around stealing people's phones and putting their votes in for him as driver of the day. So Jason Kutsia is headed down the back straight. You can hear just in the background there from the local motorsport commentators here from the WPMC club. Frank Yennis and Gaza doing a good job on top there. But we're watching the fight here between our 2 Corollas. And Devon Scott closing that gap down. Didn't pick up that it was Dev because he's running across the number 35 car, but his actual race number is 21. So they must have just changed the transponder on his car and give him the spare car to play with here. Probably why he hasn't got the same kind of pace as what he'd normally have. So we've started the final lap now for the Gazoo Racing GR Cup driven by Netstar. And our first champion for 2025 could be crowned if Jason Kutsia stays out front. In fact, he doesn't even have to win the race. He can just finish the race and he'll wrap up the title. Nabil Abdul in 3rd should be enough for him to wrap up the media championship as well. And I think there's still going to be a little bit of a fight down to SupaCups between Mario and Devon for honours in the media, in the dealership championship that they run with the Corollas. Formation flying here for our 2 karting champions. These 2 have fought hard all season long in that Rotax Max DD2 championship. And of course, we wish them all the very best, because it'll be the Africa Open champion in Jason Kutsia and Sebastian Boyd, who'll be representing South Africa at that Rotax World Karting Final. But it's going to be our first 2025 champion crowned here at Killarney at his home track. And coming to the line in the GR86, Jason Kutsia will wrap up the first championship for 2025 on the Extreme Festival of Motorsport. He is going to be exceptionally happy. Mom and Dad on the sideline, probably in tears right now. Ken Swartz comes past first to congratulate him. Carl Koch will come through to win out the media challenge in the Yaris. Here he comes for Car Magazine. And it's going to be Mario D'Souza who's going to win on, hang on, I should say, to win the Toyota Corolla and dealership championship win today. It's not the championship, it's the win that he takes ahead of Devon Scott. But I think with Nabil Abdul coming through here for 3rd, or has he moved up to 2nd? He's actually moved up to 2nd. So Nabil Abdul up into 2nd place there for Supersport will wrap up the media championship here at Killarney International Raceway. So there you have it. 2 champions crowned in the space of about, 45 seconds to a minute in Toyota Gazoo Racing's GR Cup driven by Netstar. D'Souza with the win. Devon Scott with 2nd, and 3rd in the Corollas will be Van Afenta. Confirmation there, unofficially of course, but I can tell you that Jason Kutsia has definitely wrapped up the GR86 Cup, beating Ken Swartz and Kanya Ngwenya today. Calvin Diaz was in 4th. Carl Koch will take the win in the media championship race today in the Yaris, but down in 9th place, and 2nd in the Yaris is Nabil Abdul will wrap up the media championship ahead of Puti Mpinyane. Good effort from Mario D'Souza, wins out the Corollas, beats out Devon Scott and Van Afenta. That one will still go to race 2 and possibly to the final round at SupaCups before we can crown the champion in the Corolla Cup. So that wraps up our first races of the day. It also brings us to the lunch break, and we will be out on track shortly once we've got everything in place for the grid walks. That will be happening on the Porsche straightaway, the main straight here, and the Tigerberg straight in about 5 to 10 minutes time. We'll be back with you at approximately 20 past 2 for the second heat, I should say, of Volkswagen Rookie Cup. Look forward to a big battle there, as Berlin Robinson will be starting from pole position after she finished up in third place in race number 1. We'll be back shortly. Don't forget to vote for your driver of the day. That little tell piece will be coming through here shortly to tell you the WhatsApp number to send your favorite driver to. But we'll be back shortly, and I'm going to go and join Claudio Audio on the grid and catch up with a couple of the fans and a couple of the drivers here today as we wrap up the first part of the day's proceedings here at the Killarney International Raceway for Extreme Festival of Motorsports penultimate round, proudly presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa. Go. Tate Bishop, what's happening, dude?
Yeah, nothing much, eh? Here for the fan walk at my home track. Obviously, everyone's come out. It's such an amazing experience, honestly. I mean, it looks like for now we're only one of 2 cars at the fan walk. Quite a disappointing turnout, but I'm sure everyone's just getting their stuff together.
Still coming,
yeah, I know for sure. But yeah, weekend's going great so far. Pole position, second in race 1. Not what we would have liked, but I mean, you know, when it comes to the championship, absolutely no issue with that. You know?
Would the win have sealed it?
If I had got the fastest lap.
Okay.
So, I mean, even if I had the fastest lap in the first race, you know, having that 3-point gap to Jonathan, I would have won the championship then as well. But next race, pretty much just got to finish in the points and the championship's done.
Awesome stuff. It's been a pretty impressive season, I'm going to tell you. A little bit of drama in between, of course, but you stayed out of the drama and have been consistent. And that's probably a vital point when it comes to winning championships, as you've known in the past.
No, for sure. I mean, I'm not too sure what number championship now, but, you know, each of them have been equally as difficult as one another. So, you know, just constantly learning. Now, especially racing overseas, learning as I go. But, yeah, really, really happy with the turnout today and hoping to wrap it up.
There we go. Well, good luck for the next one, buddy. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Sign it, baby. Sign it. I'm coming, don't worry.
Okay.
Sort out the fans first. I'm just waiting for a queue. When we got the queue, we'll get it.
Mark is open. Mark is live.
Couple of fans here, Jager, by the looks of things, huh?
I know.
Is that what happens when you win races?
No, it happens when you're in Cape Town. Gotta love it down here.
It is cool though to come onto the grid and get a chance to get up close and personal. Congrats on the win. It all went according to plan, but don't stop entertaining the crowd. I'll just check the. Here we go.
Yeah, I think it was a very, very good way to start the weekend off. You know, coming to a track I absolutely love. There's no doubt about this from the single seater. So, you know, I definitely feel it's a good step forward. I don't want to say anything too soon before race 2, but I do feel we're coming off of a positive note in race 1, and I think we can do something in race 2.
I wish you all the very best. Stick around with the crowd. There we go. Jager Robertson, of course, taking the victory there from the first heat of the South African touring cars, and now up close and personal with the fans. Getting some liquid Molly caps signed there for his sponsors, and of course the fans loving this. I don't believe that you're shy. There's no way that you are shy. Not with earrings and a nose ring. And what were you listening to when you pulled those earpods out?
Nothing, absolutely nothing. Just makes everything quieter. Just want quiet. Calm the mind for the next race, yeah.
Because you had a bit of a tough time of it down at the East London Grand Prix circuit with the car in front there.
Yeah.
A little bit of a tough one in the first heat as well. Take us through it.
Yeah, so first heat started from P6. We had a great start, got up to P3 on the line. And from there, we were a little bit down on pace. We were just trying to keep up position. But after lap 3, we started developing an issue with the steering on the front. So I was not able to get the car turned the way I wanted to. I was losing pace. And then unfortunately, lap 6, lap 7, my steering completely gave out. And I was able to limp the car home in P4. So yeah, good start, but not a great end. But the team is getting the car fixed now. It's going to be back for race 2, starting P2. So hopefully from there, we can capitalize from that and have a good result.
So I saw you sitting behind Michael for a while there, kind of playing a bit of a team game there, I think. I think you realise the fact that Michael's in the running, so it's about that time of the season that we need to start working as a team.
Yeah, we're just trying, myself and Nati are trying to help him out as much as we can. We haven't had the strongest of pace, but we help where we can. Today I think I helped a lot, especially Nati, holding back the VWs a bit, but all in all I think it's good. Starting third, we finished third and we're going to start third, so let's see how that goes.
Turning around on that inverted grid is always an awesome thing to do. We've seen it in the past that position's not a bad place to be in here at this track, because it means that you're into the corner on the left-hand side where you want to be.
Yeah, it's inside for 1, and then we're going to try and cut through inside for 2, so let's see how that goes.
Awesome stuff. So what tyre pressure do you think they should run? Come on, you're the Dunlop lady, hey?
3 bars?
3 bars, hey? 3 bars good enough? What do you think, Nati?
That's what you double you right at.
That would be pretty good. Hey,
That's way too high, way too high. Half it and we
half it, yeah. Half it. 1.5 bar would be pretty good, hey?
Okay.
Yeah. Listen, boys, good luck for the second race, and hopefully it all goes according to plan.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Next, what a day, hey? Can't get better than this.
Weather's great. It's my first time down in Cape Town, so I'm very excited. I've never been. Weather's lovely. The crowd is amazing. The cars, the crashes, everything. The tyres are performing so well. So we're very excited as Dunlop to be here today and have some of our customers out here as well, and then have everybody perform on our tyres a little bit.
The breeze has helped out a little bit in terms of track temperatures, so it's helping the longevity. The two categories that have got 3 races today, they have to worry about tyre preservation. But it's not a hard-wearing circuit, is it?
Not at all. Not that I know of. As far as I know, it's perfect for the Dunlop tyres, this circuit. Really loves this track.
So from Dunlop's point of view, I mean, it's been a massive input you've seen all season long. The return on investment is starting to come through, I'm sure. People are buying Dunlop tyres now because they're seeing them win on Saturday, and what wins on Saturday sells on Monday.
Yeah, no, and even like the car tyres that you can actually drive on your personal vehicle goes around these tracks. So we're very happy. People are not complaining at all as far as we know. And we're very happy with the return on investment. It's just brand, and everybody's enjoying it, and that's all that counts for us. It's just getting our brand out there, having people enjoy it, people staying safe, and just enjoying our tyres.
Well, we wish all the very best, and thanks so much for the support. It's always great to see Dunlop tyres on most of the cars out here. The only one they don't have this weekend, of course, was on the bike. But let's see how that all goes according to plan, and well done to Dunlop. I'm going to interrupt you there quickly there, Jules. Just a quick one, buddy. Thanks for joining us here on the grid. Just an opportunity to find out exactly how things went and what was the problem in race number 1?
So we had a fuel rail failure, if you can say it like that, began at the start of the race. So just as the lights went out, the car basically died, and I fell back to almost last place. But it somehow recovered from there. So we made it back up to third. The car had really good pace, past Michael and a couple of the Gazoos. And then just on the third lap, coming out of turn 4, it just completely died. Fuel rail failed, managed to trundle into pit lane, thank goodness, because as I got into pit lane, everything caught light.
Sure.
So, yeah, luckily the guys were there with the extinguishers. The team did a great job, extinguishing the fire and getting the car ready. So, not ideal, but that's racing. But, at least we can take part in the second race, and we know we've got a quick car.
Where are we starting from?
Yeah, we'll be starting last, unfortunately. Yeah.
So a bit of work to do then, unfortunately, for you.
Yeah, a lot of work to do. But, we showed in race 1 we can overtake here. The car's got good pace, good race pace. So, yeah, very happy. And we'll see what we can do. Pressure's off now, so just to have some fun.
Leave you to it. Good luck.
Thanks.
driving very well in times of need and times of pressure and times of regularity. And they really become... A man who firmly believed that age was just a number, and in his case, a racing number. Many racing drivers get into sport because their fathers raced. And Willie, as he was universally known at Killarney, started in 1992. I should say, at that now, let's get back to where we are now. Start to get one in there, but seven. So the two one of those versus Roman Robinson will start his game. Then Michael, followed by the third time.
Welcome back to action from the penultimate round of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport here in Killarney International Raceway, Cape Town, the mother city. And it's race 2 now of the Volkswagen Rookie Cup. Seeing Our Lady, who got third place in her first podium, now move to pole position for the first time as well. So Berlin Robinson will start the race on pole alongside Mauro Deleuze. And if we look at the championship after race number 1, coming into this round, Josh Moore and Chris Tate were 3 points ahead of each other, with Moore in the advantage and Tate 3 points back. Deleuze was about 14 points back on the leader there, and Ozia Khan was a further 16 points back on that. Now, heading into this heat, things have tightened up. Tightened up, I should say. Josh Moore on 83, Christopher Tate is on 80, Mauro Deleuze is on 75, and 73 points for Ozia Khan. So literally the first 4 are split by 10 points. We've got one more race today and 2 more at SupaCups to fight out this championship. So the championship is definitely not going to be wrapped up here. Volkswagen Rookie Cup will go to SupaCups on the 25th of October to wrap up the 2025 season and see who gets the drive in the Astron Energy Polo Cup Volkswagen Racing Team for 2026. That's the prize they're fighting for. And they're going to be fighting hard from the back. Both Josh Moore starting at the back and Chris Tate 1 row ahead of him, but right in front of him on the grid. Those are the 2 arch rivals that came together at Turn 5 Fostron Corner in the first race earlier on in the day. Let's see if they can just stay out of harm's way and maybe just get to the front end and then fight it out as racing should happen. A race incident between the 2 of them saw the 2 of them have to come into pit lane and do some changes. One for a flat tyre and one for a broken front left of the car. So I think we're going to be in for watching those 2 cars on the left hand side, just in front of that recovery bucky. to go at it and try and go with the likes of Azir and Berlin, who start in the odd numbers just ahead of them. Berlin Robinson on pole ahead of Mauro Deleuze. Azir Khan, Luke Hill are the second row. Chris Tate and Luke Corbett are the third row. And starting from the back was your championship leader. And he, of course, has now got only 3 points difference between himself and the car right ahead of him, Christopher Tate. So Josh Moore now going to have to work hard. Probably harder than what he has all season long so far. So the Astron Energy Polo Cup GTI makes its way around as the official safety car for this category as well as for Polo Cup. And we'll bring them to the line for the start procedures. Berlin Robinson has started on pole before in her racing career in the NX Legends, but hasn't quite started on pole for a Volkswagen Rookie Cup race just yet. So this will be interesting to see if she can keep it all together, and there's a lot of pressure coming from some very, very fast young drivers behind her. She managed to keep a couple of them out in race number 1, finishing up in third place after the demise of the two leaders, but to come through 8 laps of race action from the start to finish, not as easy to do, especially when you've got championship contenders hunting from behind you. Berlin will be looking to try and get as much heat into that rubber as possible. We chatted there to Nicole from Dunlop, saying that conditions are almost ideal here for these Dunlop tyres that these cars run on. They, of course, are the road-going version of the Dunlops that are available, similar to the ones that they run on the Gazoo Racing Cup. Of course, we've got some semi-slicks on the other ones that run in the other categories. So looking forward to a big battle now between our Rookie Cup competitors. Azir Khan and Mauro Deleuze with nothing to lose. They've certainly got to try and get to the front and maybe get ahead of Berlin. Try and close that 10-point gap down to a couple of points between 3 or 4 cars heading into the final round on the 25th of October. That would be interesting. If either Azir or Mauro can get a win here, that might just be the case. So it's time to bring him to the line. Get him ready to go now for the second heat of race action. Berlin is eager to get the job done. She rolls up to pole. Mauro Deleuze will roll up alongside into second place. Azir Khan right behind her. Luke Hill behind Mauro. Christopher Tate behind Azir. Luke Corbett behind Luke Hill. And at the back of the pack in 7th place, Josh Moore. We stand by. That 5-second board will come up. There it is. COC moves off the circuit. The lights will go on. And they go off. It's a good start coming from the second row there from Azir Khan. Trying to run there with Berlin Robinson. Berlin got a good start as well. She seems to be able to keep them out. Look at Josh Moore coming from the back already. Putting the pressure down the left-hand side to try and sneak up on the inside. Oh, and there's a big touch. Mauro Deleuze gets sideways there as they go in. Everybody stays on track incredibly. Just the bumper on Mauro Deleuze's car goes flying into turn 1's exit. But Berlin Robinson's managed to hang on. Azir Khan is second. It's Tate up to third place. And on his tail, by the looks of things, it's a hard charge coming out of the 33 car there. And that, of course, is Mauro Deleuze. Deleuze and Tate came side by side as they went into turn 1. Little touch between the two of them. But Berlin Robinson now keeping her head down and out of trouble, trying to get away. Tate looks like he's moved up into second. He has. Azir Khan is into third. Up to fourth comes Corbett. Here comes Hill as well. Hill on the inside, sneaking through. Josh Moore was trying to find a way past, but had to back out when he saw all the fracas happening ahead of him. And he's now down in 6th place. Trying to find a way through there on both of the Lukes, and maybe there also on the hard charge from Mauro Deleuze. Deleuze went all out of shape there. Have a look at it down into turn 1. Here we go. This is what it looked like heading towards turn 1. Berlin Robinson had the advantage. She managed to hang on to the advantage as they come down onto the brakes now, but Tate has a look. Doesn't quite get there. Here comes Josh Moore. Josh Moore sneaks up on the 33. Deleuze goes 1 position back. So we got a bit of chopping and changing as Josh Moore starts to make his way to the front end. as rapidly as possible. He now comes across the line. He'll be sitting in 5th place as they cross the line now, with Berlin Robinson leading things out. Berlin out front. Just trying to see which car's missing a bumper out there. Is it the 3rd car? No. I don't know whose bumper went flying, but there certainly was one of the bumpers that went flying there. It might have been a rear bumper that went flying there, but certainly a bumper off at turn 1 from one of the cars. I would assume it might be Tate's rear bumper, but that front bumper still seems like it's on. So as they come down towards Castrol one more time into 2nd place, there is Josh Moore up to 4th. Deleuze follows him and gets on the inside of Hill. Hill and Corbett now drop to the back of the pack. So the 2 Lukes will be left at the back as Berlin Robertson controls things from the front for now. Christopher Tate trying to close her down with Azir Khan on his tail. Khan putting the pressure on. Josh Moore eventually up to 4th. Now can he concentrate his efforts on trying to get to the front pack? Those first 3 cars out front are quite a long way up the road. And it's going to be a bit of work to do now for Josh Moore to try and make up that sort of 2-second disadvantage he has right now. Josh is not out of it yet though. He thought he'd got a bit of breathing room, but that's not the case. Mauro Deleuze is coming straight back at him. Mauro is not giving up without a fight here. Here comes a late outbraking maneuver attempt from Tate. Can't get through. Berlin was very late on the brakes and managed to keep him out. Deleuze loses out slightly there to Josh Moore as he carries the corner speed through Fostron corner. The bank turn down at turn 5, also known as Cape Town corner. But as they come across the line, Berlin Robertson has managed to hang on to the front end for 2 laps. That is 2 down and 6 to go. The AF Fans car leads things out over the Sportex machine. TSS behind that. Then in 4th place, Fleet Dynamics and Puma machine of Josh Moore. Trying to stay ahead there and keep out Deleuze. This is tight, very, very close for these front 3 cars. Christopher Tate in the ideal position right now to try and make up some more ground over his arch rival Josh Moore. If he stays where he is right now, he scores 7 points. Beg your pardon, he'll score 9 points, which will move him, of course, into 89 points on the scoreboard. If Josh Moore stays in 4th, he gets an extra 6 to the 83, so they go on to equal points heading into the final round, if that's the case. If it stays the way it is. The back bumper is actually off Berlin's car. I've picked that up for the first time now. I wasn't expecting to see Berlin's car with the damage because she really wasn't involved in that little fracas. But needless to say, I'm incorrect, and she was definitely involved because the rear bumper has gone missing. So maybe it's a little bit of extra weight off the car that's keeping her at the front end. Bit of driver skill coming out of Berlin as well to keep out these boys. They are hungry, and this young lady is showing them the way around. So Berlin Robertson pulls a small advantage as they come out of Cape Town corner, Fostron, and onto the main straightaway. Pulling away now from Christopher Tate, who goes defensive to try and keep Azir Khan out. Josh Moore is up to 4th. What's the gap down to 4th now? 1.9. He's made up half a second. He's pulled half a second on those 2nd and 3rd place cars. And he's bringing Mauro Deleuze along for the ride. The retail inside car there in 5th place would be wise to stick behind Josh Moore and work with him to get onto the back end of the top 3. And I think that's exactly what Luke Hill might be attempting to do as well. A wider line coming out of Azir Khan, trying something different out of Castrol. And he cuts the apex very late out of Castrol corner, turn 2, to try and bridge that gap and close it down slightly there on Tate. Berlin Robinson soaking up the pressure here big time, doing a super job. Robinson in the lead of the race since the start. Has not been bettered yet, but Chris Tate might be engaging that slingshot. Slipstream down the back straight is important, but with these cars being so evenly matched, it's not always easy to pull off a slipstream maneuver, because when you pull out, there's not that much additional power other than what the suction power of the slipstream engaging attempts to help you out with, and that's what we saw and what happened between Tate and Josh Moore in race 1. There you go, Chris Tate, late on the brakes. Inside line, Berlin Robinson opened up the door. They're now side by side, and wing mirror, Berlin gets a little tap there from Tate. She'll have the inside line for turn 1 though, so she just stays on the inside. She might still be able to hang on to the lead and come straight across the nose. There you go. Right across the nose there of Christopher Tate. Dropping him straight back into the clutches of Azir Khan, but he's on the inside line now for turn 1. Is he going to be good enough on the brakes? He's late on the brakes into turn 1. Berlin loses out one position, possibly two. Yeah. Unfortunately, a little mistake there from Berlin. Ran her wide into turn one and too late on the brakes. Cost her the line that she wanted to be on. Tate now leads. Here comes Josh Moore. Josh Moore around the outside of Berlin into Castle Corner, turn two. 2 by 2, they're in turn two. Azir Khan on the outside. Berlin coming back at him and sneaks back up into second place. Here comes Josh Moore for third. Josh Moore looking for a chance to squeeze through for third place. Can he find it? He might get it down into Demps because he'll have the inside line for Demps, and that should be third place secured for Moore. Yes, he is. Up into third place. Josh Moore from the back of the pack. Halfway stage, and he's up to third place. So that's how evenly matched these cars are. You can see just how difficult it is to make up ground when all the cars are so evenly matched. He's now onto the tailpiece, or the lack of tailpiece there, of Berlin Robinson. Christopher Tate trying to get away at the front end. Tate is getting away slightly, but Berlin Robinson now gets into the slipstream and gets pulled along. Double slipstream effect here for Josh Moore potentially as he gets on the inside. Yes, he's going to use it to his advantage. He's going to go on the inside of Tate as well. They're going to touch again. There's a little dab again. A second one coming on the outside. Here comes Berlin Robinson. They're going to go 3 by 3 onto the main straight. 3 cars almost side by side as they come into the main straight, but Tate hangs on. Moore in second. Berlin Robinson's on the inside line for turn one and potentially could come back at Josh Moore. If she's good enough on the brakes, that's what she's going to attempt. She's going to follow Chris Tate through and get back into second. Perfect placement there of the car. The AF Fans car getting up into second place. Oh, and Mara Deleuze on the inside. Oh, Zia Khan, I beg your pardon. Zia Khan sneaking through, coming back at Josh Moore. Josh Moore running wide, opened up the door there. Zia nearly had to go. He has to tack and just tuck in behind again. This time it's Moore forcing Berlin Robinson wide out of Castrol. Luke Hill joining the party at the back end. Mara Deleuze in it as well. This is a fantastic 6-way fight here for the leader of this race. Josh Moore eventually the second. Cements it now down into Damstip. Goes hunting for Christopher Tate up the road. He's only got 2.5 laps to go. He's got to try and close down a half a second lead there that Chris Tate has got over them. Cannot afford to fight with Berlin. Berlin comes straight back at him though, applying the pressure onto Josh Moore. Josh Moore gets his head down. Tries to get away from Berlin as they head towards turn 5. Back down to Astron. Berlin comes up alongside. Should be on the outside. Watch for the cutback though. Having a big look for that cutback, but with that, oh, a touch there between her and Mara Deleuze. Deleuze comes side by side now. Deleuze has got through ahead of Azir Khan. Tried an attempt to get through on Berlin Robinson, but had to back out of it as the two of them tagged, coming out of Astron corner. So it's Hill up to fourth. Deleuze coming back at him though. Deleuze coming back at him though. Back into Damps. Almost a touch between the two of them coming out of Damps corner. And right on their tail comes Azir Khan. Azir Khan has dropped to the back of the pack. Can you believe that? He was fighting for second at one point in this race. He's now down in 6th place. Luke Corbett unfortunately hasn't been able to bridge the gap, and he's lost the toe here to the back end of this incredible 6-way fight for the second race of Rookie Cup. Tate with a bit of breathing room. Josh Moore trying to close him down. Moore goes on the brakes late down into Cape Town corner. Same thing from Mara Deleuze to keep out Luke Hill. Luke Hill also late on the brakes. He's defending there from Azir Khan. So the two of them fighting at the back. And now with a lap to go, has Josh Moore got enough in hand here to potentially spoil the day here for Christopher Tate. Tate takes the win. He'll get the 10 points, or the 12 points for the win, I should say. That'll take him to 92 points. Josh Moore in second place at this point in time will only get 9, so the 9 points on top of there puts them onto equal standing. So first and second here will be a joint lead for SupaCups in the championship with 2 more races to play for. Berlin Robinson will move herself up possibly into the 6th position with Giovanni Fiorotto not making it down here this weekend. So her 2 third positions will definitely move her up in the championship to what will be 6th place in the Rookie Cup Championship. Berlin Robinson hanging on for 3rd. Are we going to see a late dive here from potentially Mara Deleuze? I don't think Tate and Moore are going to change here. Can you believe how this is going to finish up? As they come down onto the brakes, here's a late dive from Maro. Maro looking to get on the inside of Berlin. Berlin's going to... Oh! Berlin gets it sideways. And she comes and collects the inside of Luke Hill. As he comes around the outside, there's a possibility of Azir Khan to maybe steal through and sneak ahead of the both of them. It's going to be Tate for the win and Josh Moore for second. Moore coming from the back of the pack to second place there. That will put these two drivers on equal points, 92 points each, heading to SupaCups on the 25th of October. It's Mara Deleuze who gets third place. With that third, Deleuze, of course, will be scoring 7. That'll take him up to 82 points scored and 10 points behind the two drivers out front of this championship. And Azir Khan eventually finishing there in 4th will also secure him another 5 points to this, 6 points to the championship, I beg your pardon. So with that 6 points, he now move into 79 points scored. So we've got 92 tied at the front, 82 for third place in Mara Deleuze, and 79 for Azir Khan as they head to SupaCups on the 25th of October for the final round of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport, proudly presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa. I think that's exactly what Volkswagen wanted. Rookie Cup headed to the final round. They have got 24 points to play for, and they are on equal standings. Josh Moore and Chris Tate, both on 92 points. So we're heading to the second race now of South African touring cars and the Super Cup class. Bits of work being done in the background to get a couple of cars that had some battle scars sorted out. Arguably the most battle scarred car would have been Keegan Campos's BMW. And I think they've worked frantically to get that car sorted out. He did get back on track though, and he will be starting from pole. And the reason for that, of course, is that he was able to get back on track and still circulate to complete enough laps to be deemed the pole sitter for the second start. He'll start alongside Natim Samanga, who is of course on the second position on the grid. Saad will start from third. We heard from him in the break and during the grid walk. His teammate Michael van Rooyen will be alongside there, and you heard both from Saad and Nati that there are some team orders in play there to try and win this championship for the Gazoo Racing stable. And Michael van Rooyen, of course, is the man who leads the championship. He's now got a slightly smaller advantage, but Jagger Robertson is the biggest mover there as he moves up into second place and moves ahead of his teammate as well in the overall standings, because Jagger now moves into second place and Jules into third. So that's how things will be standing going into this one. But Michael van Rooyen, as I said, has got to just try and get up as high as possible and score as many points as he can. The championship is not going to be decided in touring cars here at Killarney International Raceway, but the home track of the Angry Racing team could see the crowning of Tate Bishop as champion for 2025. And that, of course, is pending all of the official results being correct and all of the outside standings all being sorted out as well. But needless to say, it's Campos and Msamanga, Variawa and Van Rooyen, Robertson and Schofield, and Van der Walt will start at the back. We also chatted to Julian and found out there was a bit of a fuel rail issue he had. It will be Jonathan Machotsi and Tate Bishop on the front row. So the two championship rivals will be starting at the front of the SupaCup class ahead of Davide Franco, who out-qualified Jason Newsmore for the second start. So nice run there from Davide Franco in that graphic supply world and Team Red car. As they make their way back onto the track now to take up their positions for the second start. We'll also see further back on that also Cara Hill and Dean Fenter. They will start on the third row. Roberto Franco and Andre Besaidnote, the two masters in the SuperCup class, will be on the fourth row of the SuperCup grid. And if Davy van der Merwe was able to get that Gazoo Racing Starlet sorted out, he will be coming from the back of the grid completely for GR Racing. And as I look at my front windscreen here of the commentary booth that I'm in, I can see Davy van der Merwe's Starlet at the back of the pack, so he's been able to get that car sorted. Dylan Praji's car also had a bit of race damage on it, as we saw in the closing stages, so a little bit of work to do there for the fast development team, which they've done, and got Praji's car back on track. So the Auto Styling Bulawayo fast development's car of Dilzano, as I think he was putting on the back of his car now, or Delanzo. I think it's Delanzo, yeah, Delanzo at the back of that car now. He'll start just behind the Platinum Mile car of Dean Fenter. Right, that Astron Energy Polo GTI about to make its way down towards turn one, and we'll set the cars on their way shortly after that. There's, of course, a little gap between touring cars and the SuperCup class, and that will be dictated by Jonathan Machotsi, who's the pole man for race 2. He'll hold that pack up slightly, giving the touring cars a chance to get away. Keegan Campos from the second start and starting on pole position is a tough man to beat in scenarios like that. It's almost on a similar scenario to when Michael van Rooyen is on the front row on the reverse grid. But remember, the reverse grid is for half the amount of points that were scored in race 1. So race 1 is the one you want to get the maximum points scored in, because the way that the point system works in this category for touring cars is that they score maximum points in race 1 and half points in race 2. So it just changes the dynamics ever so slightly. Not the same in SuperCup. SuperCup is the same points scored in both heats of racing. And as I said, if Tate Bishop just finishes up in second place behind Jonathan Machotsi, barring any other outside scenarios that could potentially come into play, he will be wrapping up the 2025 SuperCup Championship here at his home circuit. So the Super Cup competitors coming out of Damps. Last car on track is that one. That's the Toyota Starlet from GR Racing. Davy van der Merwe at the wheel of that car. Last year's GR86 champion. Of course, that championship was wrapped up earlier on today from Jason Kutsia. Nabil Abdul taking the media championship, but we'll see them back on track one more time later on this afternoon. Campos looking to turn his luck around completely here. Cape Town is certainly one of his favourite tracks. Chatted to him yesterday though, and he reminded me though the last time he was in Cape Town he ended up in the wall, so it hasn't quite worked out in terms of his thinking about what this track can do for him and the success he's had in the past. Will that now turn around in the second heat? Hopefully that's the case. That's what he's praying for now as they come to the line and under starters orders. Second pack being held up there by Mahotsi, waiting for them to come round. Lights will go out for the Super Touring cars. And we are racing. Drop the hammer. It's Campos out the gates. Leading towards turn 1 on his outside is Natyam Samanga. Will he open up the door and possibly allow his teammate Michael van Rooyen a chance? He's going to go round the outside. Michael van Rooyen probably chatted to him, say, go round the outside and open up the door and let me through. And let me get ahead of Keegan Campos if possible. Here comes the Super Cup class. Down towards the start. Van Rooyen's on the inside of Saad Variawa, but he's following Natyam Samanga out of turn 2. Little clip of the curb there from Nati. Just clip the curb there ever so slightly. Here we go down towards turn 1. Angry racing around the outside. That's exactly what Tate wanted to do. Try and hang on to that outside line and hopefully be able to squeeze through into the inside line for turn 2. Touring cars head up towards Sorrel Sweep. It's Campos out front, pulling slightly away now from the second car on track. That's Natyam Samanga, then Michael van Rooyen, then race 1 winner Jagger Robertson. Julian van der Vat's made up one place from the back of the pack. He's got ahead of the Fly Saf car of Andrew Schofield. Here comes Michael van Rooyen on Nati. Sneaking up the inside. Nati van Rooyen will probably give him a little bit extra room and then try and shut the door immediately behind him and keep off the 2 GTIs that are coming from the back. The first one being in the hands of Jagger Robertson. Mahotsi trying to get away now as they head down the back straight for the first time. He's got Tate Bishop on his tail. Bishop has got Jason Loosemore locked in for a possible slingshot here into the final corner. No, not able to make it stick. Tate was very late on the brakes and managed to keep him out. Davy van der Merwe has made up 2 or 3 positions now, goes side by side with Dylan Praji as they come out of Cape Town corner. Moving the Starlet up right behind Cara Hill. So the young lady driver, only lady driver in this class, down in 13th at the moment, lucky for some. But she's got a hard charge coming from Davy van der Merwe in the Toyota Starlet, and he might outgun here on the brakes. They go side by side. Oh no, that's Jagger Robertson. Jagger Robertson parked on the sideline coming out of turn 1. He's on the short straight headed towards turn 2, and he is stuck there. So Jagger Robertson's gone literally from hero to zero there. From the win in race 1, he's parked on the side and out of race 2. Hopefully he can get going again to try and score a little bit of points. Remember, Jagger currently sits in second, so that's going to give the advantage now to Julian van der Vat to come back and return the favour as to what happened in race number 1. Jagger taking the victory, Julian not finishing up where he wanted to with that little fuel rail issue. But certainly no worries at all here for Campos. Keegan Campos high-flying out front. Jagger Robertson walks away. Is that car going to be deemed to be in a safe place? Now they come towards turn 2. They didn't quite go onto the grass, so I'm not sure if we're going to require a safety car here. Look at the lap time out of Keegan Campos. 1 minute 15.807 in that Campos Transport BMW. Sure, that is a really, really good effort there. Campos boys, of course, always been helped out by Peter Jacquet, but Peter Jacquet working hand in hand with the guys at Fast Developments as well. And it looks like it's working well there for Keegan Campos at this point in time as he heads down towards turn 5 again, pulling slightly away from Michael van Rooyen. Yellow flags waving. I'm not quite sure what they flag, who's gone off here possibly at turn 5. Natyam Samanga. Is it a safety car? It's a safety car. They're all slowing up. Safety car boards are out. So safety car board comes out, and that's why. It's because Jagger Robertson's car is in a dangerous place. I kind of thought that might be the situation. They eventually called for the safety car. Safety car's being deployed. And now got a chance for everybody to concertina up. These laps under safety car are going to count. Campos, his advantage is going to diminish here. It's going to give Michael van Rooyen a chance to maybe pounce on the restart. Van Rooyen won't stay too up close and personal with Campos until we go to the start, just to avoid getting that car maybe overheating. There is still a little bit of a breeze. It's not as strong as what it earlier on as what it was, but certainly still a shot here for Michael van Rooyen to maybe steal a victory from Campos. Van Rooyen's last lap was a 24.9 and Campos's was a 25.3. Can't really say that those are lap times we can count on, because it was under safety car that they crossed the line, so they would have slowed up. The best lap we've got, of course, is a 15 and a 16 out of Campos and Van Rooyen. Machotsi, there we go. They'll just roll that car into the middle of the return road, or the last part of the World Rallycross Championship circuit that they built here at Killarney International Raceway. And by the way, World Rallycross still owe us 2 events for the contract that they had originally in place here. Hopefully that'll happen at some point in time, now that they've got that championship back up and running. I have to give Andrew Coley a bit of a call there to find out what's happening. Alright, so SupaCup circulating. These guys don't want to be too close to each other, because there is a possibility of overheating if you are too close to the car in front of you and breathing in the hot air that's coming out of that exhaust pipe. That's why you can see Julian van der Walt moving just to the left-hand side of Saad Variawa's Corolla. Campos doesn't have to worry about anything. He can dictate the pace. If the safety car's rolled out now, are we good to go? Yes, we are. Campos drops the hammer early on. Tries to catch them all napping coming out of turn 5, and he puts the power down, and he's done just that. He's opened up that advantage again. Michael van Rooyen was caught napping ever so slightly there, and on his tail, Natium Samanga comes along for the ride. So it's formation flying from Gazoo Racing Corollas 2, 3 and 4 on track ahead there now of Julian van der Walt, the lone GTI from WCT. SupaCup head down towards turn 1 as well. And it's Machotsi keeping out Tate Bishop. Jason Newsmore, race 1 winner there in 3rd place, ahead of Dean Fenter. And in fact ahead of Davide Franco, I beg your pardon, and then Dean Fenter. So Platinum Mile car now trying to close the gap down on the GSW and Team Red machine. But as I said, if Tate Bishop stays exactly where he is right now, that is championship done, bar any of the outside activities that have to happen. Unofficially, of course, we'll have to call it here, but I think they'll be calling it official by the time he gets onto social media after this race, if he finishes in 2nd place. Van der Walt trying to get on the inside now of Variawa. Variawa sees him coming, shuts the door. So Julian van der Walt trying to squeeze through here, find a way past on Saad Variawa, the 3rd Corolla on the road. Doing a valiant job there. Nati and Saad to keep the rest of the touring cars behind them. Change up. There goes Loosemore into 2nd. Tate Bishop knows that's not a problem. 3rd place is also still good enough. So does he really have to fight if Jason Newsmore's putting him under that much pressure? No, he doesn't. Oh, but fighting hard is Van der Walt. Van der Walt runs wide and puts the wheel on the dirt, allowing Schofield a little chance to have a sniff at moving up into 5th place. Van der Walt lucky to survive that one. Campos out front. 1:15.7s now out of Keegan Campos. Unbelievable run here from Keegs. What a turnaround. 16 deads out of Michael van Rooyen, 16.1 out of Nati. Saad with a 15.9 as well. So Saad Variawa also matching the lap times that Keegan Campos is doing. Pity he's not up there with Campos, because imagine if that would be a pretty interesting race if they're only a couple of hundredths of a second apart. Saad is having to work exceptionally hard. That's why he's going so fast, because he's got massive pressure coming from Julian van der Walt coming out of Cape Town corner. We'll now continue that battle now for another 4 laps. Campos extending his lead to 1.7 seconds now over Van Rooyen. of hundredths of a second, probably about a second and a half there now between Michael and Nati. Saad has got nothing but a bumper between himself and Julian van der Vat. Van der Vat applying big pressure onto the back end of Saad Variawa. Variawa going to try and hang on to the inside line into Dempsey. Make Julian go the long way around. Slow him up slightly maybe on the exit, so he can't get the drive, can't engage the slingshot. He tried to have a look into Sorrel Sweep. That'll be a brave move. Not many people can make a overtake into Sorrel Sweep anymore. These cars are really, really tricky to get right in most occasions, and through Sorrel Sweep an inside line might not be the right place. Outside of turn 5 is not a bad option though. If you can cut back and get early on the accelerator, which is what Julian's trying to do, but Saad was very aware of that. He held the outside line, which of course becomes the inside for turn 1, and he's going to make Van der Vat drive around the outside of him. Van der Vat now looking for a chance to outbreak the first of the Corollas. Variawa with a bit of battle scars. He's got a little touch there between himself and Julian van der Vat. You can see the front right fender just slightly loose there on Saad's car. He stays ahead. Oh, no, he doesn't. Van der Vat dives on the inside and squeezes through. Here comes Schofield as well. Andy Schofield trying to dive through and capitalize on the move that Julian van der Vat was just able to pull, and then goes onto the dirt. Van der Vat using the curbing as they came through the kink towards turn 3. So Julian van der Vat is now up into the 4 spot. Saad Variawa down into 5. Davy van der Merwe bringing the Platinum Mile machine and Gerald Wright Motorsport Polo GTI Super Cup machine. That is piloted by Dean Venter. And they are looking to try and close down on Davide Franco, who sits currently in 4th place on the road for Team Red Racing and Graphics Supply World. Back straight, Fenter trying to get in the slipstream there with Davy van der Merwe. Davy looking to try and hang on here. Can he? Yes, he can. That's late braking from Davy van der Merwe. There's a bit more on the margin there between himself and the car ahead of him of Davide Franco. Another lap completed. Got 2 to go. 2 more laps for Keegan Campos to hang on. Michael van Rooyen has not had an answer, although he's just gone quickest. 15.726 out of Michael van Rooyen. Makes him the fastest car on track with a lap and a half to go. Is there enough time for him to catch and pass the man out front, Keegan Campos? Couple of battle scars there on, I think that's Saad's car. Yeah, Saad's car with a bit of front bumper and some detailing starting to flap around. I think that might be that front fender that came loose. Yeah, it is. Starting to flap around there on the front end of the bonnet as they go to start the final lap. (15.8) now out of Michael van Rooyen, so not as quick. Julian van der Vat actually does personal best there on the start of the final lap with a 15.3. So 15.308 there, personal best for Julian van der Vat. It might be too little too late to catch Natium Samanga though. Campos controlling from the front. Campos Transport Fast Development and Turn 1 Insurance all doing the job to keep Keegan at the front end of this race, and a bit of work of course by the team to ensure that that car was fixed after the bonnet came up heading down this back straightaway, showing you just how strong the wind was in race number 1. Campos has come back nicely, turned his luck around, turned a bit of a nightmare in race 1 into a bit of a daydream, and that's the way to do it. Super effort and a fantastic finish for the day there for Keegan Campos, wrapping up Heat 2 of the South African Touring Car Championship, beating Michael van Rooyen, who will maintain the lead in the championship with that 2nd place. Jonathan Mahotsi, Jason Loosemore. I would have said maybe formation flying, but Mahotsi's pulled away too much there for a formation flying finish for him and Loosemore. But Tate Bishop in third place is going to be our third unofficial champion for the day. South African Touring Cars Super Cup, possibly wrapped up, and from the likes and the looks of things on the sideline, that's exactly what's happened. You can see Tim Bishop, Tate's dad there, and the whole team shouting out from Lee Thompson Racing as well. They've helped out with that championship win, and that's one in the bag there for Tate Bishop, one he certainly wanted and fought hard for this season. So South African Touring Cars Super Cup champion for 2025, Tate Bishop. Unofficially, of course, we can't do it until all the paperwork is done at the end of the day, but from what we've seen so far, a magnificent effort there from him to wrap it all up. Julian van der Walt eventually coming through for third place and just squeezing Natim Samanga to the line there. So by 0.3 of a second, Julian van der Walt, but with that personal best again of a 15.208, fastest lap of the race on that last lap from the GTI to get him up into third place. So if we take Michael van Rooyen and we take his points and add, becomes a 155 for Michael. Julian van der Walt sitting on 87, and he will be scoring, what's that, the 17 points for second. Jagger doesn't score, but Campos does. Campos will move himself up possibly into fourth place or third place in the championship. So with that win, Campos might move himself up into the third spot of the championship for touring cars, which will be wrapped up, of course, at the SupaCup's International World of Motoring on the 25th of October. The final round of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport, proudly presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa. But as I said, unofficially, congratulations there to Tate Bishop, wrapping up the third championship today here in Cape Town, and doing it at his home circuit as well, just like Jason Kutsia did earlier on in the day for the Gazoo Racing GR86 Cup. Up next, we head into the third and final heat of Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. Back on track for their third and final heat. Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. We've seen a couple of shared honours here amongst some of the drivers in all of the categories today so far. It's now time for the final victory to be sorted out here. And this championship is definitely going to go right back to SupaCups to be sorted out. Toy's taking the victory. He took the second one. Arunjis took the first one. Ricky Giannicaro and Charles Fisser were fighting hard, but Fisser just able to squeeze Ricky out for the win in Class A in race 2. But Giannicaro had a big turnaround there on the pace that he found out of his pink Lamborghini. His brother Gigi is still looking for a bit of extra pace to run closer to the two GT3 cars that he's supposed to be fighting with. He'll be starting from 5th place on the grid, just ahead of Marius Jackson. Paul Hill and Marcel Angel are supposed to be... Hopefully Marcel Angel is back on track. I didn't see the Ferrari go out though. So I don't think Angel is back on circuit, no. So it'll be Paul Hill all on his own on the 4th row. Mike Verrier and Ant Blunden, the two Class B cars, will be alongside each other. And I don't... No, there he comes in the background. I'll come to take their positions on the grid first before they sort it all out. So this is just the sighting lap for Extreme Supercars, driven by Dunlop. Race number 3. Definitely no Marcel Angel. And London is there. So the Autohaus Angel Ferrari has been parked for the day. We need to lose him. He's a really awesome competitor to have on track. Verrier is back on circuit for NDT Racing in the Monster Z4. It is awesome, as I mentioned earlier on in the day, the impact that a local sports and GT class brings when Extreme Supercars comes down to a circuit like Cape Town and Killarney's International Raceway. With the ability to jump in as part of the Extreme Supercar class, it gives them another race weekend to have fun with. They normally race in the Power Series as part of the sports and GT class that run down here. But the likes of, man, I just mentioned, Marcel Angel, Charles Fisser is another one. Mike Verrier, Yanni Hatzi in the second in Nissan GTRs. Wayne Hoffman, Waylon Falschenk, Richard de Roos, Jan Greef and Simeon, all having a chance to get a little bit extra time in the saddle and a little bit extra time, of course, at the wheel of their race cars. So just clearing the grid, and now we'll get them to roll off for the rolling start. Jonathan Dutoy and Charles Arunjis each have one win apiece. I wonder what the team orders are going to be out there. Both out of Stradale Motorsport. One runs out of Trans-Africa Racing, one runs out of Val Fluid Services. And of course that Val Fluids Systems, I beg your pardon, car is an AMG Mercedes-Benz GT3. Lamborghini Huracan GT3 is piloted by the man on pole. It's a Porsche from Charles Engineering and Fisser Racing. That is the third car on track. And Remember, that is a stock standard flat 6 naturally aspirated. There's no turbo on that car. Ricky Jonakora, maybe you want to try and use the cars ahead of him, because he's got Jonathan du Toit that he can line up right behind and hopefully use the pace of Jono's Hurricane to bring his Hurricane maybe just ahead of Charles by the time they get to turn 1, because that inside line could be a vital place to be if you want to get ahead of Charles Visser. So pace car moves off the circuit, hands the duties to Jonathan du Toit to dictate the pace. Hold the accelerator, do not accelerate until those lights go out. There you can see the gaps in the field where Marcel Angel should be. And it is Jonakaro who's trying to go on the inside and gets through. So exactly what Ricky Jonakaro wanted to do, looks like he's been able to. And he now goes just ahead and squeezes out Charles Visser for 3rd and 4th place. Jonathan du Toit managed to keep out Arunjis into turn 2, but it's Ricky Jonakara up in a 2nd place now. Visser's on his tail. Charles Visser applying pressure right from the word go. But Ricky Jonakara got the drop on the man in 3rd place and moved up 1 place into turn 1, and now sits 3rd overall and 1st in Class A. Visser, he's got pressure coming from behind. He's literally the meat and the sandwich there between the two Jonakara boys. But Gianni Jonakara will have to watch his rearview mirrors, because it's Paul Hill and Marius Jackson who are looking to hunt him down. Back of the pack comes Big Jimbo Jonakara in the R8 GT4 spec. Races at London. Stay ahead there of Yanni Hatsi. First lap completed in anger of the 10. Toy with half a second lead over Arunjis. It's about another 2 seconds back to Ricky Jonakaro, who leads Class A and stays ahead of Charles Visser. Paul Hill in 3rd place is behind Gianni Jonakaro, and then it's Marius Jackson. So it's kind of a 4-way Class A, and if you throw Gianni Jonakaro in there with a GT3 car in the mix. Back internal fights there between the local boys. Wayne Hoffman just staying ahead of the Porsche battle from a Cape Town point of view, and Waylon Falschink behind him. He's going to try and come back at him if he can. I mentioned it in race 2, but just to mention it again, Wayne Hoffman, first time out in a race car. What does he buy? That Porsche. The number 27 Porsche was his first race car ever. It's quite a baptism of fire to jump into a racing Porsche as your first ever race car. Paul Hill with problems. Problems in Audi, pulls to the sideline there. I wonder if that's gone into limp mode. Looks like it's some kind of an issue there that Paul Hill can't handle. Gianni Jonakara trying to get up on behind his brother, maybe help him out a little bit to keep Charles Visser behind him. Smoke coming from the AMG of Charles Arunjis. Is that a concern? Arunjis with a little bit of white smoke coming off the right-hand side of that car. Might have just been a bit of debris on the circuit that he picked up on, but I think it was definitely a bit of white smoke that I spotted there from that car. Jonathan du Toit down to the 110s already, 110.7 from du Toit, leading over. Yeah, definitely some smoke out of that car. Big smoke out of that car down the backs. That is a huge amount of smoke. I don't know if Charles Arunjis is aware of it. As they come onto the braking point there, he's not going to see it. He's on the left-hand side of the car. It's a left-hand side drive car. And it looks like it's just under heavy braking. So is that maybe a brake disc that's rubbing on something that's not supposed to? Or is the tyre starting to rub? Maybe there's a bit of a suspension issue and the tyre's rubbing on the bodywork. They do have in-car communication, so I'm sure they'll be on the radio warning Charles that there's a bit of an issue that could be picked up if they're watching the live stream. keep an eye on that. It's just a roll-off through there for them. It's not really a hard braking point. Volkswagen back up into the lead of the Porsche battle for the Cape Town-based drivers. Huffman down one position into 11th. Volkswagen into the top 10. Could have been due to the demise there of Paul Hill. Volkswagen will be looking up the road, but he's a long way back on Jani Hatzi. And those two, of course, are fighting for Class C honours. D is Hoffman. That number 27 Porsche leads out Class D, ahead of Richard de Roos, a long way back from him as well. And in fact, de Roos didn't make it up. So the only Class D car out there is the 27 car of Wayne Hoffman. Jimbo Giannicaro is third in Class C. They've kept Charles out there, despite that car still smoking. This is where it kind of smokes the most. Watch this. Down that back straightaway. There comes the white smoke. I wonder if that's body rub. Potentially be a bit of body rub on that front left. Or front right, I should say, of the car. Charles Visser losing ground now to Giannicaro. Gianni Giannicaro gaining a little bit of ground on Visser. And he spoiled the day there for the young Porsche driver. Charlie looking to do international duties next year in the Porsche Cup. And join Keegan Masters in that outfit for another South African to maybe fly the flag high there in that Porsche Cup. Jackson as well as he closed that gap down slightly a little bit. It's down to 3 seconds now between Marius Jackson and Gianni Giannicaro, so looks like that MJR Audi finding a bit of late race pace here. Still 5 laps to go for these cars. Remember, the national championship is for the GT3 class. That's why Jonathan DeToy and Charles Orangis are maintaining the 10s and 11s at the front end. Can't afford to back out if the two of them are still fighting for honours for that national championship. However, this man in third place, currently 5th on the road, would like to be a little higher up and closer to those two cars. Budnick not being here this weekend certainly has cost him a chance of the overall championship, because he was the closest rival there to Jonathan DeToy. Big V12 Viper not able to make it down here this weekend. V10 I believe, not a V12, the Viper. This is Ricky Giannicaro down the Tigerberg Straight. He was only there a couple of minutes ago for the track walk, so this time in anger he comes out of Sorrel Sweep and onto that back straightaway. Trying to maintain the gap that he's got over Charles Visser. 2.3 seconds there between Giannicaro and Visser. Ranji's about the same distance behind Jonathan DeToy. DeToy can potentially sort of say he might have one hand on the trophy for this overall championship in GT3s for Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. If he finishes up at the front end of this race, 2 out of 3 certainly gives him a comfortable margin going into the final round. As I I said, it won't be sorted out in that final until the final round. Back marker being warned. That's Hoffman, about to be caught now by the oyster catcher Stradale Motorsport and Trans Africa Racing Lamborghini Hurricane. So we've got 2 to go. Ranji's contemplating whether he should try and close that gap. He's brought it down by 0.2 on that last lap. I think he's happy to settle for second place. Giannicaro maintains the gap over Visser. Also 2.3 seconds, 2.4 seconds basically there between them. Someone's got a problem out on track by the sounds of it. It's Dutoy. Jonathan, has he got a puncture? I think Jonathan Dutoy's got a puncture. That back left looks bad. It looks like the tyre might have come off the rim there slightly there on Jonathan Dutoy's car. That is going to give Charles Arangis the gift of the victory. That's the right-hand side of the car that we're picking up there, but I think if we could zoom in on the left-hand side, the back left of that car looked like it had a puncture. How does luck change in motorsport? Just like that. That's going to give Gianni Giannicaro second in GD3s now. Charles Arangis all on his own out front. Ricky Giannicaro is going to get second overall. And Charles Visser once again will get a third overall. It has turned around dramatically here in the closing stages for Jonathan Dutoy. Dutoy will drop down the standings as they all go across the line. It's Arangis, Giannicaro and Visser, your top 3. GT3 leads out Class A, 2 and 3. GT3 in 4th, Class A in 5 with Marius Jackson. More lap traffic there for Charles Arangis to negotiate relatively easily in the end. I think that Arangis went past. Now heading to the line. Checkered flag on standby and another victory. 2 out of 3 supposed to go to Jonathan Dutoy, but this time it wasn't quite according to the script I think that Dutoy was hoping for. The script changed with a lap and a half to go, and it's Charles Arangis who gets the victory for Stradale Motorsport and Val Fluid Systems. Ricky Giannicaro second overall. That's a great debut for that car. Second overall, the win in Class A. It'll probably secure him the overall win in Class A as well, because he's taken 2 of the 3 ahead of Charles Visser, who gets, of course, up there into 3rd place overall, but second in Class A. Might be Charles that gets the overall, though, because he was slightly higher up in the first race over Ricky Giannicaro, so we'll wait and see how that works out. Gianni Giannicaro for second in the GT3 class. He'll finish up in 4th, beating Marius Jackson to the line for the top 5. Jackson gets 3rd place in Class A. Mike Verrier in the Monster and NDT Racing BMW Z4 wins Class B ahead of Ant Blunden. Waylon Folschink takes Class C, and Wayne Hoffman will take Class D honours here in the 3rd and final heat of the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. That is how hectic motorsport can be. You think to yourself, no, this is in the bag, it's all good, don't worry about it, you don't need to stress, just bring it to the line and it all turns pear-shaped. And particularly when things go wrong right in the closing stages is not what you're predicting. From Supercars we go to Superbikes, and the second heat of SunBet ZXNR Masters Cup will be on track shortly once we've got cars recovered and we got a clear circuit. Then we go into the Investchem MSA4 and Formula Ford Kent's second race, the 3rd and final race of Astron Energy Polo Cup, and the second race of the Toyota Gazoo Racing GR Cup driven by Netstar. That's the rest of the day's proceedings. Stand by for SunBet ZXNR Masters Cup on track shortly. ZXNR Masters Cup back on track for their second heat of the day and their final bit of two-wheeled action we've got here for you on the Extreme Festival of Motorsport, proudly presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa. It's Trevor Westman, Jason Lamb and Dave Enticott that'll make up that front row. They were 1, 2 and 3 basically in the first heat, and of course it was Cape Town 1 and 2 with Jason Lamb in third place. He'd like to turn that around, I'm sure, for the Time Art East London and Buffalo Service Centre Kawasaki team. Let's see if he's able to do that. Graham Van Breda, Han McMahon, Lubabal and Son and Keith Agliotti, they were in a bit of a fight, and we heard from Jordan Agliotti, and in fact actually Keith came and chatted to us just afterwards as well, saying that he wasn't too far off the pace that Graham Van Breda was setting. So he's going to try and maybe turn the wick up a little bit here in race 2 and see what he can do about getting to the front end and maybe giving Van Breda a bit of a run. GVBD basically has to just finish up the 2 heats at the front end of Class B to keep him in the hunt for the overall championship, with the lack and the missing rider at the front end from Class A, that being Clint Seller from King Price Insurance on his Kawasaki. He decided not to make the trip to Cape Town, but he has got a 143-point advantage, which have been brought down slightly with that win that Graham Van Breda would have secured, and that 25 points would probably bring it to about 115 points now to play for at the last 2 rounds of their championship. They've got one at Swartkops, and then they've got one later on in the year as well. So they've still got 4 races to go after we finish up the last one here today at Killarney International Raceway. I know that Jordan's going to come and join us in a few moments' time from EBC Brakes, and a fellow and former ZX10R Masters Cup rider. He will be joining me in studio here for a bit of commentary and a little bit of insight as to what happened with a couple of the bikes that might have needed a bit of repair in between the 2 heats of racing. Everybody seemed to finish up okay. No one went farming this time. That's a good thing for a motorcycle race. Don't want anybody putting wheels down there. And now with the slightly cooler conditions here in the afternoon, it's not quite that much cooler, but in terms of track temperature, certainly a lot cooler compared to earlier on in the day. But what we're going to see here, of course, is the Bridgestone tyres being brought into effect, and let's see what their capabilities are here for the second heat. Trevor Westman makes a welcome return, as we mentioned earlier on there, for Team Wayward, powered by the Project 60 Kawasaki team. And he will be fighting with Dave Enticott for Ravenel, South Africa Motorwise and Siren Engineering. Jason Lamb on the Time Mart and Buffalo Service Centre. He's from East London. Van Breda's from Springs on the Stefanuti Stocks and Motul Kawasaki. And he'll be fighting with Han McMahon from the Canine Law Enforcement and X-Pro Security Company. Han McMahon has got a good start. He pulls away nicely there alongside Lubabala and Sana as they head towards turn 1. It's Enticott round the outside. And of course this is just a warm-up, just to get you all warmed up there. Yeah, I knew it was the warm-up. I just wanted to give them all a little bit of a fright to think that we're going racing. It is one more warm-up lap to get the heat into the rubber for our Kawasaki ZX10R Masters Cup riders. I can see Jordan making his way back to the commentary booth. He's going to jump in here with me for some more commentary. And Jordan Agliotti, as I said, a former ZX10R Masters Cup rider. He was part of the team with his brother Keith for Ridgeway Race Bar, and now part, of course, of the sponsors behind the scenes. We've got SunBet as the headline sponsors, Bridgestone supply the tyres, EBC Brakes supply the brakes, and of course we've also got VAG Automotive Centre Centurion as our sponsors for the ZX10R Masters Cup. Geordie, coming back in the commentary booth, I know that you've just come off the grid there. Are there any concerns or any riders that have got issues that they had to sort out in between the 2 heats?
Greg, what we've seen in the paddock is that a lot of guys are getting loose foot pegs. I think it's the amount of time the guys spend on the foot pegs here with the bumps and the horsepower of the wind. You know, you spend a lot of time keeping the stability through the foot pegs, so you actually got to lift your body off. It looks like I said in race 1, it looks like the guys are sitting down a lot, but yeah, the foot pegs are actually, you know, under a lot of pressure, so the guys are tightening them up. But other than that, everyone came off quite clean and we're quite happy, a lot of smiles. I think Jokes just had an issue with his front end. He said that the suspension, he lost a bit of air out the suspension. They've made a plan and some adjustments to that, so we might see him come up with a good race. He said we must watch out for him on the start, so let's see if he delivers.
Looking forward to it. Let's have a look and see as they go towards the start line and line up on the front row. Westman, Lamb and Enticott. Second row is Van Bredar, McMahon and Nsana, Agliotti, Seal and Rothwell. A little bit higher up there from Byron Rothwell in the top 9 and the third row of the grid. Johan Leroux and Jacques Cruz. And of course, looking forward to seeing Galgocci and Harwood go at it from the back of the pack as they line up now. Watch for that lollipop to swip around to the 5-second board. The lights will go on. And as they go off, we go racing. Looks like it's a good start there from Jason Lamb again. Lammy off the line very, very quick, and looks like he might get the whole shot. But how was Van Bredar as well? Up in the second place. It's the Project 66 machine that had some problems there, and he's down in 4th place with Enticott into 3rd. And then by the looks of it, coming up into 4th place there, a big move in the background, just watching to pick up exactly who it is.
Oh, Keith got a great start there.
Agliotti up there.
Yeah, top 5.
That's what you want, eh?
Maybe
he said he was going to go for that.
He wanted it, and
he wanted to go with Van Bredar, and of course he tried to go with him, but with Van Bredar going to second, I think Van Bredar didn't get the script that Keith wrote.
100%. Yeah, no, it looks like the guys have found their rhythm already. They're already fighting some nice clean passing there. And Reggie also, I mean, he said that Keith came around the outside of him and he tried to follow him through the line and helped a couple of things here and there for him on the start. So Reggie also didn't get a bad start there either. He's right behind Keith.
Yeah, right behind Keith, but also looking to try and get up there as quickly as possible is Hein McMahon. Slucky is looking to use that advantage that Agliotti used to get up into that top 5. He moves into 5th place and squeezes Agliotti out. Trevor Westman tucked in now behind the top 2 as they come out of turn 5 for the first time and complete the first lap of 10. As they cross the line, Jason Lamb, he will certainly look to take an honour here and possibly an overall race victory. He's secured 1st place in Class C in race 1 already, and here comes the killer.
Trevor making a bit of work for himself there, coming off turn 1 in 4th, but already making progress going to the sharper end of the grid, eh?
And he's looking to try and get around the outside here. Cape Town line, watch this.
Oh, that's a Cape Town race line.
That's a Cape Town race line of note.
Graham wasn't going to have none of that.
He knows about those Cape Town lines.
Yeah, he's been here once or twice.
Yeah, he's done it on a few occasions here. Knows what the Cape Town boys will attempt to do.
Nice and defensive. That's a great start from Graham, isn't it? Yes.
Well, Van Bredar has to try and get the 2 wins here. But taking 2 wins in Class B, he keeps himself in the hunt for the overall championship with Clint Seller. And that's the reason why he's made the trip here. Even though Seller didn't come through. If Seller had come through, of course, and taken the 2 victories here in Cape Town, he probably would have wrapped up the overall championship. But he decided to give it a bit of a break and wait for the last 4 races.
Well, look
2
at the top
Cups.
3, Look at that. I mean, they're really getting at it. And with them battling, with Graham and Westman battling, it's going to open some eyes for Enticott. I think he's going to see some character angle in there for him. I think he might get on it today.
Get that little fishing rod out and grip them, pull them back in again. That's exactly what he's trying to do. Enticott putting the pressure on.
J.O.'s also, I mean, J.O.'s in 9th now. He was really battling at the back of the grid and he's found some rhythm for himself
he has,
too.
That's nice to see. And of course, that's going to put 2 Class C competitors into the top 10. That's good to see that, and make that 3, I think, because Johan Leroux's there as well. Yeah, all 3 of the Class C competitors in the top 10. Don't usually see that when it's a bigger field.
100%, yeah, for sure. I'm just looking at the lap times. The guys are already looking fast, and considering they've done race 1 and qualifying on these tyres, it's they're getting heat into them nice and quickly. So they really are putting their heads down, aren't they?
15.7 there out of Van Bredar. Fastest lap on the last pass. 15.8 out of Lamb. 15.9 out of Westman, but I think Westman's going to have a look here. Oh, that takes some big cojones.
That was a big
into Sorrel sweep.
That is fast.
But that's a huge maneuver.
Surprise anybody passing over there. No one's going to expect that.
You don't want to get it wrong there, is what I'm saying. You know, you can make the pass, yeah, for sure. But if you get it wrong, just ask a couple of the local competitors down here. I'll name one, Greg Dreyer. He'll tell you how horrible it gets.
Hein McMahon's gone underneath Keith there, so he managed to pass Keith. I think it was at turn 2. We didn't see it too good, but nice one from Hein there as well.
So Slucky moves up 1 place, Agliotti down 1. Lubavalo and Sana looking to try and close that gap down. I don't know if he's going to be able to do that. It's quite a big margin there, but Lamb now under pressure from Westman. He'll look over that shoulder, out the arrow visor, and look directly into the face of the killer Westman. And Trevor Westman in this kind of form is a tough man to beat. And he'll be thinking to himself, hang on a second, let me see what I can do about keeping Westman out. There you go.
Yeah,
shut the door firmly.
The door on it. I think Slucky's in his fastest lap times of the weekend now, doing 15.6s. He's pulled Keith to his fastest lap time, and I see Luba's going with him. So they look like they might find a good rhythm. They could work together, and yeah, it could be very beneficial for the both of them.
If they do work together, it certainly helps them out for sure.
Yeah.
So Lammy coming back at Westman after that incredible move the last time they came through this part of the circuit. But Jason Lamb now down the back straightaway. He'll have the slipstream engaged there from Westman. And Trevor will try an outside line and a Cape Town line down into Cape Town corner.
This is a fight on the EVC brakes. Yeah, we have it, Greg. Lamb goes, don't you love watching Lamb though? It just looks like he's squeezing everything he possibly can out of that bike at any minute.
And you know what? He doesn't only go front brake. You can actually see him trail braking the back as well. Try and get as much power out of that EVC as he can.
He's working it as hard as he can. That's beautiful to watch. Hey, there goes Rothwell. Nice line into turn 5. Love that comic book look, eh?
Yeah, it's fantastic, eh? It's kind of like a splatter effect on that bike. It's like kind of the old stickers we used to run in the 80s and 90s in the cars. But here we go. A change up as well here. Looking for a chance further back in the pack. Johan Leroux currently sitting in 9th place, but this is the one we just mentioned. Cruz coming along on the tailpiece there of Rothwell, and behind them Golgocci. So 3-way fight for the final sort of single digit available.
And Reggie must watch out for Johan. We know he's a silent assassin. He'll surprise somebody at the last minute. You think that he's got it right till the end of the lap, and he'll hang it out if he feels like he can.
MC Hammer certainly knows the way around, and JLR of course loves running in these motorcycles. He's battling a little bit with that crash that he had at Killarney. He said his knees are feeling and taking a bit of strain, but when you're up and down on the pegs as much as you are, as you mentioned, he might just settle for the second place in Class C. That probably put him into a good chance of second overall in the championship for Class C as well, with Bontekoning not riding this weekend. So he's going to bring himself back into contention. I think Lamb's kind of got the advantage heading into the last 2 rounds, but there's still 4 more races to happen after this. So you can't really say that it's done yet in Class C or Class B and A.
It looks like Trevor's just pulled the pin because he managed to get past Lamb again, and set a 15.3, so I think that's his fastest lap of the race so far. But looking good. He's definitely pulled the pin. There's a bit of a gap that's opened up there.
Here comes Anticott. You mentioned the fact that he'd be looking to try and close down on GVBD, and Van Breda at this point in time just settling for that 3rd place, but about to be attacked by 2 Class A competitors on his tailpiece. One of them is Anticott, the Amalgam and Ravenol SA bike. Now being closed down there by that K9 Law Enforcement and X-Pro Security Kawasaki of Hein McMahon. 2 of them working together. It's kind of what we said they should do. Don't fight each other, work together to close that gap.
100. Here goes Slucky there. Yeah, shaking it out the seat there for us, putting on a
big
shot.
One.
And he's on it. He's trying to get that Gen 4 up the inside of Intercock. Can he find it? Is he going?
He's going to have a look.
Oh, that was close. That was nice. Great
a big look on the brakes there. But I think it was because he needed a change of underwear coming out to the back straight that slowed him up slightly.
I think this time behind Intercott will be good for Slucky because Intercott knows his way around this track as well. He could learn a lot from him too. So he's in a good position there. But they look like they're fighting. There goes,
that Cape Town line.
There we go. That's the Cape Town line we're talking about. They definitely know the secrets, don't they?
Yeah, sneaking through on Van Breda. So it's Intercott up into 3rd place. It's now Cape Town 1 and 3. East London is 2nd, Springs is 4, and Gauteng coming through there for a possible 4th place at this point. But here we go, a bit further back in the pack. Golgocci closing on Cruz. That battle's closed up a little bit as well, as you can see Joe just with a little bit of manoeuvring there. Looking at the lap times, we're getting 19.7s and 19.2s. That's the differential there. But Cruz with a slightly bigger advantage. And Rothwell down to the 19.1s, a 19.126.
I think
his
Rothwell
fastest
will be
lap.
happy with that because he hasn't felt completely comfortable this week, so it definitely looks like he's found a bit of a rhythm. And Jo as well, I mean, that's his fastest lap for the weekend, if I'm not mistaken, and he saw to the front end of that bike out. He did say it affects him a little bit late in the race, but let's see how it goes for him.
Nice 3-way fight at the back of the pack. 3-way fight now for 3rd, as we see a bit of pressure coming now on VBD. I think
he's going to line something up in
but one. Graham's not going to fight him. He'll probably let him through.
There's no real reason to fight him.
There's no reason to fight him.
He's not in the same championship fight as class-wise. He's obviously worried about B-class, and those points don't mean much to him.
B-class and 2 wins out of 2 starts is what Graham Van Breda came to Cape Town for.
He said, he was saying to me, he says, like, you forget this track. He says it's the fatigue. I mean, a lot of guys think 5 corners, how fast, how hard can it be? But the guys will always say how physical this racetrack actually is. It's
I can tell you from experience, and so can you, but you know how hard it is to ride this track. It's like a motocross track with the bumps.
100%.
You're on the brakes a lot. You're on the accelerator for a long time. There's a little bit of respite down that back straightaway. That's what you'd think.
Yeah.
But because it's so bumpy, you don't really have a chance to sort of take the breather that you get with that long back straight heading to turn 5.
Yeah, because you're hanging on because of the bump, standing on the foot pegs.
And the
it's
wind.
really making you work, and the headwind. And, some of the guys are running the low screens, some of the guys are high-rise screens, and the guys that are running the low screens are saying that they can feel it. They can definitely feel the wind, yeah.
Yeah, the buffering effect will come into play there for sure.
So they'll take up any slipstream there's available there, I'm sure, for the back straight.
Well, there we go, onto that back straightaway. You can see Reggie Seal now sitting all on his own sim. Got no one to play with.
Still love that classic look of Reggie's bike, eh?
Very much sort of...
90s or
I was going to say World Superbike-esque from the sort of late 90s into the 2000s.
Didn't they do a little retro recently in the Superbikes with Ray? I think the beginning of the season.
They did.
With a similar colour. Always loved it.
Yeah, and of course James ran one in the TT as well. Similar colours there too.
Yes.
So nice to see. And of course he's been out on a couple of occasions to race with the ZX10s and with the classic bikes. And some of the TTs that have been here too, so nice to see that too.
I was listening to Lubas and Keith saying that when they got through to 1 or 2 of the back markers on race 1, it kind of put a span in the works, shake it up. So you might see if they get to the back markers and can't get around them fast enough, might close the little gaps up a little bit and make for a last lap finale, between some of the groups that are fighting out at the moment.
The only one they've got to worry about, I think, is Ian Harwood. I don't think they're going to catch anybody else. Harwood might be the only one because I think everybody's turned the wick up here slightly, and you can see just from the lap times alone that it's a much faster race that's happened here.
And again, that's off to Ian from the year he's had, his second race this year.
Yeah.
And he's lining up on the grid. It takes big conies, as they say.
Well, the Killer Westman starts his final lap and looking for 2 wins out of 2 starts.
Into the 14s as he was last race. He went faster towards the end of the race and he's showing the same consistency.
And I think he might even get an even faster lap here on this last one.
You put his head down and get on with it, yeah.
Nice to run. See that Team
nice
Wayward.
To see him back, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Great to have him back. I mean, we had a massive moment coming out of the corner he's about to head to now. And that put him off the motorcycle for a long time. Big recovery process that happened, but it's worked nicely. And it is fantastic to have.
And I think confidence, for the rest of the season, just to build the confidence back. This is a great result for him to take that with to the next round. We hope to see him that.
Well, I hope he makes it up to Swartkopsen to the final round, of course, of this championship. There's 2 more to go, 4 more races to be wrapped up before we can crown official champions. As I said, Class A is literally wrapped up by Clint Seller. Class B is in the hands of Graham Van Breda, but because of them being so close on the overall finishes, that overall championship for ZX10 Masters Cup is not done yet. Westman's going to get the overall today, though.
Oh, well done. Great race.
And wins out Class A a long way ahead of Jason Lamb in the end.
And that's off to Jason. He put it up. He put the fight to him when he needed to. But
and split the Western Province with an Eastern Cape boy.
That's right. Good notice. Well noticed there, Greg.
Nicely done.
And I think Slucky will be happy. Keith, that was actually a great result. He's definitely found himself closer to the sharp end of the field this race weekend. Also built confidence coming from Kyle Army. I think that would be good for him.
Hope you liked that one, Mom. That was a nice comment there. Moira will be very happy with that comment that you just made.
I don't think I'm the foster brother anymore.
No. There we go. Well, there's some salutes and some high fives and some waves to the crowd. They've enjoyed all the action that the 2-wheelers have brought from SunBet ZX10 Masters Cup. From EBC Brakes, thank you so much, Geordie, for joining me for the commentary. And thanks for jumping in the studio. It's just to run through there quickly. Westman ahead of Entercott and McMahon for Class A. Class C goes to Jason Lamb. He beats out Johan Leroux and Jacques Cruz. And then it is going to be Class B to Graham Van Breda. Second place to Lubabala and Sana and Reggie Seal for your top 3 in Class B. Stand by shortly as we're getting into the closing stages. Some more 2-wheelers coming your way and some more single-seater action to wrap up the day's racing.
Greg, thanks so much for your time, mate. Really appreciate it. Always good to have a good chat with you.
Awesome stuff, Geordie. Thank you so much. Jordan Agliotti there from EBC Brakes, one of our sponsors here. And we'll catch him later on, I'm sure, at the prize giving. But we've still got some race action to come. And we'll try and wrap that up throughout the day now and bring you to the final part of the Extreme Festival of motorsport, courtesy of Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa. We go from SunBet ZX Masters Cup into the Investchem MSA 4s and Formula Ford Kents. We got Astron Energy Polo Cup Race 3, and finally the GR Cup from Toyota Gazoo Racing to wrap up the day's racing. So we've got 3 more heats to come. One's a single-seater and then 2 more saloon car categories before we wrap up the penultimate round of Extreme Festival. MSA Formula Fords and the Formula Ford Kents. The MSA 4s, I should say, and Formula Ford Kents. Let's get that right, Greg. Moving into this race, Casey Ensor-Smith now with the lead of the championship, up to 55 points. Ahead now of Michael Besaid-Note on 42. And then we go down to Karabo Malamela, who moves up to 3rd place on 29, with Shrin Naidu not finishing that first heat earlier on in the day. So that's the change-up after race 1 here at Killarney International Raceway. So I think we're in for an epic finish to this one, I've got to tell you. It's going to be some fun and games, because remember, they've also still got to go down to Red Star Raceway for part of the regional championships on the Extreme Festival, and then finally to SupaCups on the 25th of October. So they still have 5 more races to play for after this one. So we'll wait and see how that all finishes up. But of course, this weekend it's basically been Michael Besaid-Note who set the pace at the front end. What has Casey Ensor-Smith done to possibly find a little bit extra pace here into this second heat of the MSA 4s and Formula Ford Kents combined? Jordan Moodley there in the 76 Legacy car makes his way around, heading up to take his position on the 5th row of the grid and 10th place on the grid. Besaid-Note for Corsa Dergameli will be looking to try and take a double victory here and just bring that championship even closer between himself and Casey Ensor-Smith with, as I said, 5 more races to go 3 of them will be at Red Star, 2 will be at SupaCups, but we've got 1 more here at the Killarney International Raceway.
Legacy of the Formula 4 team is still being kept alive, because I mean, let's face it,
standing by now for race proceedings to get underway. Just the final checks on the cars there. A couple of latecomers to the grid. Anastasios Gerasis coming through there, and she was giving a big shout out there from Feathen and the team from the Zafiros. See, they're keeping it in the European fraternity there. I'm going to say that's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to mention what fraternity, but they're keeping it there. And yeah, big shout out there, of course, to our friends the Zafiros. Dimitri, Michael and Feathen and family all shouting out there for Anastasia, who of course will start from 8th place in that Apex and Christos Gerasis racing machine. So it's Michael Besaidenote and Casey Ensor-Smith on the front row. I think I saw Shirin Naidu back on the track ahead of Renzo Ribeiro. I don't see a gap there, although he did have a broken wheel, and I'm sure they worked frantically to get that car fixed in time for race 2. They had enough time. Adrian Nell and Liam Palome will be there on the 3rd row ahead of Karabo Malamela, and he lines up alongside Anastasia Gerasis as we now under starters orders. Oh, stuck on the grid, one of the cars. I think that might have been Anastasia. Yeah, Anastasia at the back. Didn't quite get the start she wanted. She gets outgunned slightly there by some of the Formula Ford Kent cars as well as they head down there. Palome running very high and wide out of turn 1. Not what he wanted to do going through the block corner there. But as they come up onto the brakes for turn number 2, it's a situation normal as it has been almost all race weekend long, with a start there coming out of Michael Besaidenote that he wants to try and control now and hold on to for the next 10 laps. Casey Ensor-Smith tucked in behind him. And it looks like up into 3rd place is Shirin Naidu. So the Production X car is back on track and back into 3rd place just ahead of Renzo Ribeiro. You see on the camera angle here now with the glare coming off the cars, difficult to spot from the front end. You've got to wait for them to come through there. Behind them is Karabo Malamela. And then a little further back from that will be Anastasia. Simpiwe Motlatlo is also battling a little bit to try and get off the line there, but there you go, Karabo around the outside of Adrian Nell and of Renzo Ribeiro. So Karabo makes up 2 positions down that back straightaway with the use of the slipstream and the banking of turn 5. He's been here on a few occasions, so he knows how that banking works and puts it into good use, having been here, of course, with the former single-seater championship when we were still under Formula 1600 days. Change up, of course, on these cars is that it's got a Volkswagen engine in it now. It's a Halo type race cockpit device they've got above their heads, and they've also got those special wheel connections that are supposed to hold the wheels on if they have a big crash and then let the wheels go flying off the circuit. Some modifications, of course, to the wings and slicks that are available, and they're on Dunlop slicks these times as opposed to the Avon tires that they used to run when they were running in Formula 1600 days. But of course also a chance here for youngsters in karting to come through now and find a more direct route to the Formula 4 category that runs in Europe, and of course that is a stepping stone to 3, 2 and possibly to F1. So that's the reason why they've gone with this MSA 4 class and the new look and feel of single-seater racing in South Africa. Robert Malamela in 4th place. Looks like there's a bit of a maneuver on there as well from Keon Spies. Trying to catch onto the back end of Jordan Moodley. There is the young lady that got stuck on the line. I think Anastasia might have been shaken up slightly there due to the fact that she got to the grid so late. That's one of the reasons why she might have just fluffed the start there ever so slightly. Now Simpiwe under pressure from Alex Voss. Alex Voss sat in front of the race the whole of race number 1, only to be outgunned by Rick Morris right in the closing stages. But this time out, Rick Morris has actually been outgunned by the LT. And Lieutenant Colonel Alan Mayer looking for a chance now to try and find a way through. That's also the reason why, I forgot about that. On the grid, Rick got stuck behind Anastasia. So he's now moved up ahead of Alan Mayer and now back into his resuming of the battle he had earlier on in the day in race 1 with the nose cone tucked right behind that gearbox of Alex Voss. Will Voss fall for the same maneuver that Rick pulled on him around the high side and on the banking of turn 5 on the last lap to steal the victory from him? I'm sure he'll be waiting for that one. Hello, here's a change up. Shirin Naidu coming back here and attacking the championship leader. So Shirin now looking to try and bring himself back at least into where he was in 3rd place in this championship. If he can secure 2nd place, and he's got it. He's got through there on Casey Ensor-Smith. So that'll just bring things into a bit more perspective. Karaba Malamela is up into 4th, so he should still hang on to 3rd. But Shirin will bring himself back into the fight for this championship with a possible 2nd place on the road now. So we've got Corsa Dale Gameli out front ahead of the Production X team, and then it's Investchem and Sparko there in 3rd place in the hands of Casey Ensor-Smith. Karaba Malamela still with a fight on though. Renzo, Liam and Adrian Nell have not let him get away. And if you watch just in the background, it's 4 cars almost evenly spread, about a couple of meters apart there. Slight advantage to Karaba at this point, but hardly any advantage there between Renzo, Liam and Adrian. I'll head down towards turn 5. Watch them spread out now, trying to avoid the slipstream. Renzo might have a bit of slipstream coming. Certainly helped out with Palome as Palome goes on the inside there. Or Adrian now runs wide, giving a chance there to Renzo to correct his line, but with that opened up the door, and thanks very much. That's a big move on there from Liam Palome to get ahead of Renzo and Adrian. So Palome moves up, sets his sights on catching Karaba Malamela. Malamela now under a bit of threat there from Liam Palome as he came down through the closing stages here and looks to close down now onto Karaba. Renzo back up the inside of Adrian Nell, defending to try and keep him out there for at least the 6th place. Jordan Moodley spins out at turn 1. So Moodley, the 76 Legacy car, fortunately falling under a bit of pressure there from Keon Spies, and that's cost him. He's ended up sliding off at turn 1. The yellow flags waving at turn 1. We just saw them in the background. Here's Palome on the inside of Karaba Malamela. Palome gets through. That's a good move. To overtake through Sorrel Sweep is not an easy thing to do. Malamela coming back at him though. Wheel to wheel down the back straight away. Now onto the brakes. Palome will have the inside line. Malamela will go high and wide to try and hold that outside line. Use the banking to his advantage. But on his inside, here comes the Metal U-Spares car of Ribeiro. Renzo Ribeiro now pushing hard. Look at this. Absolutely nothing. 3x3, they cross the line. Ribeiro side by side with Karaba Malamela and Adrian Nell. And as they crossed over, I didn't see one, but there might be a possibility of a safety car aboard. I didn't see it. I'll keep an eye for it though, just in case. They continue down towards turn 2, so I don't think there is one out there at this point in time. Just watching on the sidelines though, in case there is one. And here they come out of turn 2. Palome from now Adrian Nell, Karaba Malamela and Renzo Ribeiro drops to the back of the pack. 4-way fight, and it's currently for 4th place on the road. Karaba goes defensive, keeps Adrian out. Renzo Ribeiro closes the gap down as they come through the Tigerberg straight into Sorrel Sweep. Palome is getting away here. So Palome just getting away at the front end of this little battle and trying to just give himself some breathing room. He won't catch Casey Ensor-Smith for 3rd, I don't think. Not with the amount of laps that are left. And trying to make up a 6-second deficit in 5 laps is highly unlikely. If these 3 keep fighting as hard as they are, they're going to close back down on him. Carabo running slightly wide out of Astron corner. There is a yellow flag, and that's because of the legacy car of Jordan Mudley. So that's the reason I thought there may be a safety car board, but it's actually just a lap board there that we can see. Carabo Malamela stays ahead of Adrian Nell and Renzo Ribeiro as they come out of turn 1. Oof. That was massive from Adrian Nell. The back end stepped out properly there as he put a wheel on the dirt, but it just gave him a little bit of a edge to stay ahead and squeeze Ribeiro out to turn 2 into Castrol. No changes yet between these three. No changes for Formula Fords as well. Still Foss ahead of Rick Morris. They're having a little bit of a fight there with Simpiwe Motlatlo. Nice to see them giving a little bit of run there to the young lady, giving a little bit of experience on how to defend and race amongst some seasoned campaigners in single-seaters. Alex Foss, and of course the man who's beaten in his day, the likes of Ayrton Senna. That's one of the claims to fame that Rick Morris has got in a Formula Ford race. He was able to beat the late great Ayrton Senna in one of the Formula Ford festivals that he participated in the United Kingdom. Oh, this is a great battle. Down towards turn 1. This time hoping to try and keep it on the black stuff, not putting a wheel on the dirt. Because if he does put a wheel on the dirt, Renzo's going to bounce. Ren's right there looking for a way to come back at Adrian now. Adrian closes down and bridges that gap slightly. That gap between himself and Carabo has closed down. That is Kian Spies all on his own sim. And then it's Anastasia Jurasis all on her own sim as well, as the young lady makes her way down towards turn 2. Also watching out, remember that we've got a chance for Charles Visser, who we saw in action in the Silver Dream Porsche this morning and this afternoon, racing in the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. He will be getting a test in the Corsa del Gamay racing team as part of an initiative they put together with the Rotax Championship to try and get some more drivers involved and interested in single-seater racing. We do know that Charles, of course, is concentrating on his efforts for Porsche Cup, but he won the prize, so I'm sure he'll be eager to jump into a single-seater and have a go, see what it's like. He'll have to do dual duties. Maybe he's going to come and do some single-seater racing to keep his eye in here in South Africa while he sets his sights on European and International Porsche Cup Championships next year. Shirin Naidu is right there now with Michael Besaidenote. So that gap has come down from the lead point of view to about half a second. And I think there's still enough laps in hand here for Shirin to have a go. Naidu for Production X. His brother will be in the Production X Polo right after this for their third and final heat for Astron Energy Polo Cup. But is Shirin close enough here? And is Michael Besaidenote going to give him a chance? They're late on the brakes. Fastest lap from the entire race and the first 16.5 out of a car here. This race came out of Shirin Naidu on the last pass. And this time out, as they cross the line, he goes 16.7, staying in the 16s, applying massive amounts of pressure onto the back end of Michael Besaidenote, who's soaking it up for now. But Besaidenote could be in a bit of trouble here. And if that's the case, as I said, Shirin Naidu will bring himself back into the hunt and possibly just squeeze ahead again of Carabo Malamela for third and fourth overall. I have to do a little bit of maths after this to work it all out, but Michael Besaidenote stays where he is right now. He will score the 10 additional points, bringing him to 52 points. Casey's only going to get third place, which will give him 6 points to add to his 55, so he will stay ahead only just of the championship on 61 points. And then this battle still raging here. Look at this. Nell and Renzo side by side into Sorrel Sweep. So it's going to be 10 points here for Michael Besaidenote. He's going to hang on by the looks of it. to the line. Alex Voss pulls to the sideline there right in the closing stages. That's a pity. That gifts Rick Morris a second victory in the Formula Ford Kents. Shin Naidu with a DNF in the first one gets himself the additional 8 points for second. That'll take him to 33 for Shrin. And then, of course, behind them came Casey Ensel Smith, taking that third place and scoring what is 6 points for that. So that goes to 61 for him. Karaba Malamela will finish up in 5th place on the road. That scores him 3 to add to his current total, taking him to 31. So your top 3 heading to the next round of the championship at Red Star Raceway, as we still watch the Formula Ford Kent guys, of course. Pretty much plain sailing here for Rick, I think. Rick Morris looking to wrap up 2 out of 2 for the day here for the Formula Ford Kent class. It's a pity that Ian Schofield couldn't make it down here this weekend to join him, and of course Ronald Van Wheelie. We'd love to see the two of them fighting hard here with Rick Morris, Alex Voss and Alan Mayer, but they come to the line to wrap up the Formula Ford Kent class, with Rick taking 2 out of 2 and with Alex Voss having a bit of problems there in the closing stages. He would have got second in the first, he got a DNF in the second, and a second and third. We'll probably see Alan Mayer move up to second overall for the day's racing. In terms of the championship though, Casey Ensel Smith hangs on to the lead of the championship, and it's by 9 points over Michael Besaidnout. They came into this round with 15 points, so Besaidnout has made up a little bit of ground with that victory, or the 2 victories today. So a good effort there from him. And Shrin Naidu brings himself back into contention and back into 3rd place in the championship by the tune of 2 points ahead of Karaba Malamela as they head to Red Star Raceway and the regional side of the Extreme Festival, which we will bring you as well as part of our coverage of the Extreme Festival on the live stream. And that will be at Red Star on the 4th of October. There's 2 races there, and then there'll be 3 races at the final round at SupaCups. So 5 more races, which gives us, what is that, 54 points still available. 54 points still to play for in this inaugural 2025 MSA4 Championship as part of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport. Up next, it's Astron Energy Polo Cup Race 3. We'll be back shortly. Astron Energy Polo Cup are making their way down the pit lane and onto the start line shortly. Just to have a look at how things turned around over the first 2 races. Mo Karodia came into today's race with a 10-point advantage over Rory Atkinson. However, after the first 2 races, we are now looking at still a 10-point advantage between Mo and Rory. Rory unfortunately only finished up in 8th place in race number 2. That's the reason why. And Mocha Rodeo, of course, now on 206 points scored. Rory Atkinson on 196. It's going to be a move up to 3rd place for Judd Berthold. He'll stay in that 3rd spot that he came into this round in. And then it's Ethan Kutsia who moves up just ahead of Hannes Schiepers due to a DNF in race 1 for the Dock. But Hannes Schiepers will start from the front row alongside Rory Atkinson. So the two drivers that need to make up as much ground as possible are in the exact position they need to be in at the front of this race. Atkinson needs a victory. That will move him, of course, up into a slightly tighter position with Mo Karodia heading to the final round at Swartkops on the 25th of October. And if Hannes Schiepers can get a victory, it will bring him closer to both Judd Berthold and Rory Atkinson, and maybe in with a shot of a 2nd overall for this championship for 2025. It's the 29th running of the Polo Cup Championship in South Africa, and as they roll out, we'll bring you all the action here from the 3rd and final heat and our 2nd last race of the day here at the Killarney International Raceway. So as they make their way around the track now for the 3rd and final time, this is the sighting lap that brings them to their grid positions. They've still got a warm-up lap to do to bring them to the line behind that Astron Energy Polo GTI safety car. Watching in the background as well, we're going to see another battle between the Masters there. John Kruger this time starts on pole ahead of Derek Smallberger. Mike Barbaglia ahead of Wayne Masters. They, of course, will stay the same. And hopefully we'll see John Kruger able to give the other two guys a bit of a run for his money, because he's battled this weekend with the pace of Smallberger and Wayne Masters. Masters having to come from the back of the pack, though. That was due to the fact that he got a poor qualifying yesterday in terms of his normal ability in the qualifying sessions. Remember, with Polo Cup, they have a qualifying session for the Cup class and then a separate qualifying session for the Masters class. The Cup class goes into a top 6 shootout for a Super Pole, and the Masters will remain as per their qualification times for all the heats of the day. So Hannes Schiepers is on the front row with Rory Atkinson. It's exactly how those two cars need to start. If you were part of their teams, they'll be exceptionally happy with the fact that that's how those two cars are going to be starting. And hopefully they'll be able to stay out front there, because both of them need a victory to ensure that they can stay in the hunt for the overall championship. It'll bring Hannes Schippers closer to Judd Berthold and Ethan Kutsia for 3rd, 4th and 5th place, but it will definitely bring Rory Atkinson a lot closer to Mo Korodia after he had a bit of a nightmare second race and only finished down in 8th place in the second heat of today. We'll see them sorting out their positions now. 3rd and final heat of a Polo Cup 3-race event usually provides massive amounts of race action, and that's exactly what I'm expecting to see here as they come to the line for the final time. It's not the final time to the line, but they come to take their grid positions. They'll still go around for a warm-up lap and then come to the line for the race start. Bevan Masters as well, also looking to maybe improve ever so slightly. He's just ahead there of Milan Emsley in the Triton and Team Red car. Maybe finds a little bit extra pace here in this 3rd heat today. I said earlier on, I stand to be corrected, but I think it might be the first time that Bev has come down to Cape Town to race. So it's, as you heard from earlier on, Jordan Agliotti, not an easy track to learn on 2 wheels. On 4 wheels it's even more difficult because there's a couple of specialized lines that you can find around this track that will definitely bring your lap time down rapidly and give you a little bit of extra racecraft if you're looking for it.
Masters leading out in the Masters class. Second race of the day that is now starting off the back end of the pack. Started 4th.
So we are almost good to go. About to roll that safety car down towards turn 1, and there go the pack. That's exactly how Hannes Schippers would like to start the next part of the start procedure and get away from the pack of cup cars. Milan Emsley with a bit of smoke off the line there. Slightly different angle here from our outside camera of turn 1. Watching them come through holes from the other side of the corner as they head up towards Castrol. So Dane Fern Dental Services, Gull Wing and Works Motorsport out front. Industry Petroleum and Haupt Racing in 2nd. AF Fans and Team Red Racing in 3rd. Production X in 4. Ahead there of the Lee Thompson Racing first car of FOS 5 Motorsports Mo Korodia, and your championship leader down in 5th. Judd Berthold for Volkswagen Motorsport starts in 6th. Ethan Kutsia out of Ethan Kutsia Motorsport and Lee Thompson Racing, the second of those cars from the LTR stable, starts in 7th ahead of Shrin Rajpal. And Shirin Rajpal for the Dubcore Service Centre and Works Motorsport team will be in 8th. Roshan Goodman for Upward Spiral and Mzansi Motorsport as well as Team Red Racing will start from 9th ahead of Nirav Singh for the Kyle Army Exhaust team, and then CPS Warehouse's Bevan Masters starts just ahead of Triton and Team Red Racing's Milan Emsley. The Masters class, it's the Habot car of John Kruger. He lines up alongside I'm just trying to remember who it was. Derek Smallberg, I beg your pardon, in the Sabertech car. And then it'll be the Paybar car of Mike Barbaglia, who lines up alongside the Performance Masters machine of Wayne Masters. That's how they'll come to the line. This time to get ready to go for the last 8 laps of 2025 in Cape Town. You can see the wind has picked up pretty dramatically here, pumping down this main straightaway, so it's going to prove to be quite difficult for the guys to get the braking right, guys and girls that is. Apologies there to Tyler, to get the braking right for turn 1. A bit of additional wind from behind makes it up to you to maybe brake a bit earlier and use that wind, because otherwise it pushes you through the corner and you can end up in the kiddie litter. Stand by. Masters roll to the line. They are set. We have got a green flag. We're about to see that lollipop change from the red dot to the 5-second board.
go all in for turn number 1, come out of turn number 1 of the lead and head it out exactly the way he did in race.
Lights on. And we are racing. Here we go, down towards turn 1. It is Hunter Skippers who looks like he might have got the drop as they cross the line. And he's going to try and hang on to keep out Rory Atkinson. Atkinson would be loving life if he can get down into turn 1 first, but he's not. He's going to be sent sideways by Tyler Robinson. Tyler Robinson sending Rory sideways into turn 1, and a whole bunch of cars. Mo Kurodia is one of them. The championship leader has spun out down at turn 1. Kurodia getting caught up with the antics of the cars in front, and he's dropped right to the back of the Cup class. That is massive for this championship. Mo Kurodia right at the back of the pack now for Fast 5 and Lee Thompson Racing. I'm not quite sure who went into who there, because we followed the little tap there from Tyler Robinson to get through on Rory Atkinson. But there were a couple of cars involved, and I would assume that if we look at how they come through there, good possibilities that Ethan Kutsia might be one of them, as he's now falling into the clutches there, watching through as they come past us now. Roshan Goodman could potentially also be involved in that, but Hunter Skippers leads out exactly where the doctor wants to be. Can he secure this one and turn it into a race win? Tyler Robinson is there as well in second. Then we see the charge coming from the rest of the pack, led out by Divian Naidu. Can he find a way through, or was he caught up? I think he also might have been caught up in that first lap incident as they came into turn 1. Tyler Robinson going to try and go around the outside. It's Rory Atkinson for third as they cross the line. Tyler's on the outside of the Doc. Doc shuts the door. Tyler comes on the inside. Ethan Kutsia has dropped back slightly there, so he may have been involved in the little tag there between himself and his teammate as they went into turn 1 for the first time. As I said to you, the third and final race of a 3-race format in Astron Energy Polo Cup usually ends up with massive action, and we started it right from the word go into turn 1. Atkinson trying to come back now at that AF Fans and Team Red Racing car in second. And that's how hard Tyler's having to work to try and stay behind the doctor. Dr. Hunter Skippers, Gullwing, DDS and Works Motorsport leading this race. Ethan Kutsia running slightly wide. Shin Rajpal is there into 5th place at this point in time. He's got Judd Berthold behind him. Bevan Masters slightly higher up. He capitalized on the fact that a couple of cars had to take evasive action when there was action down into turn 1. Milan Emsley is at this point in time in 9th. Best finish for him so far if he can stay right there in single digits for this weekend. And he's just ahead of the return of Nirav Singh. Roshan Goodman. He's dropped right to the back of the pack by the looks of things. Goodman must have had some kind of an issue, because it's now John Kruger, Smallberger, Masters and the paybar car of Mike Barbaglia. They all cross the line and complete another lap of the 8. That's 2 down and 6 to go. Tyler Robinson looking for a victory here, wanting to spoil the day even more for the doctor. Dr. Hunter Skippers heads towards turn 2, still in the lead of the race. It's going to be a case of when they use those push to passes. How many have they got left? Because remember, Mo Kurodia, Rory Atkinson and Judd Berthold would have had slightly less push to pass mechanisms available to them, being the top 3 in the championship. So they'll have to think very carefully on how they play this chess game and when they use those, to see if they can use them to their advantage, or do they have enough in the end when somebody else tries to go for one, and do they have one left to counter that. Down the back straight towards turn 5, Fostron corner. Top 3 now equidistant apart. Ethan Kutsia being closed down rapidly there by Shirin Rajpal and Judd Berthold. Bevan Masters coming along for the ride as well. Look at Bevan Masters' head in the car. There you can see just what we spoke about earlier on with myself and Jordan Agliotti, how bumpy the track is. You watch his helmet as he goes under braking. Starts to shake, rattle and roll as he comes under braking for turn 5, Fostron corner. Another lap completed, and we're getting almost to the halfway stage. 5 done, 3 done, 5 to go. This is Smallberger trying to get on the inside now of Kruger for the lead of the Masters. He's late on the brakes. He's going to force John high and wide through turn number 1. Masters coming along for the ride as well to tuck in there, maybe spoil the day for both of them as they come under attack and head towards turn 2. Kruger's got the inside line, so he should be able to hold on to it, and he does. And there goes Masters. Masters capitalizing on an open door. Sneaks up the inside of Derek Smallberger. He'll have the inside line as they go through the kink towards Damps. He doesn't have it there, but for Damps' corner he'll have it. Is he good enough? No, he's not good enough on the brakes. Derek just outbraked him there and kept him honest. Dropping down to 3rd place and hanging on to that 3 spot. Oh, Mike Barbaglia running wide out of turn 4. Nicely done. Caught that one nicely in the paybar car. Let's go back to the mid-pack here. Ethan Kutsia being rapidly closed down here by Shiren Rajpal. He's all over the back of Ethan Kutsia. Mo Karodia is just circulating, but there's a problem on Karodia's car. He's about to be lapped. That is massive for this championship. Mo Karodia being lapped into the halfway stage of this race just shows you how cruel motorsport can be. He's come into this race with a 10-point advantage. He is not going to finish in the points. And that 10-point advantage, if Rory stays where he is right now, will give Rory 15 points and the lead of the championship. Rory Atkinson will go to SupaCup with the lead of the championship if he stays there in 3rd place. It'll be by 5 points. It'll be a turnaround of note after Cape Town's 3 rounds. The 3 races today have turned this championship on its head. Initially, it was 4 points between Mo and Rory after race 1. It extended to 10 again between Rory and Mo in race 2. But now, as it stands, Rory Atkinson will go to SupaCup with a 15-point advantage. Hannes Schippers with this victory will also squeeze himself up ahead of Ethan Kutsia and closer to Judge Berthold for 3rd place. There's a bit of battle scars on the back left of Rory's car. That might have been after that first lap incident. Ethan maintains and stays ahead. Judd Berthold closing now on Shiren. And as they cross the line, you can see behind that it's Masters. He holds off Milan Emsley and about to come and join them. Here's Nirav Singh. That new chassis that Nirav was gifted by one of his sponsors definitely now coming into its own, and Nirav getting to grips with it, showing that he's got extra pace here in the closing stages of this race weekend. The man from Kyle Army Exhausts hanging on for a potential top 10 finish. Kutsia still maintains the advantage over the 2 hard chargers in Rajpal and Berthold. Fastest lap so far, 24.777. And if you're a gambling man or lady, 777's a good number to have. Is that going to play into the hands of Tyler Robinson here into the closing stages? This is Mo Karodia. We're watching the championship leader with his hazards on, just circulating, hoping that if he finishes up, where would he finish up there? At this point in time, Nirav is the top 10, Roshan is 11, Mo is 12. So 12th place is where he would finish up. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting little format as they come through to the closing stages here. Whether or not there's going to be any changes to the current positions, because it literally goes down single digits from 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's how it'd be going. So with Mo Karodia down in 12th place, it means he'd only pick up 5 points. And in fact, if he picks up 5 points, it'll make it 2-1-1 for him. And if Rory gets the 15 points, yeah, the calculations going on here are redonkulous, I've got to tell you. Alrighty, so that would make it 1. And then make it 2-1-1. Rory and Mo would go into the final round of the championship on equal points. If Mo's able to stay out there and still get classified in 12th place, doesn't lose too many more laps. Because remember, you've got to finish the right percentage of laps to be classified. that percentage could be the differentiating factor. That's why I think Mo has stayed out there. And why Lee Thompson said to him, do not come in. Stay out there and try and get the 12th place points. 12th place points for Mo Karodia might be enough. Oh man, Polo Cup never fails to provide drama into the closing stages of any of the championships over the last 29 years. And there's going to be more of the same here, heading to SupaCups. Berthold and Ethan Kutsia, remember, are the other two cars that are still affected by that top 5 overall. And it's advantage to Ethan Kutsia. However, with Hannes Schippers looking like the win is on the cards, and I don't want to give him the commentator's curse again because it looked that way in race number 1, and then a fuel pump issue. This is where the problem happens, so that's why I don't want to say anything. But he's got a corner to go, and about 800 meters to the checkered flag. Is Hannes Schippers going to get his first win? I sure hope so. He has worked exceptionally hard for this, and he's turned his luck around completely here. It's good to see Mo Karodia finishing another lap. Here comes Schippers for the win. Schippers gets the extra points, the 20 points on available there for the victory. It'll be second place to Tyler Robinson, a great effort there from the Team Red and AF Fans lady. And Rory Atkinson down in third, scores 15 points. So with Mo classified, if he does get classified, I'm just double checking. If he gets to the end of this lap, he'll get the 75%, which will give him the 12th place 5 points, which means I can't believe what I'm about to say. Mo Karodia and Rory Atkinson will head to SupaCups on equal points, 211 points each, and that is exactly what he needs. Karodia's got to still go across the line. If he gets there and crosses the line, that'll give him the 75% that he needs. And that is going to turn into 2 unbelievable Astron Energy Polo Cup races as we head into the closing stage. You can see the front right has got some serious damage. That's why he's circulating so slowly. But he has to cross the line now. He must not turn into the Park Fermé area. He must do the extra lap and get across the line to get that 75%. I'm sure they've got the radio in his ears telling him, do not go into Park Fermé. He must still complete this lap. He's going to do it. Mo Karodia is... Oh no, they don't have radios in Polo Cup. I beg your pardon. That's right. So the pit board would have told him, do yourself a favor. Do not come in. Go and complete the last lap. And with that, that'll give him 75% completed. And that will give him the 5 points needed to put him on equal points heading to SupaCups on the 25th of October. Wow. Who would have thought that? Mo Karodia was coming into this round thinking he was going to wrap up the championship. And it all turned the other way. Rory Atkinson, Mo Karodia, and the fight for third between Judd Berthold, Ethan Kutsia, and Hannes Schippers is going to be epic at SupaCups on the 25th of October. We got one more race to come your way, though. We've got 2 championships wrapped up in that one. And that, of course, is the 86 championship going to Jason Kutsia, the media championship going to Nabil Abdul. But we've still got a fight on between Devon Scott and Mario D'Souza for the dealership and academy class in the Corollas. Toyota Gazoo Racing GR Cup, driven by Netstar, up shortly. It's Toyota Gazoo Racing GR Cup for the final time and the last race of the day as well. Heading onto the circuit, Ken Swartz and Jason Kutsia will swap positions on that front row. Kutsia has wrapped up the title after race number 1, so he's now going to go and try and do a bit of a swan song there, I'm sure. A little bit of issues here for the 72 car by the looks of it. Yeah, Kanya and Gwenya very slow down towards turn 1 and pulling off the circuit. So Kanya and Gwenya might be out of this before it even starts. He's parked on the sideline there. That is definitely not where you want to be. They're probably going to tell him to try and move the car out of harm's way if he can. But Ngwenya is out of the race before they even come to the line to take up their positions. I wonder if it's gone into limp mode. It might have. That's why he's probably stopped the car and restarted it to try and get it going again. Looks like he got it going again. So he might have enough time to sort of still get around and get back onto the grid position where he'll start from 3rd ahead of Calvin Diaz. Vatiawa Makonyanya will be there in 5th, and then Kyle Koch will head up the 2nd pack of cars. He's going to take the shortcut. It's not a bad idea. Or is he parking the car behind the barrier? I'm not quite sure because we didn't follow the car right through. There is a shortcut that brings them onto the back straight there. And if that's the case, to see if we can see the car in the background, you see the 2 recovery vehicles making their way around there. So I think Kanya Ngwenya has parked the car on the sideline and is out before he even started. Some kind of electrical issue, I'm sure, on that car by the looks of it. Sometimes the cars go into limp mode and they have to stop them completely before they can reboot the car to bring it out of limp mode. I think that's possibly what he was trying to do down at turn 1, but it didn't work out. So they come to the line now to start the final race of the day and the last race in Cape Town for 2025 for the Toyota Gazoo Racing GR Cup. Split by 3 now, 4 now, as opposed to the 5 cars. The 86 category cars will roll off first, and then we will have a small break before we see Kyle Koch and Mario D'Souza leading the Yaris and Corolla bunch that are piloted by some media and dealer teams. A wave there from the number 12 car, so some kind of an issue on the line for that number 12 machine of Andries de Villiers. He's waving and gesticulating that there might be some kind of an issue on his car as well. Must put camera on. Well, there's a prerequisite of these cars is they do run front and back cameras, just so that if there are any incidents they can sort those out. But a lot of the guys also use them for their social media posts afterwards to get some of the action that they've been involved in throughout the day. And that just bodes well for, of course, the marketing and promotion of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport. We do love all the race action that gets put out there. And of course, remember, I don't know if we want to put it up one more time, but we still have a driver of the day vote that has to happen. And if you haven't voted yet, there is a WhatsApp number that you can WhatsApp if you've seen all the race action today and you've got a preference that you'd like to send in. Oh well, if you haven't seen it, you can get onto the social media pages and go and have a look. Kyle Koch, of course, did a video yesterday with our media team, and that number is available. It's 060 352 2890. That's the number that you need to WhatsApp your favorite driver. And of course, that will then all be tallied up before we go to prize giving to do the driver of the day and the rider of the day for our categories that raced out here. There are a couple of contenders that could potentially be in there, I've got to tell you. A couple of guys and girls who've really fought hard and raced hard. Berlin Robinson with 2 third places and starting from pole position, holding off the Rookie Cup competitors for 4 laps. Could be one of the contenders, I've got to tell you. That's not a bad effort there from that young lady. Her sister getting up to second place is also could be in a shot if you're definitely fighting for and shouting for the ladies. Jason Katsia wrapping up the championship, could be in contention. And of course we also saw Tate Bishop wrapping up his championship. So that also another top runner for maybe driver of the day here this weekend. Let's see what happens in this last one. Maybe there's something special that comes out of this last race to change things up. Kyle Koch, as I said, with the win he took in race number 1, and of course all the antics that he had with our media team yesterday, certainly with the amount of votes he gave people on their WhatsApp numbers and voting for himself via somebody else's phone, could be in contention as well. Let's see what happens now as the lights go out for the last time today. Ken Swartz, Jason Katsia, Calvin Diaz, and Vatsiawa Mokonyana will head down towards turn 1. 4 of 5. Kanya Ngwenya is parked on the left-hand side of this shot, out of harm's way. He won't be participating in this final heat of 86s in Cape Town. Swartz gets the whole shot though. Oh, and gets a little left tap from his teammate. Just a little touch there between Jason Katsia and Ken Swartz coming into turn 1, Holzhoek. Second pack about to make their way down there. But look at this. Katsia around the outside. Trying to find a way through. Maybe the spoil of the day for Ken Swartz. Can't quite get in there. Kyle Koch gets the whole shot. Inside line, that looks like it was Devon Scott who came through there for second ahead of Mario D'Souza. So the two Corollas just squeezing each other out there. Nabil Abdul, in fact, it is who's up there. Someone sideways in the background there. I think it may have possibly been Charles Bosch there in the Citizen car, who got a little bit out of shape. Times Live's Putti Mpinyane having a fantastic run. Remember, he finished up in the top 3 overall in the media challenge in race number 1. So we're now having to come from a little bit further back in the pack might be not as easy for him. He had a fantastic start in the first one as well. They all come flying through there to complete the first half of this first lap of 8. That was out of shape there. I think may have been one of the Corollas, and with him slipping and sliding so badly, he might have dropped right out of contention and right to the back of the pack. We're watching Koch down towards turn 5, and in second place that is Devon Scott. Devon Scott now with Mario D'Souza on his tail. Live on the inside there from the 3-3 car. Coming into play there is Vanna Horn. Charles Bosch just ahead of him. Back to the top 3 at the front. Calvin Diaz has stayed with the top 2. Hasn't let them get away. But they are pulling a little bit of a margin now over him. And at the front end it is the newly crowned champion, Jason Katsia. As I said, looking to maybe do a bit of a swan song here. Maybe wants to hang on for the double victory, just to cement that title completely here at his home track. There's D'Souza, just squeezing out in the head of Nabil Abdul. Abdul drops down 1 place. Abdul and D'Souza chopped and changed twice now, and it's now advantage to the Motors Toyota. Behind that, it's Vanna Fenter in the 222 car. A nice run there from Van. Just trying to work out who the man who dropped right to the back would have been. And it could have been Tion Combrink. No, actually it was Tion Combrink that was at the back that I was just getting confused about there with the Corolla at the back of the pack after we saw that little incident coming out of turn 1 where somebody got sideways. I think that someone was Nabil, because it was an orange liveried car, so I'd assume it was Nabil Abdul who's now corrected his mistake and now goes hunting for Mario D'Souza and potentially for Kyle Koch up the road. If he doesn't want to give Kyle Koch 2 wins on the day, that is for sure. He highly upset with himself if that's the case. Willem van Putten coming through there for the independent media team. Koch from Scott, and there's Nabil Abdul making it Yaris's 1, 2 and 3. Now remember, Devon Scott, even though he's in the Yaris, is actually fighting in the Corolla class, and because he had I think he had a problem on his car, he's been given a chance to jump into the older school style Yaris. D'Souza Behind him is Van Afenta and Theo Brits. Those are the rest of the Corolla class. Lawrence Mini from Auto Trader there in 11th, ahead of Charles Bosch. He, of course, part and parcel of the Citizen Motoring. Then it's Puti Mnyane, and he, of course, runs for Times Live. Said literally media and dealer teams fighting hard here in their Toyota Corollas and Yaris's. Very evenly matched cars. The only big difference between them, of course, is the Corollas have got the all-wheel drive system in them, which tends to overheat by the end of the race, and they go back to just normal rear-wheel drive at the closing stages. That's what we've seen all season long. But the incredible thing is that they are able to run with these little Yaris's, which are a lot lighter, and despite them having only a couple of kilowatts difference in their power output, the racing is very close, as you can see, between the Corollas and the Yaris's. Second pack is that NMR car of Theo Brits. Milani machine of the 33 of Van Horn from the Milani Toyota Corolla Toyota dealership. So NMR are having a really good run there. Times Live, Putti staying just ahead of Van Horn. This is the top two in the 86s, once again down towards turn 5, about to get to the halfway stage. Jason Gutierrez, Ken Swartz, Calvin Diaz and Vatsiawa Mokonyana, the top 4 in the 86s. I think Vatsi might be coming under attack shortly from the lead cars of Carl Koch, Nabil Abdul, who's now up to 2nd, and Devon Scott dropping down to 3rd. So Nabil fastest on the road at the moment, down to 1:24.8. Pretty impressive stuff there from Nabil Abdul from Supersport. Auto Trader versus the Citizen Motoring. Mini and Bosch. And Putti coming along for the ride. Comes alongside Charles Bosch as they head to the off-track excursion there. That was a big moment there for Calvin Diaz. Calvin Diaz, can you believe that? So it looks like we are going to be seeing some big action here in the closing stages for the hard charge for media and dealer team honours here. Sideways is how we like to see it, Nabil, but that's not going to keep you on track and in the hunt for the front. That is how hard Nabil Abdul is trying to catch Carl Koch. He's gone off the track twice now in his attempt to close down on the Car Magazine man. I like it. Abdul down to the 24.633 now. Even Foster, watch him late on the brakes down into Cape Town corner. Fostron, as he comes out of that, trying to be the fastest car on the track there for the Yaris contingency. That Yaris Cup turning into an epic fight now as Nabil Abdul tries to close that gap down on the back end. And really tight stuff here between him and Carl Koch for a potential win. Koch is not going to give it up without a fight. And they've only got 3 laps to go. Nabil Abdul this time once again goes across the line. And he has completed that lap in a 125.2. Koch 125 dead. He's answered the call. So Carl Koch realizes that Nabil is coming. And with that, he turns his own pace up. So the 2 Yaris's fighting for honours for the media challenge. They've left Van Afenta behind, who's actually got ahead now of Mario De Souza. So the Corolla Cup has gone into the hands of Van Afenta in the 222 car. So a small few changes here into the closing stages as we enter the second half of this race. Great battle. And it's what we've seen all season long from these hard charges in this mid-pack. Yes, none of them are professional racers. That's the best part about it. None of them are top-end racing drivers in their own right, other than the front-end category drivers in the 86s. These guys are all media or all dealer team principals or parts of dealerships and drivers getting chances to drive those dealership cars. However, they all get put through their paces by Devon Scott and the team at the Gazoo Racing Toyota Driving Academy at Swartkops. That's where they learn to hone their skills. And then, of course, they learn more and more as they travel the country as part of the Extreme Festival's racing program. But, of course, Toyota's massive input here to motorsport in South Africa for bringing this along to join the likes of that little Toyota, or the two little Toyota Starlets in the SupaCup class and the 3 Corollas in the touring car class. Oh, nice move on the inside, sliding through there. I love it. That's the kind of race action we like to see. And it's Charles Bosch who's giving a bit of a run for his money there to the Auto Trader car of Lawrence Mini. I like when you slide into turns and give it stick like that, Charlie. That's the way to do it. Just behind them, of course, is Van der Horn, who's joined the party. So Van der Horn about to get into the mix there with the Corolla. But it's not all done just yet, because Putty also looking to be in the hunt for the front here, and at least for a podium position in that media challenge. Oh, he goes left and right, trying to find a way through there on the 5 car. Theo Brits for NMI shuts the door. Brits is in the Corolla, but Putty's in the Yaris. Onto the final lap now for Jason Kutsia. He is going to wrap this up with a swan song victory by the looks of it. 2 wins out of 2 starts to wrap up the 86 Brigade and take the 86 Toyota Gazoo Racing Cup for 2025. He's already done that in the first heat, but he just wants to now cement it and show that he's got what it takes. Where does he go from here? Hopefully Toyota will give him a chance to be in the second of those starlets, possibly at the last round, and get him into the Super Cup class to join Davy van der Merwe, last year's 86 Cup winner. That would be a nice step up for him. And maybe give Kent and Calvin, Vatsi, and of course the rest of the competitors in the 86 Brigade, like Kanya and Gwenya, a chance maybe to get a victory of their own in the 86 Cup at the last round. But they come to the line, and the checkered flag is standing by. It is the black and white flag for the black and white Toyota 86 of Jason Kutsia to wrap up a spectacular Cape Town round and take the championship and cement it with that final victory as they come across the line there to wrap up the 86 Cup standings. Diaz comes through for third. Vatsi has just hung on. Great effort there from Vatsiawa to keep out Carl Koch. He did not get it, or he did, just to the line. That means Vatsiawa will drop down to 5th place ahead of Nabil Abdul. Tried hard, just didn't have enough laps to close in and pass. Still some action on track, as you can see. The dealers are at it as they come out there. It's IOL Independent Media there. Willem van Putten fighting hard, as you can see, trying to stay in the mix there with the other 2 dealership cars as they come to the line. And that is a great effort there from them as he comes through there to finish up with Rudy Bonzaya and Johan Bonzaya there from I think it's Drakensberg Toyota that they are racing for. So that will wrap up our racing for the Toyota Gazoo Racing GR Cup. It is Kutsia, Swartz and Diaz, top 3 in the 86s, but a magnificent effort there from Vatsi to almost make it around all 8 laps and not be lapped. She only got caught across the line there by Carl Koch, who wins out the Yaris class, beating Nabil Abdul, and Puti Pinyane comes through once again for a 3rd place. Nice effort there from them. In the Corollas, it was Mario De Souza who won out the battle there, eventually beating Van der Venter to the line, and Theo Brits will come through for 3rd place and wrap up a fantastic day's racing here for the Toyota Racing and Gazoo Racing GR Cup driven by Netstar. That also wraps up our coverage here from the Cape Town Mother City and Killarney International Raceway. Thank you so much for all of your support throughout the day. I know we were fighting the other sports that had some big games and matches on today, but we do appreciate all the support. And of course, once you watch this, please pass it on to your friends and fans and family around the world so they can see what we're up to here in South Africa at the Extreme Festival of Motorsport. And also look forward to the 25th of October where we will wrap up the national championships. We've got one more round of the MSA4s that heads to the regional championships, of course, and the end of September. So make sure you are available for that as well. And the Extreme Festival action proudly brought to you, of course, here by Two Wheels and Planet Margate. To our camera crew for the incredible job that they've done. To all of our Orange Army out there and the race control for keeping us on time and getting us all wrapped up by the end of the day's proceedings. The next round, as you can see there, is Regional Extreme Festival. That's at Red Star Raceway on the 4th of October. And then the 25th of October, we head down to the incredible home of Extreme Festival, the Zwartkops International World of Motoring, for more action and the final part of the 2025 season for the National Extreme Festival. Big shout out to the Killarney International Raceway as well, and to the WPMC Club. Thank you so much for hosting us down here again and giving us an incredible circuit to play on. And I think to Mother Nature as well for playing the game with us, because we've had some tough outings over the last couple of events, particularly down here and in the Eastern Cape. We'll see you all soon. And from my side, Greg Maloney, the voice of choice. Take care then. Bye-bye now.